What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, and football starts tonight.
Yes,
Kansas City
does.
Chiefs will host the Baltimore Ravens. What a good day. Good morning, Brian.
What up, JP?
This time tomorrow will be a D-City Smokehouse. I don't know what time they get that smoker up and running.
Oh, it starts smoking at night.
I'll be ready at 10 a.m.
They'll be smoking. The smoker will be smoking during the game tonight.
I imagine Jeff will be too. There's a lot of reasons to be excited tonight. Yes, since I took a shot, let me go say good morning to
Jeff
the boys.
Jeff did say, yes, we will.
Yeah. Good morning, Jeffrey. Good morning, Landini. How we doing?
You didn't hear what he said. He said, I said the smoker will be smoking tonight. He said, Jeff, maybe too.
Okay, so, all right. Busy day. Second day of preparations for the Commanders getting ready for Tampa this weekend. Yes. It's tough for me to focus. Like when we get to talk to the players and go in the locker room and everything, it's easy to lock in there. But knowing there's a game tonight, knowing there's a game tomorrow night, an NFC East game, I would add, with the Eagles playing, it's just such a great, exciting time. I think I'm going to get some wings and make some wings tonight. Doesn't that sound like a good plan?
Yeah, go for it. I'm going to turn on the TV. I'm going to pour me some old brown and I'm going to sip and watch the game. I get excited for it, but you know what? I'm not overly excited when it's not a team in the town, like if it's your home team playing. So yes, I'm excited for football, but like we're doing our little tailgate thing next week. We're not doing it this week because next week is a home game, so it has a little different feel. You know what I mean?
What tailgate? What do you mean? What is your tailgate thing?
You forgot at Friday we gonna do something. You were talking to Stevie about it, and we got our buddy Donnie gonna come in with some stuff.
Oh hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
That's next.
So next Friday we doing it. We're gonna have a real tailgate. We're gonna have some drinks, all that. Yeah.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, anytime you get to watch the Chiefs is something that I try not to take for granted.
Oh yeah.
Just because you're watching Mahomes, who is excellent. I mean, I think if you had to argue the Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks right now, Mahomes is probably already on it.
Yeah.
I try to take a real nod to the pass. I think you got to have Montana, Elway, Brady, obviously, and I would have had Peyton, but I kind of think Mahomes has surpassed that now.
Yes, he has.
Peyton's fantastic
I'm
too.
I'm text to the thread what I just got from somebody in my family. If you excited about football, Jay, they sure in the hell excited about football too.
Who would you put as your top 4 quarterbacks ever, B?
Montana, Brady.
Some people would say Marino, even though he never won
Marino
one.
is one at this point. Peyton, and then I have Pat in there, but I can't just go right now. He got to play some more years for me, but he is on his way to being the best, I think, if he continues like this. But I can't just throw somebody after 5 years ahead of guys that played 19 years.
I think Pat's played 7 years now.
Pat is on his 6th year, I think.
I think going into year 7, we're splitting hairs. I would agree with you, but he already has 3 rings.
I understand.
I would agree with you if it was just
what if he wins
he's
no
this
more from
incredible
this point?
statistic.
What if he wins no more from this point forward? So I still.
Yeah, but B, he's already got more than Elway. He's already got more than
what you're saying,
Peyton.
But I have to also. You asked me what I think, so I'm gonna tell you what I feel.
Yeah.
I still have to let it, because if things go south right now, I can't. If he played great the first 5 or 6, and then he plays awful the next 7 or 8, then I'm not gonna sit up there and still put him ahead of those guys. But I can tell you like this. It's not like I don't have a placeholder for him already in there. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I don't expect him to go south. I'm just saying I like to wait and see.
Good morning, everybody on stream. We're up and streaming. B. Mitch has a white shirt. I have a green T-shirt hoodie thing, I would describe this as.
I just put in the text thread, JP. This is what I just got.
All right. Who's this from? I like the hat. Yeah, I like the hat.
I think I need that hat.
I think you do need that hat, B. Although it looks expensive. That looks like a Louis Vuitton Commander's hat or something.
Nah.
Let's run through kind of the injury report from yesterday and level of concern for Washington as we get closer and closer. I'd start with what is clearly the really good news is Brandon Coleman fully participated in practice. We got to talk to Coleman afterwards. He was extremely upbeat. I thought Dan Quinn was pretty clear. It seems like he's ready to start Coleman. Who you got at starting left tackle as of Thursday at 10 a.m., Coleman or Lucas?
Based off the excitement, Coleman. Based off of the way that they've talked about it and stuff like that and how Dan seemed excited and all. And then once the guy goes full go, you feel he's going to be there. But like I said, you never know.
Certainly. Never know. I mean, things could happen tomorrow. I asked DQ specifically about Coleman because do you remember a few weeks back he said, I don't need to see him in the preseason to start him week one, but I'd want to, right? So I asked him, I was like, all right, well, the preseason's over and you didn't get to see him. How do you feel? And he gave me a good answer. He said, it's an example of you can only control the things that you can. So would it have been better to see him in the preseason? Yes, but okay, that is not how it went down. The player's really put in the work, and he's really ready to go. So, yes, we're excited to get him into it. Would it have been better for him and anybody else? Of course. But like I said, you can only control what you can control.
Some of those questions would have been answered. You wouldn't have to worry about certain things. Every season, I don't care if you've been in the league 1 year, first year, 10 years, everybody wants to get through that first play, that first series. He hasn't played that yet. So not only is he concerned, the coaches are concerned. They want to know where he's at. And you may not find it out until the ball is snapped. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think that's the whole thing about it, because like I told you, every time I played a game, I return a kickoff, I was still nervous until I caught the first punt. Because it was the one thing that you can get 10 of them and all 10 are different. So I was more concerned about that than anything else in the game every time I went into a game. So the first season, although I went through preseason, when I started the regular season, you don't want to start off bad. So that worried me until I caught the first one.
You know what? I appreciate Jaden Daniels has been crystal clear that he gets butterflies before every game.
Yep.
And I love a young man like that is confident enough to admit what is probably true for 98% of players. You know
probably
what I mean?
100%, Jay. Everybody gets it. Some people don't admit it. I heard Patty LaBelle said a long time ago that if you don't get nervous for things that are important, it's not very important. And I would think that starting off your first game of your season and playing a thing that you get paid for, if that's not important, then that's on you. But yeah, you get butterflies. Well, I didn't like to eat before because butterflies make you start to get bubble guts. You have to
bubble guts is trouble. Nobody suffers from more bubble guts than Lamar Jackson. Bubble guts get you in trouble.
So we know it's important to him.
As we get closer and closer and closer, the atmosphere in Kansas City will just be electric tonight. You know what's, really, really sad is this will be the first time that, I suppose, football community, as you want to say it, I believe.
Parade stuff?
Yeah, well, I guess they probably had a preseason game, but, that doesn't bring the same
energy.
That parade thing was so awful, and you hope tonight those folks are able to kind of rally around all the good that football brings rather than the awful.
And before we go, I'll allow condolences go to Atlanta, all the things that happened down there yesterday.
Of course. All right. B, here's an area of concern, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We've known about the Johnny Newton situation, and there's a level of comfort there because it's a young player that they're really just trying to take care of in advance of what they hope is a long career, right?
Yeah.
Johnny Newton was limited at practice yesterday. Now that they actually have to list it out, because they've been telling us like soft tissue, and these guys operate like a hockey team. They want to give as little information as possible about these injuries.
Very smart.
But now the injury report dictates that you got to list it, and because of gambling and everything, now these teams get fined if they mess with it too much. So you get some actual information. So Johnny Newton is on the injury report with a foot.
Okay.
Like, foot was the problem in college. Then he had another procedure once he was drafted. Like, the foot is this is now documented.
They say he's on for a foot. What did they list him as? Probable, whatever? Because you can still
they got rid of probable. Huh? Probable no longer exists.
So what do they have left? Because they don't have to be 100% honest on those things.
He was limited.
So we go limited. We can go full participant. And that's just limited and full participant. That's all they say.
And DNP did not practice.
So those are easy. What if he were to go full?
Basically, that means you're not going in team drills.
Yeah, but I'm saying who would
more
know?
Or less what it means.
Who would know? Because they make y'all leave. They make the media leave before they go into practice, don't they?
That's correct, but the league has really cracked down, and these teams get fined on this stuff now. So could they do that? Sure. Listen, Dan Quinn told us with Johnny Newton, like, there's no surprise here. That's not what I'm at all. I don't even want to say alarmed by, but concerned by. Like, Newton's going to be limited today, and I won't be shocked if he's limited Friday, and then he's inactive for Sunday. I do not expect him to play this week. Mm-hmm. And in a vacuum, I don't think that's that big of a deal because you have John Allen and Deron Payne ahead of him. They'll be able to elevate this dude Sheldon Day from the practice squad Saturday night. Like, okay, it all works, right? Tampa runs the ball pretty well. Rachaad White had a good season last year, even if the analytics community thinks he gets too many carries and not enough explosive plays. Whatever. Mm-hmm. The concern to me is that Deron Payne's also on the injury report. Deron Payne yesterday back. The injury is listed as his back, and he was limited. Payne's a pro. He's done this a long time. Mm-hmm. It's week 1. I expect him to go. But you don't love to see that, especially with a back.
Yeah. But the thing of it is, and I said this maybe 2 days ago, they didn't play in preseason. So when you start playing football, you go through the natural things of football. You get little ailments here, ailments there, but as you stated, he's a pro. He's been here a while. He can deal with it probably. The rookie that comes in may not be able to deal with certain things.
Right.
So like you said, you expect Deron to go. I expect him to go. But I also expect him and John, even Bobby, for the first 3 to 4 games, they may have to deal with stuff now that everybody else dealt with before. Because they already practiced. They already played in 3 preseason games, 2 for the most part. So now they're going through it. I mean, they're human beings. Right. They're not machines. So, no matter when you start it, you got to go through those natural things.
They are thin at the D tackle spot, though. If, like, you got Allen and Mathis, then Newton and Payne. Those are your 4 D tackles.
Yeah.
2 of them are on the week 1 injury report. 1 fully expected. The other, I think this is, I don't want people to be concerned about this, but you don't like to see Deron Payne on the week 1 injury report with a back thing.
You don't like saying it, but I mean, I'll be honest, man. That Wednesday report sometimes is kind of like that first 53-man roster they put out.
The first depth chart.
Take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I agree with that. I bet by Friday he'll be full. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
One guy that Mariota's still on this thing. When he missed time in the preseason, we heard it was the groin. He's now on the injury report, limited with a chest injury. I don't know what to make of that, but in the 2 months, Marcus Mariota's been putting on this uniform. There's been a groin and now a chest. Uh-huh. Trent Scott also in the injury report with a knee, and they said he was limited. B, I don't know if you saw, I think you were here that day, but I don't know if you were taping stuff or what. The brace I saw Scott in a couple, maybe 10 days ago or so. Mm-hmm. It was a no joke brace, and it looked significant, and it was mid thigh to ankle. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what's going to happen there with Trent Scott, but then if you're considering your tackle depth, Coleman, you hope is starting at left tackle for you, right? Uh-huh. Coming back from this shoulder, pec, perhaps a labrum injury. So naturally his backup, or maybe even the guy that ends up starting in Cornelius Lucas. The other side, you've got Wiley, who is not on the injury report. Again, a veteran player, has done this a long time, but Wiley missed most of preseason. And then you've got Scott backing him up, who's on the injury report with this knee thing. The edges of the O-line and the interior of the D-line go into week 1 with there were already question marks, frankly, but these are some new question marks.
Yeah, but the thing of it, they had a lot of guys practicing and playing at positions just in case. And like for me, I think every team is going into the league with somebody in some position where you're concerned about it. I'm not overly concerned about this right now. Because you know what? They put together a team and they got the people that they felt should be making this football team. And if those guys can't go, the guys behind them need to be stepping up. I mean, once they get into the game, we'll figure that out. We'll see what's going on. But injury reports are injury reports. And I know what the new rules are, but I know a lot of coaches play around with their injury report, just like a lot of them do. They can, if they say
Friday's the one that matters.
Yeah,
Friday's
so if this is happening Friday, then I'll have a level of concern. Today, I don't care.
If it's happening Friday, I think there'd be significant concerns. But the thing with Mariota, during the portion that the media was out there yesterday, which is just individual drills, and for quarterbacks generally just means standing around throwing, he didn't even go through those. Now, I have less concern there because the plan is for Mariota not to play anyway.
Yeah.
But
well, I think that young man Driscoll, he did enough in preseason to where I think they're comfortable if he had to go in and finish up a game.
Sure. And dude, for a billion different reasons that have nothing to do with Jeff Driscoll or Marcus Mariota, let's hope to God we're not seeing anybody but Jaden Daniels in Tampa. Okay. I want to have a discussion. I want the boys in the aquarium, want the two of us, and then we're going to open these phone lines up. Because yesterday we wanted to open phones. It just got so damn crowded once these practices start, and we got news coming in. There's going to be news around the league. Jamar Chase might be getting a deal done. Like, there's just so much happening, right? As we look at this Commanders football team, as we consider all the spectrum of options of what could unfold this season, there's a level of confidence you can have in some of these guys and a level of unease you can have in some of these guys. Who are you most confident in on the Commanders roster? Who are you least confident in on the Commanders roster? Let us know. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Your calls, our answers next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you now. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good morning, everyone. Well, local product Francis Tiafo and Taylor Fritz will meet in an All-American Men's U.S. Open. Good morning, everyone. Well, local product Francis we also, though, have two American women in the U.S. Open women's semis to be played tonight starting at 7 p.m. Emma Navarro, who knocked out reigning champ Coco Gauff in the fourth round, and Jessica Pegula, who upset number one Iga Swiatek last night in the quarters to reach her first ever major semifinal. Both will be in action tonight. The Nats fall 4-3 in 10 innings to split a two-game series with the Miami Marlins. They now open a four-game series in Pittsburgh tonight at 6:41 pitch here on The Fan. And the Commanders re-signed guard Sam Cosmi to a 4-year, $74 million deal. They will take on Tampa Sunday at 4:25 in their season opener. The NFL season gets underway tonight. The Ravens at the Chiefs, an 8:20 kick. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
You could do it all by yourself. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Taking your calls right now, 800-636-1067. What's the Commanders player or coach or mascot? I don't know, whatever you think. What are you most confident in this season? What do you believe in? What do you not feel so great about? B, you want to kick it off or you want me to kick it off?
You kick it off.
Okay. I think there's a reason he is the first player that they gave a big extension to. This is the first internal decision to reward somebody. They made some internal decisions to cut people or to turn down options or to trade people, right? Like, they made some internal decisions.
Mm-hmm.
But the first internal decision that Adam Peters has made was to give Cosmi a contract extension.
Mm-hmm.
And it's good for Cosmi because he's now got $45 million guaranteed in his bank account. And it's good for Washington because now they get a guard that within 2 years will be paid below market. You know what I mean? Like, that's how it works. And you build continuity. He's a good team guy. I think of all the things, I like John and Duran. I look at that, have some questions. I like Bobby Wagner a lot to answer this question. I think Terry McLaurin would make a lot of sense to answer this question, 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons. But I'm going to go a little different here. I'm going to go with Cosmi based on what Adam Peters is showing us, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get too specific because I feel like a lot of people pile on here. What I'm least confident in are the outside corners. Maybe they will be way better. I hope I am proven wrong because Witt and Quinn have a really impressive track record and history of getting corners to play their best, but I'm going to need to see that before I believe it. So there you have it. Cosmi and the outside corners.
I'll go with Terry. Okay. Listen, I think ultimately offensive line, defensive line, they have like a thankless job for the most part. If they play well, you don't really know it because it's like everybody look at the skill positions. So I'll go with Terry because he's played with underwhelming quarterbacks and he always produced. You know, I believe with a better quarterback, he's going to be able to take a step and do the things that the people that don't understand what good football is think he needs to do. My least. The least confidence, I'll go with the cornerbacks as well, but I'm going to need to have more from the pass rush and not just outside, interior as well. So that is affected because we don't have that up front. So it's a combination where I think overall I'm going to have the pass rush get better so the cornerbacks can be better. So when we say
pass rush there,
when we say we lacking the corners, we don't trust in the corners, we're probably thinking that the pass rush won't be good. So I'm going to need more pass rush. So I haven't seen it at the level we need to have it. So I'm gonna go with that right now.
I like that. I mean, I read this. We read this yesterday on the show, I think. Farrell and Armstrong combined for 11 sacks last year. Mm-hmm. That's your starting 2 DNs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
see, Armstrong didn't play like 100
sure.
most of the plays either. So, I mean, the thing about it is, I don't believe that we want to, like, just like the coach said, we care about what the guys do good. I don't care to talk about everything that they may have not done good last year. I care to talk about what we think they're going to do better. And I think the coaching, if we talk about players, so I'm going to tell you, what my most confidence in is the coaching in the damn front office. They seem to be doing the right things. You know what I mean? And getting people right and doing the right thing. I think to compare them to that crap we had last year, nah, that's unfair to them. I think they're better coached already.
I mean, the staff, if you just compare the experience level of the staffs, it's night and day. I mean, it's dramatically different. I think that's fair. I wish you had you pulled your move that you do for Heard It Here first, where you're not going to parlay, bang, I'm parlaying. I already tweeted that you were most confident in Terry McLaurin. So I hope that's okay.
I'm cool with that.
All right. Jeffrey.
My most confident, I gotta go with Terry too. He's the only one proven to be consistent each year. And I'm worried about I want to say the pass rush, but I'm also worried about the cornerbacks.
And they do go hand in hand, to B's point.
Yeah, they do, but we've seen plenty of times last year, and I know we can't keep basing everything off last year because it's a new team, but we've seen the pass rush get there sometimes, and we also seen some blown coverages, some bad blown coverages. So hopefully it's better, but that's the weakest link until proven otherwise to me.
Okay. Landini?
I'm going to say that the player that I have the most confidence in is Bobby Wagner. I think he's something like an 8-time All-Pro. I trust that guy to...
He made the 2010s Hall of Fame team.
Yeah, I trust that guy to handle what he needs to handle. And the guy that I actually have the least confidence in is the kicker, Cade York.
Really?
Kicking's been a bit of a disaster here for the last couple of years. And although I think the situation is better than it was a month ago, this was still a guy that another team looked at and said, we can do without him. So that doesn't inspire confidence in me.
Now, in the kicker's defense, it's not like he was on the street. He was on a team that had another kicker.
Like a 4th-round pick relatively recently. That
4th-round pick in 22.
Yeah, that's not good. This is like his 3rd team. I don't love that.
Yeah, I mean, kicking is I honestly think depending how it goes with this I actually got to talk to him yesterday, which was pretty fun. It was the first time I really chatted with him, and I've said the stat so many times how blown away I am by that 2019 LSU offense, that he kicked 93 extra points in a year, which is just beyond bananas. I don't know. He seems cool. Seems like a good mindset. We'll see how it goes. I just I'm not as unconfident in the kicker, but that's a fair spot to have some worry. Let's go to these phone lines. We got our guy Jupe on the line, ready to kick us off. Jupe, who you most confident in? Who you least confident in?
JP, D-Mints, what's going on, fellas?
What up, brother?
Hey, not too much. I'm going to do like you, JP. I'm going to try to go outside the box. I'm most confident in B-Rob and Ekler. I feel like them two is going to feed off of each other with a rival with Anthony Lynn. And if Jaden propels the pass game, like those two could have a big year this year. And Landfill kind of stole my thunder as far as my least confidence in the kicker. Don't really know too much about the guy, so I'm not too sure about him. But, of course, I'm going to keep an open mind and just watch him throughout the season. That's all I got for you guys.
All right, brother.
Okay. That's fair, man. If we're not feeling great about the kicker, I understand it. Definitely some questions there. They just brought him in. Yeah. How are you feeling about this kicker?
I mean, I saw him do enough to be down on him yet. Look, they made a trade for him. So I feel that I'm going to have to let him go through the first game before I start making a decision on him.
I agree. And, like, you got to at least let this kid play a little. They traded for him. I understand it's a conditional seventh. A conditional seventh is not a big price tag, but I do think there is reason to be okay with him. All right, let's take one more call on this. James in Fredericksburg. Jimmy, who are you most confident in? Who are you least confident in?
Hey, guys, I love the show.
Thank you.
I never knew how bad this organization was. I mean, really bad over the last 20 years until we finally had some structure. Unbelievable the way from owner to general manager to coach on down that we finally have structure. I'm so excited, and that's my positive. Here's my negative. My negative's going to be to some of these Commanders fans that aren't going to realize that this is a process. If we start losing a couple games in a row, this is a process. Please be patient with these guys. We are going in the right direction. That being said, we're going to go 8-9 this season, and I think that's going to be a very successful first campaign for Dan Quinn and the boys.
Thank you, man. Good call.
Thanks for the call, bud. Great call. I just got a submission via text message from one Chris Kerwin. From most confident B that honestly this might be on us. This might be a hole in our decision making. Tressway.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna give you the punter. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not gonna talk about the punter or the kicker at this point because those guys come in and do things that you know. I mean, they got one of those jobs where when they make a mistake or do good, you know it immediately.
Right.
But if they're perfect all year, and the people that we're talking about aren't, we're not going to win many games. So we need the other people to do something well. But look, Tress is number one. Tress has been the MVP for the last how many years?
That's trouble.
He's number one. So that's why I didn't say anything about Tress.
When your punter is the MVP, you got trouble. It's as simple as that, period. What you don't want to have trouble with is football is starting. We got NFL tonight, college football last weekend. Everybody loves betting on football. It is the best. It is like a perfectly medium rare ribeye or something you do in the privacy of your home with your wife. It is the best. But you got to be smart, people. You heard me. It's September, and it's not only the start of football, but it's also Responsible Gaming Education Month. If you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. A solid game plan includes betting with legal sports books only, knowing the odds, keeping it fun, and sticking to a budget. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 106.7 The Fan's proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association. Got the eye of the tiger, B. I just quote tweeted the B. Mitch and Finley account graphic going to D City Smokehouse tomorrow, and I'm letting the world know I'm getting wings and brisket. I'm speaking my truth, B. Mitch. I just want you to know that. Because everybody thinks they're so funny, I'm going to say something by not saying something. I got no comment on the content team and what may have happened. That whole thing is incredibly bizarre, and there's a football game, and that's going to be my focus. I don't know how you feel, Brian, but I got a feeling you have no desire to talk about folks from the content team.
Just people. I would just say everybody be smart.
Yeah.
If you're on a date, you better talk about the date. That's it.
Yeah, man. That whole thing. Yeah, that whole thing is just, ugh. This is all I have to say. I mean, I suppose the news is if folks are waiting for it. I saw this from Nikki Jabala. I'm sure the team, I don't think they'll announce it, but if anybody asks, they'll confirm it. The gentleman that was in that video, the previous VP of content, has been fired. No other option there. I got some submissions via the stream and via Twitter about the player fans are most confident in. Our guy Eddie D, most confident in Bobby Wagner, least confident in the right tackle. How do we feel? Brian, you made a point that we think this team's going to be better coached. The vibe is incredibly different. Wiley struggled at times last year.
Yep.
I think you could point to a lot of factors. I think you had a quarterback that held onto the ball too long. I think Gates really had them kind of digging out of a hole early in the season. I think there wasn't enough balance offensively, but he, as an individual player, also had some struggles. How much better do you feel about Wiley going into this season?
I feel much better because of the way he finished, and I think early on he struggled a lot. And then as the season went on, I thought he played better, So this year I expect better because, listen, I just think everything is everybody's in a better situation this year. I think everybody last year, man, it was too much mudslinging going on out there. You had coaches against coaches, players against players. Nobody could get nothing right. Right now, people seem to be in tune, and I expect him to play better than he played in that early part of the season.
I'm with you. I got one. This is from Private User 01. He said, I'm most confident in Adam Peters. I'm least confident in the digital media department, which is kind of funny. I'll let you get one joke off. I actually think the content they put out is awesome. The content they put out around the draft was really, really good. As we get into this thing, I'm just so excited for football to be coming. Commander Tequila in the stream says, I'm very confident in Brian Robinson, Terry McLaurin, De'Ami Brown, and Jaden Daniels. To me, it's tough to be confident in De'Ami Brown. I think you could be excited. I think you could be
they could be confident
eager to see him.
They can feel he's taking that step now. They can feel confident. See, we judge stuff on a different level than what other people. Some other people, sometimes when they see a guy finally hit it, they can feel confident in him that he's going to continue doing what he did throughout the preseason. He hadn't done it before, but
it was really funny, B. So yesterday we're in the locker room, and it's the first time the media was in the locker room since locker cleanout back in January.
Mm-hmm.
Because, during training camp with the bigger rosters and everything, they keep us outside. We just get to talk to guys as they're leaving the field. And the looks on players' faces when they walked in and saw us in there again, I wouldn't exactly describe it as excitement. You know what I mean? Yeah. Actually, I should see from Kerwin if I can get this audio because it's pretty funny. So we go over to Brian Robinson, and B-Rob is a good person. And when you see him sign autographs for an hour after every single training camp, he's a good dude that means well on this planet, right? But he doesn't love talking to the media. One, he's a Bama guy. Two, he's just a quieter guy. And so we start chatting with him yesterday, and there's cameras and lights and all this stuff. And we're like, I don't remember who asked him. I want to say it was maybe Nikki. Was like, "Oh, Brian, you excited to see us again?" And he just kind of rolled his eyes. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm really excited to see you guys."
But I have to say this. Think about this for a second. Think about somebody coming to your bedroom to interview you.
I get it. We got a job to do. They got a job to do. Dude, I get it. I do not. I am never bothered by the guys that don't really feel like dealing with us. I think post-game situations are a little different where there are some true obligations, but I always try to be respectful of guys and ask before I just lean in with the camera. But, there's a million ways to skin a cat, regardless. Mm-hmm. So B-Rob's like, "Oh, I'm really excited to see you guys." And then I was like, "Well, are you excited for football?" He's like, "That I really am excited about."
Yeah.
Which was
I was lying
funny.
about the other thing.
Yeah. But Brian Robinson has been pretty clear that he thinks last year he was underutilized, frankly. Yep. They just didn't run the ball, so the running back, it's inherent for a running back to feel like that. Any skill position player, running backs and wideouts, always want the ball. And if they don't, there's a problem.
If they don't, that's just how those guys are wired.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. And I think B-Rob is really excited. I think there are real roles for B-Rob and for Ekler in this offense. Between talking with Brian Robinson about how he kind of feels like he's got something for the league that they maybe don't know what's coming. And then we talked to Nick Allegretti, who, credit to Nick Allegretti. Brian, are you aware of how bad the Chicago White Sox are?
Yeah.
They won last night over the Orioles. I'll own it. I believe they're 32-109. Maybe it's 33-109.
That's awful.
Depending on last. Their run differential B. I imagine this is cruising towards some sort of record. They're minus 303 in run differential.
Yeah, you shouldn't be winning games when you're that bad.
That is bad. Yeah. But Allegretti, Chicago guy, was wearing his White Sox shirt yesterday. I had to give him credit.
But it's more about the city than it is the actual team. You can't be very proud of that team right there.
No, but a lot of people in that city kind of just root for the Cubs. So I think if you're wearing a White Sox shirt and they're 32-109, like, you're a real fan of that team, man.
We might have to check his mental sometimes.
I asked him about it yesterday. He's like, "Oh man, they're so bad." But yeah, that's my squad. What is far more important though is Allegretti. I asked him, "Hey man, like, how much of this offense have we actually seen?" Right? And he's like, "Preseason, we really don't show much. We want to play fast. We want to get to the ball fast." He said Cliff has about a zillion plays, and we cannot wait to get out on the field.
Yeah,
that I believe.
Yeah, I believe that too. And I've talked to people. I did interviews before, and they were like, well, man, they didn't seem to go down the field. I say, who really goes down the field every time in preseason? The thing about it is, I see the analytics community and a lot of these analysts want to tell you about what people don't do in preseason. They haven't been doing it for years in preseason. Now, just because Josh McDaniel, the guy that down there, what is his name? The dude in damn Miami, what they do, they think everybody's going to do it. Mike McDaniel. I'm like, ultimately, most teams do nothing in preseason. They want to just see how good somebody is one-on-one against somebody.
Here's to that crowd that is concerned that, the offense didn't use the middle of the field enough or whatever they're concerned. Terry only lined up on the left-hand side. When Jaden Daniels was on the field, he was out there for 3 drives.
Mm-hmm.
On all 3 drives, they had a scoring opportunity.
Yeah.
One time they scored. One time they kicked a field goal. One time they missed a field goal.
Yep.
They showed so little. Ertz didn't play whatsoever. You and I both think Ertz could be in line for a pretty legit season, assuming he can stay healthy. I just, whatever happened in preseason, block that out of your brain and just focus on week 1.
Yeah.
To help us do that, Pete Prisco, national NFL writer for CBS Sports, really, really smart columnist, has been doing this a long time, joins the program.
This sports update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Football season is here, and tonight a rematch of last year's AFC Championship game to open the campaign. The Kansas City Chiefs and Baltimore Ravens, an 8:20 p.m. kick. Now, the Commanders making news yesterday, signing guard Sam Cosmi to a 4-year extension worth $74 million, $45 million of which guaranteed. Washington season opener at Tampa Bay against the Bucs Sunday at 4:25. The Nationals fall in 10 innings, 4-3 to the Marlins. They will open a series in Pittsburgh tonight. Jake Irvin looking for his 10th win of the season, a 6:41 pitch. Listen to it here on The Fan. And winners of 4 of their last 5, the Mystics are in Phoenix to take on the Mercury this evening, a 10 o'clock tip-off. Listen to it on the Team 980. This sports update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Excited right now to get to the BetQL guest line. Welcome in Pete Prisco from CBS Sports. Pete, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Doing good, man.
We're doing great. So, Pete, the last time I saw you was in Miami after Commanders Dolphins practice, and the brief conversation we had when we were standing there with Spielman was how impressed you were by Jaden Daniels.
Love Jaden Daniels. I thought he was the best quarterback in this draft class, better than Caleb Williams. And part of that is I love the kid's demeanor. I love the way he works at it. To me, he has that alpha male you want from the quarterback, the guy that's going to command the huddle. And by the way, when you watch him practice, you can watch him on tape all you want, but when you watch him practice, man, that football gets on the receiver in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the things that showed up to me when I watched him that day. But more than that, I love this tape. I think the Washington Commanders have their quarterback for the next decade, and they need not worry about it.
Pete, you look at this game against Tampa, and Todd Bowles will come out blitz as soon as he gets out of the locker room. Does Jaden's demeanor and the way he plays the game help him out a lot with that blitz that's coming at him?
Well, I mean, the fact that he can move the way he moves will make that concerning as well. I mean, if you know how that is, if they turn their back on him and play man-to-man and they blitz him and he gets outside the pocket, he's going to create with his legs. Now, he has to learn how to slide. He's not a big guy. And in the NFL, that can be hazardous to your health. But I do think the legs are concerning. You have to, change the way you play him a little bit because he can move. But look, the kid lives it. You guys know the stories. He's the first guy in, the last guy out. He's been that way since he was that way at LSU. I watched him at Arizona State. I'm a Sun Devil. I went to ASU. He was not good at Arizona State. He's the most improved player I've ever seen in my life covering this league. And I think that's a tribute to his work ethic. It's a tribute to him as a quarterback. He is going to be a big-time star, and I don't think those blitzes will bother him because I think he'll be prepared for them.
He gets the ball out pretty damn fast, too, which I think will help. What do you think about I feel like for Washington, there's so much excitement around Jaden, around Adam Peters. Peters had a lot of opportunities to leave and kind of turned them down until this one. What do you think about everything Washington has going now, kind of big picture?
And a new owner. And I mean, that's important too. That's important too. And I think it's all new, which is strange that, the offensive coordinator in Detroit turned down the opportunity to take the job. I think it was a great opportunity. Can you get anything better than a new owner, a legacy franchise, a high first-round pick and a new general manager. I mean, is it going to be any better than that? No. Which, that was strange that he turned it down. So good for Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn's a good man. He's a good football coach. And, look, I love their draft. I mean, you look at their draft, he starts with Daniels, but Mikey Sanderson's a good football player. When Newton gets on the field, he's a really good football player. The Coleman, the tackle's going to be a player. McCaffrey's a good receiver. It's not. They had a really good draft, and that's a good sign because that's how you build your team.
For sure. I think it's exciting, and we'll kind of see. What do you think, though, for this year? I do think this roster has a lot of holes. I think they could be way better from last year, but we're still talking about like 7 wins. Does that kind of mess?
Yeah, that's about right. Maybe get to 8 because you can start with the concerns. The left tackle, is a major concern. If you start the rookie, that's a concern, and so he's going to be a good player, but he might have his growing pains. Mm-hmm. The rest of the line, look, you got some stopgaps in there. Allegretti's a fighter. He's a battler. He'll battle you, but he's not a great physical player, but he's a battler. That's a good thing. I think when you go to the defensive side of the ball, there's a lot of, veterans on that group. They went out and got guys they knew. And sometimes you do that to kind of ease the transition. And it makes it easier that way. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're, the best players, but they went and got guys they knew. And I think that will help them. But, there's questions on the corner. You know that. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a major concern. And can those guys hold up? So I do think there are issues that will keep them from being a playoff team, but they're coming. Keep an eye on them.
Pete, you've covered this league for a long time, and I know every player to a man will say, I don't worry about stuff off the field. We don't worry about ownership. But it affects play. When everything is messed up at the top, it affects play. Have you seen teams where when they change up something or get a new coaching staff or a front office in to where it changes the play on the field as well?
Brian, I think part of that comes from winning. Yeah. And, if you change the general manager and you change the culture by getting better players, this is a players' league. Everybody always talks about the culture in the locker room, and it's great to have the quarterback who's the first guy in and the last guy out. He kind of sets the tone for everybody. But if that quarterback's the first guy in and last guy out and he stinks, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And so I think it's all about players. If you draft and develop and make the players the focal point of the team and the team has success, then that's when you have a good culture. Everybody always talks about that. We'll build a good culture. If you're four-win team, you're not building a good culture. And so I think it all starts with the players. And I think that's why this draft going forward will be the foundation of this team for a long time.
Well, to that point, I mean, I remember here in Washington, there was a year Mike Shanahan said he would stake his professional reputation on John Beck as a quarterback because John Beck does all the things the right way. And John Beck has found some tremendous success now as a quarterback's coach, but he was not an NFL quarterback. You know what I mean? Like you could do everything right and put all the work in and still just not be good. And I think that's a really good point about culture and everything else. Kansas City has had their share of ups and downs and issues with players, but they win, so that culture is great.
Right, and they have a Hall of Fame coach and a Hall of Fame quarterback. That helps. That's
sure.
That's the start of it. That's where you get that thing going. But if you look at it, Dan Quinn's second job, not unlike Andy Reid, and now he has his quarterback. So if you're Washington, you could take a look at that Kansas City situation and hope like heck that's what you have. Because I do think Dan Quinn's a good coach and a really good coach, and I think Jaden Daniels is going to be special. I'm not going to say he's going to be Mahomes, but he's going to be a special quarterback. So take a peek at that, and to give you an idea, if it works, that's the kind of situation you'll have. If you have the quarterback, you have sustainable success for a long time. Period. End of story. It's just like go to Buffalo. Everybody talks about the window closing in Buffalo. No, it's not. Josh Allen keeps the window open. As long as you have a star quarterback, the window will be open. If you don't, you might have those aberration seasons. Remember the Tennessee Titans when they had Derrick Henry, they ran the ball, they did this, they did that, they hung around. They had the aberration season. When Jacksonville went to the championship game with Blake Bortles, that was an aberration season. You'll have those pop up once in a while. But to have sustainable success in the NFL, you need a franchise quarterback. I firmly believe that.
You've watched Jaden since Arizona State, and when you look at him, and you say he's the most improved player you've seen in all of football. at him, looking at him now, if he had a very good season, a great season compared to a rookie, what you think that would look like?
I think he could, okay, let's go. I'm going to give you C.J. Stroud's great season a year ago.
Okay.
We rave about, and I love C.J. Stroud. We rave about him. You know how many touchdown passes he threw? 23.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like he threw, Marino numbers. It wasn't, he threw 23 touchdowns. So if Jaden Daniels throws 27 touchdown passes, that's a great rookie season. It's a great rookie season. And I think, by the way, I think he can get to that. So, but again, we gotta put expectations on. He's going to turn the ball over at times. There's going to be things that fool him. Things that fool him in a game in September won't fool him in a game in December, and they certainly won't fool him in a game next September. And that's why playing for these guys is so important. I think you have to play these rookie quarterbacks and get on with it. Everybody always says, well, what about the psyche of the kid? Well, if the psyche of the kid is ruined by having a bad game or bad games or a bad season, then you drafted the wrong guy in the first place.
I totally agree with you on that.
Yeah, for sure. I'm talking with Pete Prisco here from CBS Sports. You can follow him at Prisco CBS. I did see you've got your first picks of the week column. I imagine you got to be fired up just to get to write your week 1 picks column. Let's start tonight. It's a big one. Ravens going to Kansas City. What do you think happens?
I think the Chiefs will win that game at home. And remember last year they lost that opener at home, but they didn't have Kelce. And that's it changes the dynamic of the way they play offense. Not only that, last year was the year to get them. I don't think they're going to win the Super Bowl because I think three-peating is too tough to do. They're so, and when you play all those extra games in the postseason, that wears on you. Your body gets worn down a little bit. And so 2 straight years to do that, and now you're trying to do it a third time. I think that's too tough, but they're going to be a better team than they were a year ago, in large part because the offense will be better. They struggled to get the ball down the field. Worthy will help them open up the offense. When they get Hollywood Brown back, he will help open up the offense. So they'll be better as a team, but I don't think they're going to repeat. They'll win tonight, though.
I mean, a three-peat would be unprecedented, really.
Tomorrow night. The last one was the Packers, and that was before the Super Bowl era. So it's been a while. Never happened during the Super Bowl era.
That's crazy.
Speaking
of the Packers, they're on tomorrow night from Brazil. This game seems kind of wild. There's a lot of moving parts, NFL security, all this stuff. When they actually get on the field to play, what do you expect to happen? And kind of what do you expect from those two teams?
I love the Packers. They're my Super Bowl pick, by the way. I'm in the minority on that one. I love that team. Yeah, I always look for ascending teams that made a push a year ago that have a quarterback. And you look at what they did last year. They pushed the 49ers in that game and probably had a legitimate chance to win that game. Bunch of kids. And now you take that experience and all those kids have grown up. And you look at the receiving group. Everybody says, well, what about those guys didn't play together last year much. And they still were able to have success. Christian Watson was in and out of the lineup with the hamstring issue. The other guys were banged up in and out of the lineup. Well, now they're all together. And they have that tight end, and Musgrave. He's going to be a big force for them too. The offensive line will be better, but more than that, defensively, they changed the way they play. They go get Jeff Hafley from Boston College. They will be much more aggressive, which I think suits their personnel. You add a guy like Xavier McKinney on the back end. I love the Packers. I think the Packers are going to have a big-time season. I think they open with a win against the Eagles.
I do too, actually. I really like them. What do you think of Philly? Not specific tomorrow night, but they, over the last 2 seasons, have looked like absolutely the best team in football. They get to a Super Bowl. Last year, they started hot and just completely fell apart. You wonder about the Hurts Sirianni dynamic. What the hell's going on in Philly?
Well, you also had a coach who changed coordinators, and usually that's a sign of he's worried. You know, when coaches start changing coordinators, they start looking around saying, okay, it's not me, let's blame the coordinator. So there's concern there. Kellen Moore brings a new offense. It'll change a little bit with him and Jalen Hurts. We'll have to see how that goes. No Kelce in the middle of that line. I mean, the center's, he's a Hall of Fame center, and now you're replacing him with a guy who hasn't been a starter. That's a concern. And then you flip to the defense. I mean, they were dreadful on defense last year. Awful. 31st, I think, in 3 major categories. You can't win, particularly pass defense. You can't win that way. So how they respond with Vic Fangio as defensive coordinator, they have a bunch of new guys in the secondary. That they're going to start rookies, one rookie for sure, and maybe another down the road at corner. That's always a concern. So they do have issues. And you mentioned the Sirianni Hurt situation. How does that play out? So I'm concerned a little bit about the Eagles. I think they'll be okay. I don't think they're going to be, one of those teams that rips through the league like we saw them do early last season.
Well, you said that you think highly of Jaden, but they're going down to play against Tampa. How do you think that game turns out?
I love Tampa's team, by the way. I think Tampa wins that game. By the way, you guys have some heat up there. I live in Florida. You have no idea. You guys were in Miami that day. Miami's a little cooler than Tampa. It's cool because I live down here in South Florida. Miami's much cooler because the breeze blows. Tampa's hot, and that's going to be hot. And I think that's going to be a factor. But that Tampa team, you realize they've kept every draft pick the last 2 years. You talk about a team that's retooled by drafting well. They have a great mix of young and old. I mean, you have Mike Evans, you have Devante David, veterans, Antoine Winfield, veterans that can lead the young guys. And more than that, Vita Vea played at 400 pounds last year. He's down to 360. He's going to be back to being a power player on defense. I think, Kelce's going to be a big-time player. Yaya Diaby was outstanding as a rookie. He got dinged up in camp, but he's back. I love their team. I think they're the best team in that division, and I think that's going to be a tough game for the Commanders.
Yeah, I think Tampa's pretty loaded, and I think it's tough to start on the road with a team that was really firing on all cylinders kind of late last season and then largely brought everybody back together. Pete, we've kind of talked plenty about Washington. You gave us your Philly update. Can we just fill out the rest of the NFC East here? Let's go to New York, where a lot of things seem to be up in the air for this Giants team.
A lot of pressure on the coach and general manager. I mean, there's no question about that. And
they adding
no
favors.
Yeah, adding Neighbors. No, it didn't. Adding Neighbors is big time for them. I mean, he's a big time player. Their weapons are good. It just becomes, can they protect? Because their offensive line had been dreadful, but they went out and they added some guys, three new starters on that offensive line. If they can protect and Daniel Jones can hold up, then I think they'll be okay on offense. Defensively, you go get Burns, and now all of a sudden you got Thibodeau and Burns and Lawrence in the middle. That's a pretty good front. But I think they're the fourth team in the division. I really do. They'll be tough to beat week in and week out, but I don't know if they're going to win a lot of games. I mean, maybe 5. I don't think to see them winning, being a playoff team or winning 9-8 games. I think they're the fourth team in the division.
And then what about the damn Dallas Cowboys?
I think the Cowboys are the best team in the division. I do. And, they're all in stuff and this and that. Look, the Dak Prescott contract situation isn't a great thing going into the season. I think ideally they would love to get him signed. But, this is a prove-it year for him. I mean, he's going to be he led the league in touchdown passes last year. People forget that. They got some youngsters on the offensive line, but they're good players. I have no problem starting good offensive linemen who are youngsters if they can hold up. And I think both those guys can hold up. And then they have playmakers. Defensively, getting Mike Zimmer's big for them. They will be much more aggressive. And I think when you look at the way they played last year, they kind of miscast Mozzie Smith. They added some bigger guys in there. Remember, teams ran on them late in the season. They got running, went to Buffalo and got run on. You have to stop the run. Once they stop the run, and I think they'll be better at it this year, watch out for Micah Parsons, because I think in Mike Zimmer's defense, he's going to lead the league in sacks this year.
Wow. I mean, he's got the talent, and then he's already looking for a deal. So that'd be pretty fascinating.
He'll get one. Believe me.
Any big upsets you like this weekend? I mean,
I like a lot of upsets this week. I think the Colts beat the Texans at home. Remember, they should have beat them in the final week of the season, and with Gardner Minshew. And now they get Richardson back, and they're a better team. So I think the Texans is being a little overhyped. That's a young group. They add Diggs and Danielle Hunter and guys like that. But how often do we see the team that adds big time players win? So they might be one of those teams that they'll be good, but they play a tough schedule. So I think the Colts win this week. I'm trying to think of some of the other upsets. I think Jacksonville wins at Miami. I think, by the way, that game's going to be really high scoring. I'd be shocked if it's not, in the high 50s, because I think both teams will be able to score points. Upset wise, I'm trying to think of some other ones I picked. Which other ones did I pick? I picked the Giants to actually beat the Vikings. All the Sam Darnold talk. Give me a break. I mean,
our producer totally agree with you on that.
Yeah.
This is usually a league where you are what you are. I mean, you are what you are, and rarely does it change. So I'll take the Giants in that game too.
I agree with you. I listen, I don't know what Daniel Jones is, but their defensive line is really good, and Sam Darnold is playing a game in the Meadowlands. Like, give me the defensive line in that. Pete,
and
I really appreciate.
Titans will hang around, by the way, with the Bears. I love Will Levis. I think he's going to be a star. I think the Titans hang with the Bears. That'll be close. I don't know if they'll win the game, but that'll be close.
All right,
love it. Hey, Pete, thank you so much for the time, man. Really enjoyed it.
Hey, when we get Brian Mitchell in the Hall of Fame?
Hey,
2028.
Don't you know those people that do those voting?
I do, but I've tried so many. I got Baselli in. Now trying to get Fred Taylor in for whatever, because I was in Jacksonville all those years. For whatever reason, they won't put Fred Taylor in. They have no earthly idea how great that guy was.
Fred was a bad boy, man.
Well, here's what we'll do,
by
Pete.
The way, Devin Hester's punt return average was less than Gunnar Olszewski. So I do it just to put that out there. I want Brian Mitchell in the Hall of Fame.
When the veterans, at this point, he's got to wait for the Veterans Committee in 28, and we're going to have a big old push, and we'll be calling you, man.
You got it.
All right, man. Appreciate that.
If I'm still alive by then.
I think you will be. You look great in Miami. You'll be fine.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's Pete Prisco, CBS Sports. Really a funny guy, and I love that he's never scared to take, bold stances in a league where a lot of people kind of try to play it close to the vest. And you know what? He loves Jaden Daniels.
All right.
You know what I love to do? Bet on sports, but you got to keep everything in perspective. Right now it's September, and it's not only the start of football, but it's also Responsible Gaming Education Month. If you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. A solid game plan includes betting with legal sports books only, knowing the odds, keeping it fun, and sticking to a budget. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 106.7 The Fan's proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association.
This sports update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders ink guard Sam Cosmi to a 4-year, $74 million extension. The NFL season getting underway tonight. The Ravens and Chiefs an 8:20 kick. And the Nats lose at Miami 4-3 in 10 innings. Washington will open a 4-game series with the Pirates tonight in Pittsburgh. Jake Irvin on the bump for the Nats. A 6:40 first pitch for the series opener. Listen here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
If you missed any of our interview with Pete Prisco, get on the Odyssey app and hit rewind because he was really good and he really, really likes Jaden Daniels. And I think a lot of folks listening to us probably feel the same way. I think you would enjoy listening to that if you missed it. If you're just getting in your car, I mean, wake up earlier. I don't know where the hell you've been doing.
Yeah.
We've been talking about football since the show began. All football coverage on 106.7
The Fan. Not excited today, something wrong with
you. Yeah, dude. All the football coverage on The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T or Verizon. Use your savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch.
/switch. Boy, you do that real slow, don't you?
/switch. That's a tough combo for me, but I've been getting it.
You got it.
I don't believe this will happen really in any capacity. And certainly a knowledgeable football analyst with a very large platform between ESPN and social media and everything else. Let's hear this Mina Kimes audio about the possibility of Devante Adams moving on from the Raiders.
I think the Raiders are going to be a bad football team.
Yes.
And while I don't think the Commanders, I don't have them as a playoff team, I think by midseason, they will have won enough games and seen enough with Jaden Daniels where they want to invest in him midseason. And the thing about Devante Adams, guys, because I was thinking about which teams would trade for him. And you're tempted by teams where it's like they just need the final piece, whether it's like the Ravens or the Bills or the Jets or whatever. But his contract is actually very, I think, attractive to a team that wants to keep him around for some time. It's very tradable. I mean, it's $35 million a year after this season, but that's all salary. So you could trade for him, restructure it, keep him in the building for a long time. And I still think he's an incredibly elite wide receiver. Obviously, he was not thrilled with the situation in Las Vegas last year. But the Commanders strike me as a team that have both. They're going to be just feisty enough to want to do this. And I think they're also going to be motivated to improve the circumstances of their young quarterback.
Well, it all starts from Deshaun Jackson and his podcast. And you know what he always says? He said, if it doesn't come from the horse's mouth, it's BS. And he said he's only talked to Deshaun 4 times in his life. He never mentioned anything to him about that, so he don't know where that came from.
Who you said Deshaun Jackson? You mean Deshaun Watson?
No, Deshaun Jackson. Devante Adams
went on Deshaun Jackson.
No, he didn't go on podcast. Deshaun Jackson in his podcast was discussing Devante's dislike in Oakland and with the Raiders.
Yeah,
and he said he's never talked to him but 4 times in his life, and he's never talked to him about this topic.
Devante said that of Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah. And so that's where a lot of that stuff started at, he said.
That makes sense. I mean, there were rampant rumors last year connecting Devante Adams with the Jets. Then Rodgers gets hurt, so why would you make the move?
Yeah.
Devante Adams in the Netflix documentary of last season with the Raiders, clearly unhappy. Clearly unhappy. Openly talked about it at various points, specifically the quarterback situation. I don't expect him to become happier this year with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell as the starters.
Mm-hmm.
But, dude, they just had ample opportunity to trade for Brandon Ayuk. And who knows if it actually would have happened. But, like, they could have done that if they wanted to. They didn't. Ayuk is significantly younger than Adams. Now, he's not as good. Devante Adams is a first-ballot Hall of Fame receiver.
He's a bad dude.
And Ayuk is good. Just Devante Adams is great, and at various times has been the best receiver in football. He might be the best red zone receiver in football of the last, 20, 25 years, depending on what Randy Moss's category would be. Devante Adams is fantastic. To make this move at the deadline, I don't see
See, the way I look at
they
it,
just
Jay,
keep telling us this is a long-term thing. It's
every
a
time
long-term
somebody
thing.
was going to be out there, be free, Washington used to be the name that popped up.
Right.
And the way I'm watching Adam works, Adam don't seem to be, just because. It has to make tons of sense. So I'm kind of with you. I don't see that happening. And then again, that's automatically saying that nothing is going to look good here before then. What if everything is working out perfectly at that point? You don't just make that deal just to make it.
I think it was the same podcast earlier this year where they said that Cliff Kingsbury could be on the hot seat. And I was like, hot seat? He just got here.
In 1 year?
Yeah.
Damn.
Or that Dan Quinn could be on the hot seat I know this came from a Mina Collins podcast that Dan Quinn could be on the hot seat if the offense looks really good and the defense doesn't. And I don't see any of that. I don't see this team. Honestly, the type of moves I could see this team making at the trade deadline would be if they are out of it and they're 3-6, you've got a couple veteran pieces that a contending team might be very interested in.
Yeah.
And analytically, there would be a easy support for that. We saw it last year. Trading Chase was one thing. Perhaps that was more complicated. But trading Montez, there was reasons not to want to do that from a football perspective.
Yeah.
And they did it. And I wouldn't be shocked if you see another year of that. I think this team is far more likely to be a seller at the deadline than a buyer at the deadline.
Yeah,
I think
a lot of people in that makes these type of comments, they have a reputation of being, very good at their job. But I think a lot that hot takes thing and so much competition in sports today. I think some things are said just to be just. I'm gonna say it. I don't have no proof on it. I'm gonna say it, and if it happens, I said it first. I think that happens too often with even some of the people that are at the top.
The only part I would add about Devante Adams, he's going into the third year of a contract extension. It carries $17 million in guaranteed money. He's got a $25 million cap hit. Okay. The Raiders couldn't really do anything with him this year. Next year, though, there's no guaranteed money on that deal. It would be a $16 million cap hit, but it would be a $28 million cap savings if they released him.
Mm-hmm.
If they gave him a post-June 1 designation, which is, if you're considering that move, certainly what you do, the dead money goes down to about $8 million, and you save $36 million on the cap.
I understand. I ask you this question: you think they want to not have him around and don't get something for him?
Perhaps. I'm not saying they might not try to trade him. I can understand that.
If he's not there, they're trying to get something for him.
This thing could go. When you have a player that's this unhappy, and I wouldn't be shocked if the Raiders season goes poorly, if that's yet another new GM roster redo. I wouldn't be shocked if that's a release, honestly, with a $44 million cap hit versus compared to a $35 million. Now, who knows? Maybe he plays great this year and they just keep him.
I just think that a guy like that people still will want on their roster, you try to make a trade for him. You don't just release him and get nothing for him.
Sure. When do you do it? You can't do it now because ideally you want him on your team to try to win games.
Yeah,
so maybe
you want him.
Adams becomes I also wouldn't look past. We know who's running the show for the Jets, B. We know it.
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. It's Aaron Rodgers with the owner. They're running the operation. And if the Jets are good by the trade deadline, I would have a hard time looking past that as the absolute top option to get Devante.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think that's
and if they add him, they can be a hell of an offense if Aaron stays healthy.
One, if Wilson's playing at the level a lot
Those
of folks
two
think,
right there. Whew,
yeah. Something just incredibly weird and unfortunate happened at a Nats game that I want to make sure we all know this story. Plus, we asked B. Mitch, who are the rudest fans in the NFL? Nobody go anywhere. You'll hear from Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt today.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you now. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shout out to Jim Sleazy. Hell of a name.
Jim Sleazy?
Getting sleazy on Beezy. All right, B. Who do you think the rudest fans in the NFL are?
The rudest fans in the NFL, I have to go
rude boy
to Vegas. Raiders.
I wonder if they're still as nuts not being in Oakland because
they travel, Jay. It don't make a difference. When you see a Raider fan, I think when you see Eagle fan, you know that they're a little different. But you see a Raider fan, you look in the eyes, you go, that person is dealing with something. That's something wrong with him.
Yeah, there is definitely that element of Raider fans that like kind of give you motorcycle gang / meth ring.
Let me tell you this,
vibes.
Dude.
You know what I mean?
I've walked up to many people in the end zone. I talk trash to them. I have fun with it. I was a little. I thought twice about doing that when I went to play against Oakland. These dudes are wearing full arm, like shoulder pads with spikes on them. Their faces are painted. They look like damn, it's like some horror shows. I'm like, hold on. Now, I don't know if I want to go over there and deal with the black hole.
Yeah,
you know I mean,
Jerry Jones talks about glory hole. We support that. The black hole, Vegas. I don't know.
It's different.
Dude, I think this is a little underrated. Seahawks fans are really intense. That 12 mentality is pretty serious. And honestly, Niners fans
are rough. This San Francisco all together.
There's a lot of them. Like, I don't, because it's the opposite side of the country, I think people kind of sleep on how huge the Niners brand is. And then they've been good for a while. By far the nicest fans, I think, are down south and then like Buffalo and Green Bay. Like that, those are just nice people. And then, New Orleans, Atlanta, Jacksonville, like that. Those are.
Don't let New Orleans fool you, though.
Sure, but like, I don't know. Every time now I'm not playing. Nobody's booing me as I walk by, but I hear and am aware of what is being said and shouted.
Mm-hmm.
B, I wanted to make sure you're aware of this story because this is just awful. There's things that are awful. This is not that awful. Croy Bethune, I believe I'm saying that correctly. She plays for the Spirit here. And she won a gold medal with the U.S. women's national team at the Olympics in Paris. Mm-hmm. The game I took my daughters to, this young woman was awesome. Like, she was all over the field. I'm pretty sure she scored a goal. Just really impressive player. And I don't pretend to be like a soccer expert, but like you could tell how important this young woman was to the team.
Mm-hmm.
She was leading the NWSL in assists when this happened. Like this, she's a very legit good player.
Mm-hmm.
When the women's national team got back from France, then there's 4 national team players on the Spirit, right?
All right.
The Nationals, the Washington Nationals, the baseball team, in a very cool like gesture, invited the 4 Olympians to Nats Park, and this young woman got to throw out the first pitch.
Mm-hmm.
This was before the game, August 28th, so last weekend. B, she tore her meniscus throwing out the first pitch and is done for the year.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to sit up here and think, how does that happen?
So listen to this. She was the betting favorite to win the Rookie of the Year award. She was the 3rd overall pick in this year's draft, I guess. We're talking about somebody that's really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
And now hurt her meniscus, had to get surgery, done for the year. So maybe there's a video of it out there. Apparently, you can see her. I think when she goes to throw it, she kind of grimaces as she like steps and plants. It's just so unfortunate, dude. Like, this is such a cool, like, local team supporting local team story, and then the girl goes out there and wrecks her leg.
Yeah, that does.
Have you ever heard of anything similar to that? I mean, it's
never. That's tough.
Yeah, man. Certainly wish her a very quick, fast, good, strong recovery. When I read about that, and I was just like kind of shocked. Yeah. And dude, okay, so I've got the video now. She's kind of limping a little when she's walking. I'm gonna drop the video in the chat.
That could be something that was already like done, and it just needed anything to happen for it to go.
Yeah, I guess she kind of plants on her left foot, and then her body kind of swings around. She doesn't look like she's throwing a lot of pitches. It wasn't like, yeah, man. It's I don't know. It's bizarre, but certainly, like, obviously nobody's done anything wrong here. You hope for a speedy recovery, and what an unfortunate break that is for a really, really talented young player. All right, here's what I'd like to do. We're gonna go through the divisions. There's 8 of them. Last year, Jeff famously picked the Texans to win the AFC South, which he deserves credit for. Well, he also picked the Commanders to win the NFC East. So, life has a way of balancing itself out. We're making our NFL division predictions next.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, the Commanders making news on the precipice of the opening of the NFL season. Signing guard Sam Cosmi to a 4-year, $74 million extension. Washington will open at Tampa Sunday at 4:25. And now tonight, the NFL season kicking off with a rematch of last year's AFC title game, the Chiefs and the Ravens, an 8:20 kick. The Nationals fell 4-3 in 10 innings last night against the Marlins. They open a 4-game series in Pittsburgh tonight. Now, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday first pitch times all at 6:40. Sunday will be a 1:35 start. Listen to the series in its entirety here on The Fan. The Mystics in action tonight. Washington has won 4 of their last 5. They're playing their best basketball of the season. They are out west for a 10 o'clock tip against Phoenix. Listen to the game on the Team 980. And 2 American women tonight will play in the U.S. Open semifinals to start at 7 p.m. from New York City. Emma Navarro, who upset Coco Gauff in the 4th round, and Jessica Pegula, who upset number 1 seed Iga Swiatek in the quarterfinals last night. Now, 2 American men will face off in the men's semifinal tomorrow when Taylor Fritz plays local product Francis Tiafoe. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Song is this, Landfill? It's got me juiced up. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. Sometime in the next hour, we should hear from offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator of the Washington Commanders. Ahead of week 1's matchup. Damn, I'm excited for football. Real football tonight, real football tomorrow, real football all weekend. Good college football game. Michigan playing Texas.
Yeah.
My Turtles got a Big Ten opener against Michigan State. My Turtles, I think they'll start 3-0 with 3 legit wins over like legit colleges. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I'm getting excited about College Park. B.
All right.
Tomorrow we're going to be at D-City Smokehouse, which will be awesome. Second in Florida Northwest. We'll be there for our entire show, 10 to 2. Do we know what time they open? I don't want to tell people to get there before they're even open, but I bet they're open by 11. Don't you?
I don't know the time, but I would tell people to just show up.
Just show up.
Open up early.
Yeah, open up early. We'll be
make
there.
Money early.
Make money. All right. Time for predictions, and it's going to be a heck of a year, man. The NFL, there's always a big surprise. Credit to young Jeff Walker for correctly last year calling the Texans to win that division, even though they barely won it. It was week 18, and Gardner Minshew underthrew a double.
Well, they open at 11,
whatever.
Jay, before you go into that. They open at 11, so.
All right, D-City Smokehouse opens at 11. We'll be there at 10. Staying there our entire show. The food is fantastic. Come hang out. Brian, we're here, dude. We've made it, and everybody's 0-0. The games start tonight. Nobody on earth cares about preseason records or any of that. I think because Jeff had the incredibly clairvoyant Texans call to go along with the complete Ashburn syndrome depraved Commanders winning the NFC East call, I think we let Jeff go first. Jeff, are you up for the challenge?
Let's do it.
You up?
NFC North, Ravens. AFC North. My bad. Ravens.
Off to a hot start, Jeff.
My bad. AFC East, Dolphins. AFC South, I'm gonna go with the Texans again. AFC West, the Chiefs, and my homeboy.
Can I ask a quick question? You're providing like zero analysis or why. That's okay if that's your plan, but like you're allowed to say something should you so choose.
Okay, AFC North, I'm taking the Ravens. Lamar Jackson. They gotta run.
Kind of meant going forward, but we can go backwards too.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna cover them all now. AFC North, I got the Ravens. Lamar Jackson. He got what's his name with him now? I just had a brain fart. JP, why'd you stop me?
Maybe we shouldn't have let you give us some
Derrick
insight
Henry.
and analysis.
Derrick Henry.
There it is.
There we go. They got their run attack. I think they're going to control the AFC North again. AFC East, I just think the Dolphins are going to be a hot team again. They have a high-powered offense. Their defense is nice. I think they're going to take that. AFC South, I'm just riding with the Texans again. I think I like where they started off last year. With CJ, I think it's just going to continue to build. What's his name? D'Amico Ryans. I like what he's doing down there. AFC West. Do we really have to explain why Kansas City?
That one you don't.
Yeah,
that one you don't need to. All right, on to the NFC.
NFC North. I'm gonna go with the Lions. I like where even though Chicago got Caleb and all, I still don't think it's gonna be enough to take the North. The Lions were pretty hot last year. I think they're going to continue moving forward. NFC East. Do you want I'm gonna save that last. NFC South. I'm gonna go with the Bucks. They just seem like looking at this, they probably have the most complete team, and Baker was kind of hot last year going towards the end of the season. And NFC West, 49ers. That's self-explanatory. And NFC East.
Do it to him, Jeff. Do it to him.
You already know who I'm riding with. Let's go, JD5. Worst to first, baby. Let's get it. It can happen. It will happen.
All right. I love it. Honestly, everything you took is pretty chalky outside of the Commanders. Like, you don't have a Texans pick this year, which makes the Commanders pick perhaps more accurate. That's your Texans pick.
That's my Texans pick, JP. And it's crazy because I'm going to go find the audio, but Good Morning Football, they were talking about the same thing.
Who's your Super Bowl winner, Jeff?
The Commanders.
As much as I want to say that, I'll probably say that in about 4 years. But honestly, I want to go with the Chiefs.
Three-peat. Huh?
Yes, I'm for the three-peat. I'm all about young guys breaking records.
Going with the Chiefs is pretty fair. Nobody's gonna give you a hard time.
Yeah, nah. It's just I want to see Mahomes do it if he can. But then in like next year, I want to see Jaden come and be a giant slayer.
All right, Landini.
Okay, I'm gonna start in the AFC East. I got the Jets. I think Aaron Rodgers. He's extremely annoying, but unfortunately, he is extremely good at playing quarterback.
Yeah.
The Texans. I don't think that there's really anybody in the AFC South that can actually touch the Texans, so I'm going to go there. AFC West. The Chiefs are just the obvious pick. I feel like if you don't pick the Chiefs, you're trolling or calling for a Mahomes injury or something like that. AFC North. I'm going with the Bengals. I am a believer in Burrow. I think it looks like they're going to get this Jamar Chase thing worked out. I'm going with the Bengals. NFC East. I'll save that one for last two. So I'll start with the South. I like the Falcons, actually. I think that Kirk Cousins is consistently underrated as a quarterback. I think they're going to be improved there. Plus, I just don't really believe in the Bucs. The Panthers, they're terrible. The Saints, also not good.
Panthers are terrible.
The 49ers... I think the 49ers are they're the best team in that division until somebody can prove to me otherwise. I mean, they've managed to win games. I am not a Purdy believer either, and they've managed to win a bunch of games the past couple of years with him.
They're so loaded. Just the roster top to bottom.
Fantastic roster. I'm going with the Packers in the North. They really surprised me last year. I think I don't think the Lions are bad, but I think it's maybe a little bit of a mirage there. I don't think they're quite as good as people saw last year. I think they'll be in the playoffs, sure, but I just think the Packers will win that division. And then NFC East, I have the Packers' Week 1 opponent, the Eagles, winning. Eagles.
Lifelong Eagles fan.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Bengals, Jets, Texans, Chiefs. Packers, Eagles, Falcons, Niners. Who's your Super Bowl winner?
I mean, I can't really pick against the Chiefs. I think like they 3 times in a row is tough, but I mean, you're kind of it's kind of nonsensical to pick someone else.
B, me, or you?
You go.
Okay. Starting the AFC, I am going with the Bengals. That's the AFC North. AFC East, me and Lampville are oddly similar here. I have the Jets. I think that roster is really good. AFC South, I don't know what Steph Diggs is going to do for that offense because he's a fantastic player, undoubtedly. But he also seems unhappy fairly often. So I'm not sure how that's going to shake out, honestly. Mm-hmm. I kind of want to go with like just something different there. I feel like that division doesn't always like have the same, how do you say it? Like, you know how the NFC East just doesn't have repeat winners? Mm-hmm. I think the same thing happens in that AFC South. I'm actually going to take the Jaguars there, which is just me trying to find something different. AFC West, it's Kansas City until proven otherwise. NFC North, I'm also going to go with the Packers. I think they are an ascendant team. I'll save the NFC East for last. In the South, I'm going to go Bucks also. And then out West, man, I'd love to go Niners here. I think the Rams and the Seahawks will be much better off than maybe we've seen. But I think for this year, I'm sticking with the Niners. I kind of think it's a one last ride. They've got all these guys making a ton of cash. I think it's the Niners. And if they don't break through and win a Super Bowl, like they may get into a position where that thing kind of starts to break up a little bit. My NFC East pick, I honestly don't hate. I don't see them winning the division, but like I think the Eagles and the Cowboys have so many questions, but I think the Cowboys win the NFC East. Super Bowl winner, and B. Mitch, I feel like you're going to openly laugh at me. I think the Jets, man. I think Aaron Rodgers gets one. If you look at the track record of Peyton Manning late in his career, wins one with the Broncos. Tom Brady late in his career wins one with the Bucks. I think the Jets actually win the Super Bowl.
Well, I actually am going to laugh at you because I think the different thing between Aaron Rodgers and those two guys, they are totally dedicated to their team. Aaron Rodgers dedicated to Aaron Rodgers. All right. True. In the AFC East, I am going with the Miami Dolphins. I think they get over the hump finally. I think they are not just go out there and only beat bad teams. I think they're going to beat some better teams. Their defense is going to be a little bit better, I think. AFC North, I am going to go with the Ravens. I think the Ravens, listen, I know they have Joe Burrow and Chase, but the Ravens are the better overall team when you start looking at that. I go to the South, I'm going with the Texans. I think Steph Diggs now is looking at a situation where I have a quarterback who is not going to try to just take it on his own, and he's going to utilize the talent that he has around him. I think he's going to be more involved. So I'm going to go with the Texans. In the West, I'm going to just go Chiefs, and I don't have to give no explanation. In the NFC North, I'm going with the Detroit Lions once again. I think the Packers have increased, but Detroit is a lot better than what people give them credit for. They should have been in the Super Bowl last year. The South, I'm going with the Buccaneers. I think that they're going to be better. I don't know if Kirk just lifts the team like many people think. I think the guy gets a lot of numbers. I don't know how good he makes his team. The West, I am going to go with the 49ers because, hey, like you said, when you look at a team, you look at the whole roster. And their roster is better than anything in the West. And the Rams do not have Aaron Donald anymore to disrupt and harass quarterbacks. And I'm going to go back to the East, and I'm going to go with the Eagles because I cannot say the Cowboys win the division.
Okay. Yeah. I guess the Cowboys won it last year, so that works against me that it is a they never do the same team twice, basically, since you were playing in the NFC East. It hasn't happened.
Like last year. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, last year it was all Philly until they fell apart. I don't know, man. Philly's collapse just seems so significant. Like,
Man, it's a year, man. You can get over that.
I agree.
Listen, man. When you allow minor things to become big things in football, you lose. Hopefully, Sirianni has understood that and moved forward and understand he has to be a leader for his team the whole time instead of expecting Big Dom to be his
Yeah, I mean the Big Dom phenomenon is just incredible. B, we need your Super Bowl winner.
I'm going with the Chiefs until somebody else beat them.
Hard to argue with it.
Yeah.
I also missed forgive me, I missed your AFC South. Oh, no, I missed your AFC East.
I told you right off the bat.
I didn't write it down.
Yeah, I said the Dolphins.
Okay. And then NFC South, you said the Bucks, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you have Ravens, Dolphins, Texans, Chiefs, Lions, Eagles, Bucks, Niners. You know what's interesting? None of the four of us took the Bills, who are the defending AFC East champs.
Yeah, they lost some stuff, man. They lost a lot of players. And this is like 2 years in a row they've lost a lot of free agents.
Yeah.
Eventually that stuff goes away. You don't keep staying up top when you lose good players.
It's going to be fascinating, specifically with the Bills, if that offense just looks different, because that offense, I think too much will be made of Diggs being gone. They also switched coordinators late last year when they got hot and started playing better. And I think Joe Brady's actually a really good play caller, and I think that could help Josh Allen and that team up there. I think the tightest division races are going to be that AFC North. I mean, none of us took the Browns, who were awesome last year and have a great defense. None of us took the Steelers, who have been – I mean, Mike Tomlin's never had a losing record. What do you think is more likely this year, B? Mike Tomlin gets his first ever losing record, or the Steelers break through and win that division?
I think them are breaking through and winning. I just believe in Mike's coaching ability.
I don't think Tomlin and Russ Wilson are the type of dudes that mesh very well.
Why not?
Because Tomlin to me is not about any sort of BS, and Russ seems about all the BS.
But have you noticed that whenever people go and deal with Tomlin, they normally play under Tomlin's ability? And I don't think
even guys like AB were.
I don't think Russ is an AB. I think AB is a little off. I think Russ wants to win. I don't think Russ is going to try to test Tomlin. I think there are coaches out there who lead and command respect, and there's coaches out there who think they're going to just talk to a grown man in a simple way, and he's supposed to just give it to him. And I don't think that works. But I think Mike Tomlin will get the best out of Russ as far as what he is now.
Yeah, I mean, he very well might, right? You're right in that if Mike Tomlin was able to handle a team that had Antonio Brown, Le'Veon Bell at the same time, guys that proved incredibly disruptive in other spots, he should be able to handle a guy like Russ.
They still won.
Right. Now, I don't know how much good football Russ has left, but they're going with him over Fields. That AFC North is really got to be the strongest division in football, right?
Overall, yes.
I think it's got to be. Maybe the NFC West a couple of years ago, but the Seahawks, how confident are you in the Seahawks? Mike McDonald, you got a new head coach there. It's just so different. You know
I think if their defense improves drastically with McDonald, their offense is capable of staying in games. If their defense starts to get turnovers and all, they can cause problems for some people.
Sure, and they got skill position players coming out of everywhere.
Yep.
You had Jackson Smith and Jigba up there. Kenneth Walker looks poised for a big year. I mean, there's a lot to like if you're supporting Seattle. Here's what we're gonna do. Quick break. Then you're going to hear from Joe Witt and Cliff Kingsbury, the Commanders' offensive and defensive coordinators. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Washington Commanders have fired Rael Entine, their VP of Content, one day after a video surfaced that was recorded without his knowledge from a woman he met on the dating app Hinge. During the interview, he made comments about the team's players being anti-gay, called fans mouth breathers, and accused Cowboys owner Jerry Jones of being racist. On the football field, the Commanders are getting ready for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That will be Sunday from Raymond James Stadium, and there's football tonight. The Nationals continue their road trip in Pittsburgh tonight versus the Pirates at 6:40 here on the Fan. Women's semifinals tonight for the U.S. Open. Emma Navarro and Jessica Gula are in separate matches. Washington Spirit rookie midfielder Croy Bethune will miss the rest of the season because of a knee injury. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. B, I wanted to kind of just take a look around the NFL. Joe Witt just addressed the media. Cliff Kingsbury talking now. I guess the team is not streaming those, or if they are, I can't find where they are. So we're going to make our best effort to get that and play it for you guys. We're working on it. How big of a deal is it, Brian, for you that the Dolphins have this game against the Jags and they're hopeful but not sure Jalen Ramsey's going to play?
Jalen Ramsey's been banged up a lot lately. And I think, he's a good player. But overall, they have enough defensively to go out and handle their business. Their offense is so good that they can be a team that don't have their best corner out there. Then again, is Ramsey still the best corner?
I don't know. He's paid like it.
He's paid like
but
it.
I don't know.
He's changed.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, when he was on Jacksonville, and we're going back a ways when he was on Jacksonville, he was so good. But I don't know that he is that guy now. I mean, dude, how old is Jalen Ramsey at this point?
Mm-hmm.
And he's had at least, I want to say, 2 full seasons missed with injury.
He used to be a guy where you thought he wanted to prove something to everybody. At this point, I don't know if he's that guy anymore.
Yeah, he turns 30 next month, and only played 10 games last year. A guy on his third team that has kind of manufactured his own trades a couple different times. I just wonder about how that looks long term. The other part of this that Pete Prisco mentioned when he was on with us earlier is how he thinks there's just going to be 1 million points in this game.
Mm-hmm.
It is the second highest total on the board this weekend. Right now it's at 49. The highest total is Lions Rams at 52.5. That might be an early lean right there, B, to take the over in that thing.
I can see that happening.
I don't know. I feel like you got South Florida in September. I'd want to check the weather before I bet an over that high. Just because if it's sloppy tropical storms or whatever, you never know what you're going to get.
They're in Miami, right?
Yeah, I think they're in Miami. I know that they're saying we could get some weather in Tampa on Sunday at 4. I recognize Miami and Tampa are kind of far apart, but in the big scheme of things, they're not that far apart. The other I thought might be kind of fun to look specifically
91 degrees, no rain in the forecast.
Okay, there you go. But what's the forecast for the Tampa game? Maybe we get Kimmerer on tomorrow to give us an in-depth one. But what are they saying for?
I am looking now.
Okay, cool. I was thinking we could go, because we got a game tonight, we could do some props specifically for tonight's game, at least kind of take a look at what the betting markets expect. Passing yards, they got Mahomes at 269.5. Bigger picture for Mahomes and the Chiefs. How much do you buy into? They lost Tyreek. Last year, their receiving threats really were limited, so they had to kind of manufacture their offense a little bit. Now you add Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice. I mean, he hadn't been suspended yet. He's not going to be suspended before tonight's game. You add Worthy. Hollywood Brown's not playing tonight, but he'll be back eventually. Like, do you think this gets back to an explosive Chiefs offense more so than what we saw last year?
I think they do. I think Kelce being back and being healthy now makes a world of difference. He wasn't healthy completely last year.
Sure.
Started the season off a little banged up, and he never got completely there. Hollywood Brown comes back with Worthy. They're going to put stress on defensive backfields.
I totally agree with you there. And it's also pretty remarkable that we're saying that the Chiefs offense had the down year where they still won the Super Bowl.
Yeah. But ultimately, they did. Compared to what they do, they had a down year.
Right. All right. So for tonight's game, they got Lamar's over-under for passing yards at 216.5. Lamar in his career averages 185 yards passing per game.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, however, that was way up. Last year, he averaged almost 230 a game passing. The Chiefs' defense is really good. Everybody talks about Mahomes and Kelce, but Steve Spagnuolo, that Chiefs' defense is always ready to play. Chris Jones will be out there tonight. Yeah, I mean, they're loaded. What would you do? Mahomes, to go over, you need him at 270. Lamar, you need him at 217.
I'll go with Pat first, because it can happen at any time with him.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it would be that's a lot of passing yards for Lamar. I don't know that I wonder in how many games last year he got over that. You know, that seems like it's towards the high end of what he does. And I think Kansas City's defense is really good. And I think not a lot of people play in the preseason, and like there'll be some rust factor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in the playoff game last year, though, granted, I think they probably threw too much, but he went for 270 in that game.
Yeah.
On 37 attempts. All right. What about Lamar's rushing yards? Over under 49.5, B.
Listen, I'll be willing to take that risk and say over, because I think what happens, he gets pressure and he breaks the pocket.
Last year in that playoff game, he went for 54 yards in the AFC title game.
Plus 270 in the air?
Yeah.
I'm just saying tonight, listen, with the 217, you got Derrick Henry in the backfield now.
Yeah.
You got to put more people in the box. Does that give him more lanes to throw the ball?
It's a fair question. You know what's interesting about all right, well, you got Derrick Henry now. Like, they're going to have to pay so much more attention to him. And that makes sense, right? Like, it's common sense, that the theory of that.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, they also ran the ball really freaking well last year without Derrick Henry.
But they ran the ball with all types of people, and Lamar had a lot of rushes for them as well. But Derrick Henry is a guy who makes the defense pay attention to Derrick Henry.
Totally. But all I'm saying is,
battle the hell out of your linebackers.
Last year, they were first in rushing yards and first in rushing attempts without Derrick Henry. So I think teams already have to devote whatever it is to the run game. They have to devote it.
See, what they did last year, it's like anybody might be running the ball. They had it where it's a running by committee. Derrick is now the guy that's going to get the most carries out of that whole group.
Sure.
And I think it makes you focus more intently on him instead of trying to overall. What they did to you last year is probably best, to be honest with you, where you don't know who's getting the ball. Everybody ran it. They came from the T position, the I position, whatever. Derrick going to normally line up and come downhill at you.
So B, would you want to go over? So it's 65.5 tonight for Derrick Henry is his total.
I think that's going to be a tough one for him.
I think that's right around the number, man.
Yeah.
Like right around the number. Like if he finishes with 13 carries for 62 yards and a touchdown, doesn't that sound about right?
Yeah.
I think that's a stay away. I do know one that the great Landini would be all over. Professor Landfill, Patrick Mahomes over under 19 and a half rush yards tonight.
Yeah. I mean, I just absolutely love Mahomes rushing totals. Yeah, it feels to me like he gets that every game. Like I know he doesn't actually, but it feels to me he could get 19 rushing yards on one play. I mean, there's just so many plays where they have everybody go deep. There's nothing for like 4 seconds, 3-4 seconds, and he just runs for 20 yards. I would absolutely take that.
Well, Mahomes usually becomes a really good runner in the playoffs when he needs it. And so I don't know about tonight. One bet that I see that I would actually like, Mark Andrews, when he's healthy, he's a monster. By all accounts, he's healthy tonight. His receiving yards total is 47 and a half. And, you know, you got Zay Flowers. Not that Baltimore doesn't have other options, but I think Lamar loves
he's Lamar's insurance policy.
Totally, man.
I'll definitely take that.
I think there's going to be some pressure there. Touchdowns. Some numbers I like. Mark Andrews to score a touchdown, plus 160. Pretty damn juicy. I mean, hell, Kelce to get a touchdown is plus 110. Derrick Henry to get a touchdown is minus 125.
In other words, if they get inside the 5, Derrick get the ball every time.
I mean, that's pretty wild, dude. That's pretty wild. Anybody you look for to score a touchdown tonight?
Pacheco.
A Lamar. Yeah, Pacheco's even odds. Rashee Rice coming off the no suspension, whatever, plus 140. I don't hate, Xavier Worthy, the rookie out of Texas, the speedster, plus 170. I find this kind of surprising. A Lamar rushing touchdown is plus 200.
Yeah, because what do you do? You try to you put it on the defense and make him have to throw the ball, because I think most teams feel that they can beat him. You can beat him when he has to throw it instead of him running. So they're going to make sure he's going to sit in that pocket and have to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. Landfill, if you want to get real greedy tonight, you could get a Mahomes rushing touchdown at plus 400.
That's a little much.
Yeah, I don't know that you're going to get that one, but I'm fired up for this game. It's only like a 3-point. The Ravens are 3-point favorites. I'm sorry, the Chiefs rather.
3-point favorites.
Yeah, which is just home field. The total is 46, 47, depending where you're shopping. Like it's it really seems like they're looking for this to kind of be quite similar to that AFC title game last year. I mean, that game went under significantly.
First person make a mistake might be in trouble.
Yeah. Well, dude, part of me wonders. I think two guys particularly were awful in that AFC title game. I think their play caller, their offense coordinator, Todd Monken, I thought just had an awful game plan for that thing.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they threw the ball way, way too much. And I think Lamar was awful in that game. I mean, he barely completed 50% of his passes. And I think both those guys will be fully aware of what their last performance was last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I think there'll be a pretty different look tonight. I mean, imagine how much that loss has to stick with him. He had the 2 turnovers, really missed a lot of deep shots that were open.
Mm-hmm.
Took 4 sacks. That's not, you know what I mean? Like, and then Monken has openly talked about how he got away from his game plan and they were just chasing that whole second half. They just, for a team that is so precise and tough and has an identity, they just got away from it for whatever reason. And then the Chiefs, to their credit, played phenomenally and played good defense and just protected everything. I can't wait for this damn game tonight, B.
Yep. Well, the forecast for Sunday, 45% chance of rain, a quarter inch of rain total for the day in Tampa, 91 degrees.
Okay. Hot and steamy and maybe raining. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Ross Dellinger joins the program 1:30. Peter Rosenberg. Nobody go anywhere.
It's Brian Mitchell with the record heat this summer. I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cut in through this humidity. So now is the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits. And Maryland residents can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is night and day. Trust me and visit Rude to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to find out why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
All right. Getting some audio to you right now, Landini. See what we can do there. Joe Witt and Cliff Kingsbury just spoke to the media. Obviously, those guys are really excited about this weekend. It's funny because they're both really similar in that they're not going to say much. But one thing that's quite different is how they arrive at not saying much. Like Joe Witt is like, yeah, we're going to go kick their ass. And Cliff's like, yeah, we're just going to see how it goes. You know what I mean? Like they're both aggressive dudes and they just handle the public side of it kind of differently. I kind of enjoy that dichotomy, B. Is that, you notice that too?
Yeah. I mean, different personalities. Joe is a no-nonsense guy. I think Joe gives you a lot. Because he tells you exactly what he tells
He gives
them.
you great, like, sound bites.
Yeah, but I think he talks to the players the exact same way. You know,
Agreed.
I look at Dan, and I think Dan does the exact same thing. But they're not going to tell you, oh, we're going to run the ball 25 times, and then we're going to, right. I think people be like yesterday, I think it was Locked On Law would say, oh, man, I don't like these canned answers. What the hell you expect them to say?
What do you want them to say?
I mean, they're not going to tell you the damn game plan, but he's telling you everything he's telling his players.
Totally. I came up with this. I'm trying to figure out the best way. I'm trying to describe kind of the Dan Quinn vernacular, like the way he talks, the way he carries himself. And there's a lot of like kind of surf bro, and he has this Hawaiian background, like, oh, that's how we get down. Like there's a lot of like kind of surf bro.
He seems like a dude that's hanging out in Hawaii or California on the waves.
But he also has hard ass meathead side to him too.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a
I don't know if he has a
surf
meathead
bro
side.
combo.
I think he has a hard ass side. I don't know about the meathead. Meatheads are not very smart people.
I think you could be hard ass.
When they call somebody a meathead, they're not smart. Okay. Dan is smart.
He's definitely smart.
Yeah.
He understands people, and that's a huge skill.
Yeah.
One more thing, because we're probably not going to be able to preview tonight's game that much more in the remainder of the show, and I'm so fired up for this game. I'm going to get the air fryer out and make wings. Travis Kelce. Obviously, he has been dating Taylor Swift for some time now. I don't know exactly. I don't really care exactly how long. But Taylor Swift is such a global phenomenon star.
Yeah.
I don't know that this made your radar, B, but apparently some contract leaked on the internet that was supposed to show Kelce and Swift were breaking up in a few weeks because there's a million conspiracy theories that this is not a real relationship. It's all done for PR, that the NFL is behind it. All this nonsense, right?
NFL has nothing to do with that.
Nobody has anything to do with it. I think
if someone has something to do with it, it's their agency.
Right.
Not the NFL.
Apparently, Kelce is now looking into legal action to get this thing banned off the internet, blah, 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 right? I don't care about the individual stories because every week there's going to be a new one. That's just how like Hollywood and the paparazzi machine kind of works.
What does the contract say, Jay?
It was like, and apparently it was like laying out the PR game plan for them to break up. Mm-hmm. But here's my question, the football question of this. He proved last year, especially in the playoffs where Kelce was just phenomenal, that all the hype, all the surrounding nonsense with his relationship with Swift it did not impact him. He didn't have the best regular season, but he was phenomenal in the playoffs.
Yep.
Do you expect that from Kelce to continue?
For him being good?
Just he can handle all the stuff and be a baller.
Yeah. I mean, he's on the football field playing. She's sitting in the stands. Or she's somewhere else. If she doesn't come, cool. He's going to play. I think people don't understand how one-track minded a player can be when they're involved with their job. Not much affects the top players. And most players, to be honest with you. Ain't nothing you could do about a girlfriend, a wife, or a family issue when you're on the football field. And if you worry about it too much and you're thinking about that, you're going to get your ass hurt. So I think, yes, he could keep handling that.
I think he's got to. I mean, dude, if you look at the playoffs last year. In 4 games, he went for 355 yards and had 3 touchdowns.
But think about this, Jay.
That to me kind of answers that question.
When you're in high school, you're dating the prom queen or the homecoming queen. When you're in college, you're dating the pretty girl on campus too. You always got something special going on. You still got to play ball, right?
Right.
It's a person that ain't used to that has to be overly concerned. Yeah, the guy that's the star has always been dealing with something special.
And, dude, for the folks that make it to the NFL, obviously Taylor Swift's her own level of fame and notoriety and whatever, right? But guys that make it to the NFL probably did pretty well with the ladies in college.
But you know what the lady like a Taylor Swift or the lady like a Beyonce, what they do in their private time, they want to chill with whoever they want to chill with. They don't care about all that other stuff.
Right.
So it's like you date her, you don't date her persona.
All right, big weekend of college football coming up. Also, just constant college football turmoil. Ross Dellinger gets us ready for it next on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. The Washington Commanders have fired Rael Enteen, their VP of content, today, one day after a video surfaced that was recorded without his knowledge by a woman he met on the dating app Hinge. It turned out to be an investigative reporter. During the recording, Enteen made comments about the team's players being anti-gay, called fans mouth breathers, and accused Cowboys owner Jerry Jones of being racist. On the football field tonight, it is the first game of the NFL season. It will be the Kansas City Chiefs taking on the Baltimore Ravens. Head coach John Harbaugh on having Derrick Henry.
It's going to feel great to have Derrick Henry on our side. It's going to be a wonderful thing. Looking forward to it.
8:20 p.m. is kickoff from Kansas City tonight. The Commanders getting ready for the Buccaneers. That's Sunday at Raymond James Stadium. That kickoff 4:25 p.m. The Nationals and the Pirates tangle tonight in Pittsburgh at 6:40 live on the Fan. Nats losing 4-3 to the Marlins in 10. Jake Irvin the call, looking for win number 10 on the season. U.S. Open women's semifinals at Arthur Ashe Stadium court tonight. 13th seed Emma Navarro from UVA against number 2 seed Arina Sabalenka at 7. 6th seed Jessica Pegula from Buffalo, New York against Carolina Machova. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Commanders taking the practice field, and we're gearing up for football. Of course, if you listen to the program, you know how much me and B love college football, not just the pros. Joining us now from Yahoo Sports, Ross Dellinger writes about college football. Was at SI before that. Ross, you do a great job. I've been following you for a while. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing well, man.
Let's start with kind of the newest, weirdest story in a sport that just always has constant new and weird stories. Why was UConn even entertaining joining the Big 12? Like, how bizarre is that fit?
Well, there's a lot of bizarre fits these days in conference realignment. USC and Rutgers are in the same league somehow. Arizona and UCF are in the same league. So, to me, when you look at kind of this courtship between UConn and the Big 12, and I think that it was mutual interest. You asked about UConn's side. I mean, UConn's side of why they were interested, I think, is pretty easy money. It all comes down to money. It's football money, and you don't get that as much in the league that they're in. And they would have probably, by the end of this negotiated deal, gotten 2 or 3 times the distribution. So for them, it was money. For the Big 12, well, I think actually, in the end, they didn't have the support. Obviously, that's pretty obvious why they paused the discussions with UConn. They didn't have the internal support of the Big 12. So in the end, Big 12 leaders, I think, thought that, it wasn't worth it for them. And I think it probably had a lot to do with UConn football and the struggles there, and the geographic fit. Obviously didn't help either. That would have been a lot of travel. More than half of the Big 12, I think, was over like 800 or 1,000 miles away from UConn.
Right. I mean, it's already spread out, and UConn just spreads it out that much more. I mean, the fact that Arizona and West Virginia are in the same conference is kind of bizarre, but all of it is weird. But when they're actually playing the games, it doesn't matter. It's all you want to do is watch the games. Who do you think had the best week 1 in college football?
The best week 1? Well, it would be probably hard not to say one of a couple of teams. Miami would certainly be one, even though I don't know how great Florida is. We're still, that's yet to be seen. But certainly what Miami did and the dominance they showed, I think, in that game on the road was pretty incredible. And I think the other one is probably USC taking down LSU in a neutral site there in Las Vegas. I was at that game, and really impressive showing from USC's defense more than anything. That's what probably stuck out. We knew their offense was going to be good. We knew Miller Moss was talented. But it was how DeAnton Lynn, the new defensive coordinator there, how he overhauled that defense. Could it show up? And boy, did it. It was incredible.
They were fantastic. I think, what do you make of just the disaster going on for Florida State with the 0-2 start after all the complaining about not getting in to the college football playoff?
Yeah, Florida State, certainly that's probably been the most surprising, I guess you could say, start to the season. I don't know that anybody had them 0-2. So that's been crazy when you think about who they lost to, too, Georgia Tech and Boston College. In a way, people probably around the ACC have pretty big smiles on their face, I'm sure, seeing this happen, given that Florida State is, one of their arguments in trying to get out the league is that they're too good kind of for the league, right? And you can't beat Georgia Tech and Boston College. That's kind of a tough argument to make. So, yeah, a lot of interesting things happening there in Tallahassee and in Gainesville. A lot of probably angry and frustrated people.
Hey, like the realignment and things like that. Does this stop, or does it get to where it's just two major conferences?
Well, I mean, it does feel like we've been heading toward that for a while, where you have, whether it's one big, quite a bit or a couple. It's possible. Today is a very big day. The House settlement that will usher in athlete revenue sharing to college athletics starting next July will be approved or not approved by the judge. And that settlement could potentially, just based on the, requirement, or not requirement, but the allowance for schools to share millions of dollars directly with athletes, that could separate even more the schools. And I think you'll see more of a separation. Every rule change that we've seen in college athletics has continued to benefit the schools at the top of the industry with more money. And I think if this settlement is approved, you'll continue to see that. And so I think when deductive reasoning will take you down the road to the end of the road, which is probably a group of, 30, 40, 50, maybe 70 schools that compete more with one another, and probably collectively bargain with their football and maybe basketball players.
As we look ahead to this weekend, talking with Ross Dellinger here from Yahoo Sports, covers college sports. Michigan, Texas is by far the biggest game on the card. Based off last week, and you shouldn't make any giant assumptions based on 1 week, but Texas looks really good. And Michigan, I know that Fresno State's a decent team, but Michigan didn't exactly roll over them. What do you think about a big game between what are now a Big Ten SEC rivals?
Yeah, you're right. If we just deduced to game one to project game two, we certainly would say that the Longhorns have a huge edge. But I still trust in Michigan's defense. I think they've got a really solid defense, especially up front. Got a couple of NFL draft type players. But look, I don't think there's any doubt that Texas is in a better position talent wise. I think they're just ahead of Michigan right now, and especially with experience. When you look specifically at the most important position on the field, right? Quarterback. When Ewers is there with several years of experience versus a Michigan quarterback situation that appears to be somewhat unsettled and certainly wasn't very impressive last week.
For sure. That line is wild. It's Texas at Michigan for a noon kick, and Texas is favored by a touchdown, 7.5. There's not really that many other awesome games this weekend, right? I know we're still in kind of that. It's not conference play yet, and there's a lot of kind of like Notre Dame had the big game last week, so this week they play Northern Illinois kind of thing.
Yeah, there's usually a drop off from week 1 to week 2, and I think we're seeing that. I think the other big games, Arkansas plays at Oklahoma State. There's a neutral site game. NC State at Tennessee. I think Baylor plays at Utah. Those are some other ones, but certainly nothing on par with what we'll see in Ann Arbor.
Not at all. Is there any game other than that game that's going to bring some level of excitement? Maybe not that much, but something that we should be paying attention to?
Well, I think, anything, Bobby Petrino in a game, it could be, and that is, we saw Bobby is off tweak, and I know.
I'll tell you what, why don't we throw Ross on hold? We're having a tough time hearing him. I follow Ross on Twitter and have for some time, especially during like conference realignment. The work he does with Pat 40 is really, really good. It's just kind of tough to hear him there. Yep. You were having the same trouble
lately at the last few. Yeah.
Yeah. That last minute there got really tough. At Ross Dellinger, Dellenger. I'm going to have to bet some college football this weekend, B. Yep. I'm tempted to lay the 7.5 with Texas at the Big House because they just looked really dominant last week, but that seems so stupid. This seems like the ultimate spot to take Michigan getting that many points at home.
Yeah, it does. But you know what? That's what Vegas wants you to think.
Who knows what Vegas wants us to think?
They want everybody to say, oh, I know what they're doing. No, you don't.
All right, so we got to hear from both Joe Witt and Cliff Kingsbury, the Commanders' offensive and defensive coordinators. Let's hear from Kingsbury now on gearing up for week 1 against a Todd Bowles defense with a rookie quarterback.
All right. How will you prepare Jaden, whether it be game plan wise or conversation with him? How will you account for this being his first start?
Yeah, I don't think you can. It just is what it is. The first one of the NFL is a different experience, a different level of football, but he's worked really hard to prepare for this moment, and his teammates have seen it, the coaches have seen it, and that's definitely gained him some respect, and it goes a long way when things aren't going well and you have some adversity. So I'm anxious to watch him play myself. I know he's going to cut it loose. He's a tremendous competitor, and he's excited for the opportunity.
This is your first game back in the NFL in a couple of years. What's your perspective, I guess, going into this game?
Yeah, I mean, we drew one of the toughest defenses in the league. You know, Coach Bowles has been one of the top defensive minds in football for a long time, and him having a whole offseason to prepare for this one always makes a tough challenge, but it'll be fun. I've just been really appreciative of this opportunity, trying to take everything with a lot of gratitude, and this group has been great. They've worked really hard to get ready for this first one, and hopefully we can go out there and play at a high level.
With Brandon Coleman, just not having much experience in training camp and whatnot against another opponent, how do you prepare him, whether it's this game, next week, whenever? How do you prepare him for what's next?
Trying to get a bunch of live reps in practice, good on good, as many as we can for him. It was unfortunate that he did have that setback, but he's worked really hard to be back, and I think he'll feel good. I'm not sure exactly when we'll use him, how we'll use him. But at some point we will. We know that. I mean, he's made big strides. We want to make sure he's comfortable and has a chance to play at a high level whenever he's out there.
And Noah Brown, what does he add to the receiving corps?
He's been really productive in this league. Had a few injuries that were unfortunate. A couple seasons, I think, where he could have had really big numbers. But lots of speed, can play inside and outside. Great person, hard worker. So all the things that we want to be here as a Commander.
Good afternoon, Coach. Haven't been able to see Zach Ertz and Jaden Daniels in preseason games because Zach's been sitting out for good reasons. But how much have you been able to kind of behind the scenes? I mean, you can't divulge it, but how much have you kind of behind the scenes been able to start already drawing up things for those two in their first game action?
Yeah, I mean, Zach's a guy who he's been quarterback friendly his entire career. He's one of those guys that presents to a quarterback, finds a way to get open, create separations. So for a young quarterback going in his first live test, that's always a nice safety blanket. You know, we got to be smart with Zach, and he's not 24 anymore, so we got to be smart with how we use him and make sure he feels good. But he definitely is one of the best receiving tight ends in the NFL still, in my opinion, as far as presenting to a quarterback, being quarterback friendly and being dependable.
And then with Jaden and kind of having the ability or how much ability, I guess, does he have to like kind of check at the line? He did it a few times in the preseason. How much freedom are you really giving him in his first NFL game?
Yeah, I mean, quite a bit. He works really hard at it. Like I said, he's got the best seat in the house to do those things, and he's showed us as a staff that he's capable. So we'll give him some free reign out there at times. If he sees good looks that he wants to get into, we'll let him attack. And that's how he played at LSU, and we like that attacking mindset. Like, if we get the look, let's go after it.
Coach, we know there's always a lot of excitement around week 1 of the season. So what are you most looking forward to on Sunday?
Just being out there with this group of guys. Anytime you come in and it's a new staff overall, new offensive staff, the way they bought in, the way they've worked, I'm just anxious to watch it all come together and see what they can do. I think that's the biggest thing. We practiced for a long time together and put a bunch of different pieces together, a bunch of guys from all over the league coming together to see how good we can be. And I'm just excited to see what that looks like.
Hey, Coach, yesterday I asked Dan who tells him the truth about things, and he mentioned you and Coach Lynn, and he said thought having prior head coaching experience allowed you guys to see things maybe a little differently. And I just wonder how that evolves over the course of a career and how you then bring what you see to Coach Quinn now.
Yeah, very lightly, I'll say that. Like, if it is the truth, it's kind of like we get to that point in some way. But no, you definitely have a different perspective after you've sat there and then are back being an assistant. You definitely want to be the best possible assistant you can be and want to keep things off his desk. But you see things that you don't notice when you are the head coach. When you're the head coach, everything's great. Everybody's telling you everything's amazing. And so that when you hear different players talk or different coaches talk, you can get a feel of it. And we just try to relay pertinent information the best we can to try and help him in any way I can. You know, I just want to be the best assistant I can be to him and try to help him get where he wants to go.
And having been a head coach, and obviously he was as well, for you, with Dan Quinn, what have you learned from him here in these few months with him, and to wear the burgundy and gold, to come here? What's that been for you?
Yeah, just the consistency as a man and a leader. You know, that's what you get. What y'all see: high energy, treating people the right way, motivating. I mean, that's nonstop. It doesn't matter, good day, bad day. I mean, all he asks from his team and his staff is that you bring it every day. You know, and you're going to have some moments where you don't do right and you make a mistake, and that's not where he goes off. It's just if he doesn't think you're giving him everything you got. And so that's been awesome to see the way he treats people and the way he shows it with the office each and every day, lifts that place up. And
you guys have talked a lot, starting with Dan, about what attitude you're looking for in team, competitive, aggressive, things like that. It seems like Brian Robinson really epitomized that, and I'm just curious, now that you've gone through a whole offseason with him, what do you kind of see of him, and what do you kind of see for your season?
Yeah, he's been awesome. He loves football as much as any player I've been around. You know, he wants the ball. He wants it in the key moments. He wants to compete. He thinks he can play receiver, you know, tight end, running back. Like, that's what you want to be around. And just knowing his story, not many guys stick it out like that at Alabama. I mean, that says a lot about you. You got to be tough-minded. You got to be very determined where you want to get. And then to watch him go through, you know, the incident he had here and come back in such a short time and then continue to push, it's been awesome. I'm really excited to see in our offense what he looks like and what he can do. But he's been phenomenal each and every day, has been available and goes as hard as anybody on the field.
And obviously you've had plenty of other stops in your coaching career before here, but each one is different because you're at a different point in life in your career. How does this one, I don't know if compare is the right word, but how do you see this challenge compared to maybe some of the other ones you've had?
It's been really exciting. Just feeling the energy of the fans and how badly they want to be relevant again in the DMV area, how passionate they are about the Commanders. That jumps out. And then, like I said, being around DQ and AP, who are trying to bring in the right type of player and hardworking, tough-nosed guys. It's been really, really exciting for me. It's definitely re-energized me being here.
Cliff, what have you learned from working with other young quarterbacks in the past that maybe you can apply to helping Jaden get ready for this one, for the season and for the game?
I would just say there's no one size fits all. You got to kind of figure out what makes them tick, what they like, what they don't like, and how to best build your offense around them. And it's going to take a little while for us to figure that out completely, but Jaden's really good at processing information and letting you know, hey, I felt comfortable with this, didn't feel comfortable with that. And that's been really good for us as we've installed the offense. And we really try to pour it all on him and see how he could handle it. And he's handled it well, but he's not afraid to let you know if a concept he doesn't like or isn't familiar with. And that's really been a good relationship.
And obviously,
good relationship, a lot of energy. Commanders are vibing ahead of week 1 in Tampa. What will it mean? Will it mean a win? Not sure, but I think it will mean some a much better concerted, organized effort. And damn, I can't wait to find out. Peter Rosenberg, King of New York, joins us next.
The Washington Commanders have fired Real Entine, their VP of content, one day after a video surfaced that was recorded without his knowledge by a woman he was on a date with from the dating app Hinge. During the recording, Entine made comments about the team's players being anti-gay, called the fans mouth breathers, and accused Cowboys owner Jerry Jones of being racist. On the football field, the Commanders are getting ready for the Buccaneers that Sunday in the season opener from Raymond James Stadium. NFL begins tonight with Baltimore Ravens versus Kansas City Chiefs at 8:20 p.m. Head coach John Harbaugh on Patrick Mahomes.
He is his own guy in terms of the way he plays. How quick the ball comes out on the get it outs, and how long he'll take, as long as necessary, to try to find a completion or a scramble run on the ones that aren't out fast. So that's his skill. He's great at it.
Nationals baseball against the Pirates tonight at 6:40. Live play-by-play on the Fan. Jake Irvin to the mound. U.S. women's semifinals tonight. Emma Navarro and Jessica Bagula in separate matches. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Time to go to, I think we're going to New York. You never know with Peter Rosenberg. I think he was in Berlin for WWE like last weekend. He's a man of many jobs, many talents. What up, Peter? How are you, buddy?
I am, in fact, in beautiful, beautiful New York City right now.
You were in Berlin, Pete?
I was.
That's one of my favorite places ever.
What an awesome city, man.
Yes, indeed.
I truly, it was brief, but I managed to get out and move around a few times, and I was blown away. I thought it was a great town.
A lot of white asparagus there.
Really?
Yeah. Oh man, they got like little places all over the place. You could just go in there, pick it up, go to work.
I was a little surprised by how much the currywurst was a thing. I never thought Germany would be a place for curry. I don't know why that didn't that didn't jive in my brain.
Yeah.
Did you try the doner kebab? Did you get one?
Dude, I never got a proper doner kebab.
I'm sure you can find them in New York.
No, I'm sure there's a little Germany here somewhere, but Saturday night, I missed a kebab spot that I was trying to hit late night after the bar. I missed it by 3 minutes, and had some good old fashioned European McDonald's instead. But
how was it?
I was aiming. Oh, so much better than American McDonald's.
Really?
Why? Oh yeah. I mean, if you were to ask my wife, who is obsessed with this topic, it's because the just regulations on veggies and meat and everything is different there. So
we had all kind of crap to ours.
Yeah, listen, it's still McDonald's, but over there you're probably actually eating meat, and you really do no BS though. It tasted like a JP. I'll put it in your terms. It tasted like a childhood NIH McDonald's burger. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. That was right by my house.
Yeah.
Damn right it was.
How big is how I understand that WWE is huge in America. How huge is it in Europe?
It's big, man. It's very big. We played, that one was at an arena, Uber Arena, which holds 15,000. But we've also done stadiums. We were in Glasgow, Scotland earlier this year, Perth, Australia, in France, in Lyon, which was maybe the best crowd we've ever seen. We did Puerto Rico. One of the things about this new WWE brass is they are very big on making the push internationally. And even though WWE has always toured internationally, now they're putting on live events internationally, which just means more money, more site fees, more merch overseas.
Sure.
But they were an awesome crowd, bro. I like. It's a really cool thing to be a part of that show. The way that it affects people's lives, it's pretty remarkable. And it was my first time getting to go overseas for it like that. So I had a blast, man.
That's great, man. We're talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg. You follow him at Rosenberg Radio, all platforms, Twitter, Instagram, all of it. WWE, Hot 97, ESPN New York. But above all, I honestly, outside of your wife and your family, above all, I think is your love of the Washington, the burgundy and gold. How excited are you for football to be here?
Oh, man, I am incredibly jazzed. Can't believe it's here already, and happy that, I like this start for us. I love that we're a 4:25 on opening weekend when there's not a lot going on in that time slot. And, I get together with people on the opening Sunday, so it's nice that they can watch their teams early, and I get the TV exclusively at 4:25. I also don't hate Tampa as an opening game. This is a pretty good team, but I think it's a winnable football game.
Mm-hmm.
It's a week when you can go out and feel like out of the gate you shouldn't be totally outmatched. You should at least be able to compete with this team, both offensively and defensively. So I think it's a great way to get started and see what the kid is made of, man. And truthfully, it's certainly the most interested I've been in seeing what a quarterback looks like since Robert's attempt to return from the injury, I'd say. This is probably the most intrigued I have been at the quarterback position.
But Pete, you seem to be an even keel person when it comes to the team. I probably don't watch the games with you. You're probably crazy as hell. But what is your expectations of this team this year? What are you looking for? Because I know, you're not the guy with the Ashburn syndrome. I know that.
No, I do not have Ashburn syndrome, even though I do have the shirt, courtesy of you guys. And I really only get crazy if, like, at the end of a game that they should have won, they lost. That's the only time I might, like, throw something across the room or just, like, be like, babe, I'm going for a walk. I'll be back. But I do have expectations that this team plays pretty well. I mean, I look around at what they've done and where they've strengthened this team during the offseason, and you look at what they were last year, and you look around at what they're dealing with in the division, and I see a team that should be able to win some football games. The Giants right now, many people expect them to be the worst team in the league. I think that's a little bit overstated, but I certainly don't think the Giants are very good. I don't love what the Cowboys have done, right? Like, I don't think the Cowboys are in a great spot. And I don't think that they necessarily think they're in a great spot, So the Eagles are always reason for concern. I do like some of the things they've done to beef it up, but does the coach get along with the quarterback? Is everything good there? Because they were a mess last year. So I see a team that should be able to compete in this conference, and we have the good fortune, let's just be real, in this era of being in the NFC, right? You're in the AFC, you immediately go, all right, well, let's think about the playoffs another year. But that's not the NFC. So I think this is a team. I'd be very disappointed if they won less than 6 games. I think that would be a huge failure. My expectation is that they win between 8 and 10 football games this year. I think that's a reasonable expectation to have, and I think we have the right to be truly disappointed if this is a 4-13 team. Unless we see, I suppose I could live with the quarterback shows us a lot. We know we have a guy, but there are injuries, a couple of tough losses. All of a sudden, things kind of get away from you. But we know we have a guy. I guess I could live with that. But my expectation is a pretty good football team. But to the point of we got a guy, guys, isn't that all that matters?
Yeah.
Don't we just have to come out of this year knowing we have a guy?
Totally.
The only thing that matters is at the end of this season, you know who the quarterback is, and you start to invest and build around that young man. And then, I think these guys I think Peters is on the legit slow plan here and wants 2-3 years to build this thing the right way. That's what they did in San Fran, and now they're a perennial Super Bowl contender. I think that is some level of like the assurance, the conversation he's had with Josh Harris. Like, I think that's how this is going to shake out. I am with you that anything below 6 is something ain't right. Like, this is worse than it should be. I probably don't get as bullish as you on going to double digits, but I think a fair expectation is 7 or 8. You know, I think the league is designed for everybody to get around 7.
Well, listen, I've seen multiple people pick us to go over on wins. I know that's a popular bet, is over on the win total for this team.
Well, 6.5.
I think it's like deceivingly low.
Yeah,
which makes me nervous.
Yeah, it is a little weird, but really back to the quarterback. You know, the scariest thing about quarterback in this era seems to be is that if you don't know by like late in the first year where they're playing, you might pretend we don't know yet. Let's see. But if we really go back and look at what's happened with quarterbacks over the last 5 to 10 years in this league, you generally know where they're at by the end of the first year that they are the starter. And there aren't a lot of cases where you really don't know after year 1 and they find it by year 2 or 3. We could try to spend some time thinking about that, guys, but more often than not, it turns out you're still looking for it. And then the nightmare scenario is you're the Giants with Daniel Jones right now.
Yeah.
And they literally, I mean, these guys can't stop burying this poor kid accidentally on Hard Knocks. And it's very clear they don't think they have a guy. So that's the one part that scares me, guys, is that like by the time we get to like Thanksgiving or December, we kind of we'll probably have our answer on Jaden Daniels. And I know that's a ton of pressure, but realistically, when you look at this league, that's what you see.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I think they're better off, even if the answer the ideal scenario is that he's the guy and it's obvious, but you're better off knowing he's not than being unsure. And that's crazy to think about, but you want certainty at that position, and they sure as hell haven't had it. Peter, thank you for making time for us as usual,
Peter,
man.
appreciate you, brother.
We always appreciate it.
Guys, I'm looking forward to a great year. Let's start with a win. Remember Robert's first game? What was it? New Orleans, year 1, 36 points they put up week 1?
Yeah, man.
I'll take that.
Let's go get a win in the NFC South to start things. Have a great weekend, guys.
All right, man.
All right. See you, man. That's our boy, Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. Do not forget that me and B. Mitch and Finley are kicking off a new season of Washington football live from D-City Smokehouse, located at 203 Florida Ave tomorrow, Friday, September 6th, starting at 10 a.m. We will be there. Come celebrate a new era of Washington football with some of D.C.'s best barbecue. The barbecue is really, really good. We're not just saying that. It's awesome. Second in Florida Northwest. The spot is really cool, too. It's going to be, we got nice weather tomorrow. That's going to be a vibe, B.
Yep.
Also, caller 10 right now, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to Leonard Skinner and ZZ Top, the Sharp Dressed Man Tour. The show is Sunday, September 8th at Jiffy Lube Live. Okay. Tickets are on sale now. For more tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Call now. Tickets. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. B, we were talking about that injury report earlier.
Yeah.
Marcus Mariota not out there for open portion of practice today.
Okay.
Now, again, if everything goes according to plan, Mariota's not on the field anyway.
Yeah.
But that's yesterday's limited. Today's not out there. I'm curious if they actually list him as DMP or limited. Then allegedly he comes out after we were out there. But that's the thing.
Yeah. How many years does Driscoll have experience?
A lot. I mean, Driscoll's probably started.
That's why he made the
15
third.
NFL
That's
games.
why he's the third quarterback on your roster.
Oh, dude, I never thought that was a doubt when they signed him.
Yeah.
I thought if you're coming from San Fran with the quarterback luck or unluck they've had, where guys get hurt, you got to carry 3. I mean, Driscoll started 12 games. He's played in 24. Like he's not the best. He makes some bad misses. We saw that in the preseason, but he can make some plays too.
He can use his legs.
Not a certainty, I would say, yet that Mariota's out, but not trending the right way.
Mm-hmm.
A few other things I wanted to point out. I just tweeted out, if people want to get in it, a survivor pool I do every year. It's free. Everybody can join it. It's fun. It's just a good thing to kind of talk S. Commanders announced through this weekend on their website, if you use the promo code KICKOFF, that there's no fees if you're buying single game tickets. So you want to go to the Giants game, it's not sold out yet.
All right.
No fees. And those fees suck. Those fees can be 40, 50, 70 bucks sometimes, depending on the tickets you're buying. That's cool.
There you go, Devon.
Looking to get tickets?
Yeah.
Yeah, buy them now. You save yourself some money. Another very cool thing, and B, we were both here yesterday for it. Some teams around the NFL, not all, not most, but some offer food to the media for coming out there because you got to kind of be out here all day, and you typically can't come and go because it's like a secure facility. For many, 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 many years that I've been out here, that you would only get pizza on Wednesdays after a win.
Mm-hmm.
The Commanders have now changed that. Wednesday and Thursday,
It was y'all fault they didn't win, Lance. I mean, JD.
Yeah, they're providing meals to the media, including like nice meals from the chef here, which is pretty cool. People always ask me, how's it different? How's it different? Boom. There's an example of it being different.
100%.
One more thing. I got a number of things here. You know who I believe is a pretty smart fella is Magic Johnson. You agree with that, Brian?
Mm-hmm.
I saw an article on ESPN.com. Magic Johnson just joined the Washington Spirit as an investor. Obviously, Magic's already an investor in the Washington Commanders. Nobody doubts that you're going to make money in the NFL. But, dude, I went to a Spirit game, whenever that was, 2 weeks ago. Women's soccer in the U.S., like the U.S. women's national team, I think is way more popular than the U.S. men's national team.
Easy.
Now, some of that's just because they win, right? But women's soccer, dude, is huge. And the audience, like just being at that game and seeing, I don't know that Audi Field was full, but it was a good crowd for a August Saturday. And of the people that were there, 50% easily were kids.
Yeah.
So what does that tell you? That sport and league is going to grow and grow. I think that's a really smart investment by Magic.
Totally.
Not that he cares what I think, but that's what I think.
Yeah, but it's a smart one. I mean, that's the ultimate thing. People wonder, like you see people investing, but what they always say when you do investment, be diverse. Have a diverse, portfolio. That's diverse.
Okay, we didn't all get to make bets as a show yesterday because we had the governor join us to make his picks. He's got the Ravens tonight. Let's go around the room. Everybody make a pick for Ravens, Chiefs. Football's back, baby.
I'm taking the Chiefs.
Let's go Ravens. Parlay that with a Derrick Henry touchdown.
Oh, right. We forgot. Jeff's team is playing tonight.
Yeah.
He's a Ravens
Jeff's
fan.
team.
But I'm taking the Chiefs. I mean, what are we doing here?
Taking the Chiefs, huh, Landini? No Mahomes rush yards prop?
I mean, that's going to hit too if you're interested. The over 20.5.
I think I like the under in this game. I like Mark Andrews to score a touchdown at plus 160. But at the very end, I know that the Chiefs lost to the Lions last year in this same game, but that team didn't have Kelce. Chris Jones didn't play in that game. I think the Chiefs hit the ground ready to rock tonight. I'll take the Chiefs as well. Big thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Pete Prisco for joining us. Thank you to Ross Dellinger and Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Grant and Danny coming your way next. If you made it this far, actually, forget it. DC City Smokehouse tomorrow.
JP gets to pay for all the beer he owes y'all.
Nah, we'll see.
JP owes y'all beers. Come kick him up. Everybody in the chat.
Great Danny next. Great Danny next. B. Mitch has got to go.
The Washington Commanders have fired Real Entine, their VP of content, one day after a video surfaced that was recorded without his knowledge by a woman he was on a date with from the dating app Hinge. During the recording, Entine made comments about the team's players being anti-gay, called the fans mouth breathers, and accused Cowboys owner Jerry Jones of being racist. The Commanders prepping for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Sunday in the season opener from Raymond James Stadium. Tonight, the NFL begins with the Baltimore Ravens facing the Kansas City Chiefs at 8:20 p.m. Head coach John Harbaugh on the AFC title game.
There's always carryover, absolutely. I mean, there's carryover for both teams. There's carryover strategically. There's carryover for the individual battles that guys are going to have that are still on the team. One thing always leads to the next. One wave leads to the next wave. And these two waves happen to be coming right after the other one. So that's an interesting thing. It's a storyline, but it's part of it for sure.
Nationals baseball against the Pirates tonight in Game 1, 6:40 on the Fan after the loss to the Marlins. Jake Irvin the call. U.S. Open women's semifinals tonight. 13-seed Emma Navarro faces 2-seed Arina Sabalenka and then 6-seed Jessica Pegula against Carolina Machova. Washington Spirit rookie midfielder Croy Bethune will miss the rest of the NWSL season because of a knee injury. Magic Johnson has joined the Spirit as an investor. The Spirit at home Saturday versus Portland Thorns FC 12:30 p.m. Audi Field. Alex Morgan has announced her retirement from professional soccer. WNBA tonight, Mystics against Mercury at 10 p.m. I'm Byron Curl, the Fan.
Let's go Thursday. Yeah, football. What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on the Fan on September 5th, 2024. Got a great show planned for you, including a big announcement we'll make about the Grant and Danny radio program this football season coming up at 3:45. That announcement today ahead of our double play, about an hour and 42 minutes away. And on the show today at 5, we'll talk to the director of a documentary on the booming business of NIL at LSU that followed around Jaden Daniels all of last football season. Pretty relatable content to what we care about in D.C. right now. That's at 5 o'clock today. Danny Rouillet, a congratulations.
Yeah.
A happy new year in order to you. A happy birthday new year as well.
Happy birthday, New Year.
It is football day in America.
I'm happy for me. And as much as you can be happy for other people, I am. Like, we say that we're happy for you, but it's like, it's just something you say. You know what I mean? Like, actual happiness, I can't get it from you. I can say the nice words most of the time. But today, I swear to you, I think I'm happy for you.
Football.
I think I'm legitimately happy for you. I know I'm happy for me. I got it. I got the tingle. I got the juice. I woke up this morning, a little pep in my step. Went to the dentist. First thing didn't even matter. I'm there getting my teeth scratched. We've come so far in society. We can do so many things. But if you want your teeth clean, here's a small piece of rope till your gums hurt. And here's a piece of metal scraping over your teeth just to make sure everything's ship shape. And I'll see you in 6 months. We've come a long way everywhere else except for there. But whatever. I'm sitting there with my mouth open, my jaw's hurting a little bit. I'm getting scraped up on my teeth. And I want football tonight.
Big skin.
Football tonight. Tonight.
Egg hand.
Tonight.
I'd never heard that phrase, and now I've heard it twice in the last 2 days.
Mm-hmm. I went for 0 for 40-some years, and now
football.
Football.
Come on, man.
Football.
We're doing
Who's done it? Football.
Who's been here?
Who's done it?
Who's
football.
gone to a game? Who's
football.
done it? Football. We got a lot to talk about. We're going to make predictions throughout the show. We'll give you our bold prognostications coming up in a segment. We're going to talk Jaden Daniels' expectations. There's a lot of ground to cover. But an annual tradition on the Grant and Danny radio program, those of you who are the real ones, who have been with us over the years, you know how we roll on the first day of the calendar. We take the temperature on all of the network football anthems and rank 1 to 5 whose jingle is best going into the season. What's amazing about this exercise is that the songs never change.
Same songs.
But our moods do. How they elicit emotions in us does. how much we like the jingles changes. And year to year, Fox or CBS or NBC or ESPN or who knows, now Amazon Prime or NFL Network, they move around the board. It's like becoming a Hall of Famer 20 years after you played. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Nothing's changed, but how we feel does. So, Danny, the way this will work, as it does every single year on the Grant and Danny radio program, is we're going to have Darius play these songs one by one. I think we give them all a good listen. And then we start to, if we have follow-up questions, if we need to hear anything else, we start to interact with Darius a little bit, get some other things played. We work the request line, and then we piece together our rankings 1 to 5. But there's no better way to get ready for the football season with this exercise.
This is the music of football. This is the soundtrack to football, right? It's the sweeping stadium shot. It's the good evening. Somebody's voicing over for 3, 4, 5 seconds. And then you see, whether it's Mike Tirico or you see Joe Buck or you see, the Iron Eagle. That's how we're doing it here.
Yesterday, Darius played the NFL primetime theme, and I started having blood just go to places in my body I didn't even know existed.
Oh.
I mean, it was just, things were just moving all over the place.
Sure, a lot of circulation happening.
I didn't even know that was the thing.
You can do that?
I didn't know that was how
Would
body
you look
worked.
at that?
But
a lot of discovery.
This song is not eligible, but it should be. Like, in other words,
we can make it eligible.
No, we only really use the network songs because then you're opening up a whole different can of worms.
But what rules are these? This is our thing.
Well, you know the rules. They're very formal around here. There's a governing body. We've got to run everything up.
Well, listen, we serve at the pleasure of the chairman of the board, but I'll tell you what, like, it's something that I think we have the power to change if we want to.
Give me a full blast NFL primetime.
This should be in. I'm literally advocating for it right now.
Circles the wagons like Grant and Danny.
Put it in the 6. Put it in.
The Buffalo Bills take the field, led by J.P. Losman. He throws not 1, not 2, but 3 interceptions. 24-17. Patriots on to Miami, where Chad Pennington led the Tony Sperano led Dolphins. So much of that.
Oh, yeah.
So just know this song has a special place in my heart. It does. But it is not a network game anthem. I'm sorry. It's just not.
Damn.
What do the songs have in common that we're going to be ranking today, Danny? You tell me. Don't make me the bad guy. You tell me.
They're network football anthems.
Was that an anthem?
No.
What is it?
It's the primetime song.
Okay. Are we in accord? Yeah. We don't sound like we're in accord. Are we in a Honda Accord with a baby in the back?
What a baby. Yes, I'll allow it. Let's do it.
Ford Festiva pulls up with a baby in the back.
What a baby.
I hadn't thought about that Sebastian Maniscalco bit in like 3 years. And the other, like a week ago, my wife was like, maybe I'll drive Uber. I don't even remember what we were talking about. And she's like, I'll just take. I'm like, what about the baby? She's like, I could be the Ford Festiva.
She did.
Yeah.
Elson Maniscalco.
Yeah. She Maniscalco'd me.
Dude, you don't want to get Maniscalco. That's tough.
That is not great. Ever been to Chipotle? You know, they got barbecue in the barbacoa at Chipotle. All right, here we go. What do we want to start with? Want to go Fox first?
Yeah, you know what? I don't even want to pick the order. I just want to hear it. Do you know what I mean? Like, and because if I start influencing the order, then do I have a subconscious bias? We hear it clean every time.
I have them written down in front of me, so we'll just go
in that order.
Throw
Fine.
it in this order.
Fine.
It's kind of randomized by network. Fox, we grew up watching the Redskins play the NFC 1 o'clock window on Fox 5 in town, and this was the jingle.
Yeah.
This is hard to beat.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good about this one. Welcome to Raljean, Maryland, where today the 2-0 Washington Redskins,
I'm sure,
led by Patrick Ramsey, are looking to get off to their fastest start in 9 years against the New York Jets. To help them, kicker John Hall, kick returner Chad Morton, wide receiver Santana Moss, and guard Randy Thomas, the Jetskins. Hello again, everybody. I'm Grant Paulson, joined as always by Danny Rouillet. Danny, these Redskins are off to a fine start in 2004.
They're usually off to a 2-4, 3-6 type start, but this group has started fast under, I guess we look at Steve Spurrier timeline here, because of course they were always 2-0. But yeah, their division rival Giants come to town looking for some payback from last year's embarrassment in East Rutherford.
All right, let's go to CBS. Now, it was always very rare that Washington was playing on CBS. As you
More
know.
now.
This was the AFC network. So we didn't hear this one as much. But damn if it ain't good. Boy.
Okay.
Why does that go so hard?
Damn.
I was ready to say Fox wins.
I had same thing. I had Fox above it in my mind. Just now I heard the Fox one. I go, yeah, a lot of nostalgia, a lot of my good times. Even when things weren't that great, it was still Fox. AFC was lesser. It was other. It was far away.
D-Daddy, give me CBS again.
Damn.
It's that first bar. The way it hits.
Yep.
This one gets better every year somehow.
It's almost like you're pulling in. It's like an inhale before the explosion.
Who do you think of when you hear this? For me, it's like Boomer Esiason.
Yeah, it's Boomer, James Brown, studio crew.
I think about Phil Simms. As a player, though, currently it's probably Mahomes, but I think about Peyton Manning and Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Let me hear Fox again. Who do you think of when you hear the Fox theme? I mean, to me, it's old memories of the Redskins losing, mostly. But there's some Brett Favre in there, maybe some Troy Aikman.
To me, it's like Donovan McNabb 77 times, running out of Michael Jackson touchdown dances. You know what I mean? Like he ran out. He did all the videos.
That felt better this time.
Right?
I don't know if it's the first bar probably doesn't compete with CBS.
The first bar of CBS better than the first bar of Fox, but the Fox is consistent.
The riff. Is it a riff or is it a lick? Those are music terms, right? It's a riff or a lick.
I think you could just make it up.
NBC, Football Night in America, Sunday Night Football. A couple different iterations here over the years. We've had Michaels, we've had Madden, we've had Collinsworth, we've had now Michaels and Herb Street at one point for some reason, and now we've got Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth. I've got a take on this. I want to get you. You tell me what you think first, and then I want to bounce something off you.
That didn't get me this time. That's been higher for me before.
Stop.
It didn't.
Play it
didn't capture
louder.
me. It didn't capture
play
me
it again louder.
It didn't.
Close your eyes.
I am. I've been waiting around for that awkward 45 minutes to an hour of eating dinner. Had a bunch of texts about fantasy football, some irritation. Washington's already lost. It's Jack Collinsworth now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know.
You do have to see Jack Collinsworth for some reason.
It does. It's not getting me. It's not grabbing me. I'm not moved.
So here's my take. Kill this for 1 second. I think, and I've never felt this way before, Fox and CBS, they're fun. It's a party, right? We're excited. We're about to go play tackle football. This feels elegant. This feels formal to me. Fox is wearing a T-shirt. CBS is wearing a polo shirt. NBC feels like they're in a suit and tie. And maybe they're going for the network feel. I bet you they are. Maybe they want to be a cut above. It's a little bit stuffy comparatively. Do you get any of that?
Yeah, it's a more opera. It's like, I'm not going to a play. I'm going to the opera.
It feels...
It's in a different language.
It's looking down on me.
It's a little stuffy. A little condescending.
There's some condescension.
Mm-hmm.
Like, give me real quick first bar CBS and then first bar NBC. Tell me CBS doesn't want to have a drink with you, whereas NBC wants to tell you why the person you're voting for is the wrong person.
Right.
That's a Buffalo Wing song,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now give me NBC.
Decision 24.
Exactly.
Welcome to our political coverage.
Yeah.
No.
7% of polls reporting. Let's go to the wall. King George County, typically red. 11 votes, still out. It's... Am I voting or am I watching football?
Why is Steve Kornacki there now? Like, oh, okay, my sleeves are rolled up and I'm pointing at the screen and what we're seeing is this. No.
I do get size for John King. And you guys are trying to make Steve Kornacki happen because he wears the same khakis. Get over yourselves. John King pummels Steve Karnacki. ESPN Monday Night Football. This is tried. This is true. This is about to beat that butt.
Uh-huh. It's a movie. It's the big premiere of the big movie. You know what I mean?
This is so good too.
Yeah.
Because even when everyone just like, oh, the song's over. Now you're just gonna get this. This is good.
Like this is the big part of the movie preview where it's like, how long have you been a hero? My entire life. Like explosion. And then save everybody.
Joe Buck over casually comes in and is very casual about the whole thing.
I'm above this whole thing. It's beneath me.
So give me
We're doing another football game, I guess.
Give me the open again. Good evening from Cincinnati in week 3, where Joe Burrow's Bengals. You see Burrow warming up with some guy catching passes on the sideline. Prepare to host the upstart, stunning 2-0 Washington Commanders, led by Jaden Daniels. Daniels is doing like high knees on the sideline for some reason. We show the booth. Title card's gone, and you're on, Joe. Hello again. I'm Joe Buck, joined by Hall of Famer Troy Aikman. Troy, this Jaden Daniels kid can play football.
You're absolutely right, and I'm agreeing with everything you said. I start off, even if I don't think that it's right, I start off by agreeing with you. Well, yeah, Jaden Daniels is exciting. I agree.
Back to you, Joe.
Back to you, Joe.
That's good. That's going to be tough to beat. That's going to be tough to beat.
I got to tell you, that's real high on the old list right now.
We shouldn't even include this one, but Danny's making us.
This one's my heart right here.
I'm sure.
I love it.
Amazon Prime.
Oh, no. Never mind.
Are you sure?
I thought you were going somewhere else.
Thursday Night Football.
That's better than I remember.
Is this going to grow on me?
It's better than I remember. That's better than I remember, dude.
I remember hating it.
You hated it because it was new.
But I don't hate it anymore.
Listen to this. Someone's like in the background. Oh, I'm sorry. I got a role in this band.
What? What are you
hear it? Listen. The little rattle. Why's your head bobbing? Why's your head bobbing a little bit? You hear it. Darius hears it.
The song is definitely higher energy than the broadcast. Because if the broadcast and the song matched, the song would go. Here, I'll play the song for you. Ready? Kill the song. This would be the open. No. That's too high energy. This is I'm performing.
Okay, Grant's doing the music now.
Thanks, Darius. Here's the open. Ready? You get it? Because the song matches the energy of the broadcast.
Here we go.
Hey, Al, sorry that a football game's on. Can we wait a week or two to not care anymore? Maybe week 3 you could start not being interested.
Here we go.
Thank you, Coach.
There you go, Al.
One more time for Amazon Prime. Herb Street's dog is dancing to this in the booth for some reason.
Yeah.
You seen that? I've been thinking about you a lot. Do you know about this controversy?
No, I have no idea.
Herb Street's dog travels everywhere with him on his private jets and all the broadcasts he has. He does like every job. But now the dog's in the booth with him all the time. So he was doing a stand-up the other night, and the dog walked into the middle of the shot. And he's like, oh, Ben, get over here, Ben. He like pats him on the head. He's like, this is Ben, but you guys already knew that because Ben's everywhere with me. And they're like, oh, Ben, you're the best. And so there was 2 groups of people on the internet. People who were very mad that Ben was at work with him. And then people who were very upset that anyone would be upset that Ben's at work with him.
Wow.
And all I could think about is how mad you would be that Ben was there. Now, I happen to also kind of agree that Ben shouldn't be there. But I could just imagine you being salty, like that Ben was at work. Like he Shadow, or what's the dog's name that's outside right now? Right outside the door? There's a dog here. I saw it a few minutes ago.
Darn, I forgot the dog's name.
Shadow, right?
No, it's not Shadow.
Viper.
Savage. There it is.
Savage.
Yeah.
Savage.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's a workplace. Or it's not. It can be not. If we want it to not be, we should all have a discussion. If that's a discussion, that's a great one.
Right.
We'll just do that.
Here's the big silly you've been waiting for.
Yeah, I love it.
They no longer have their own package of games, but they do special broadcasts. Saturday night, they're going to do a bunch of different things throughout the year, international games. This is the old NFL Network Christmas theme.
It's the holiday theme. Yeah.
It's Bangarang.
Rich Eisen's on the call for some reason.
So much Rich Eisen for sure, which I don't dislike, by the way. Rich Eisen's good.
Yeah, Rich Eisen Mark here.
Better host, I would say, than play-by-play guy, but that's okay. Am I supposed to go Christmas shopping or watch football? That's my only question.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because that's what it is. That's the time of year, man. We're not in some other time of year. We're in the holiday time of year. This whole thing is a damn holiday. This whole thing is a gift to those that would receive it. They're telling you, church is in session. Ding dong. We're ringing the bells. Come on in and hear the word. And the word is football.
All right, we got to
Settle
do
down.
our rankings, Danny.
I know.
And we're late, so we'll do them next. Top 5. We will put them in order. Anthems as they appeal to us today. By the way, a lot of shrapnel on Twitter for the fellas, including Darius's choice, I guess, of people are saying that we played the wrong Monday Night Football theme, that we played like a karaoke version. There's a lot of people saying that.
That's outrageous.
I agree with you. That's the one that
now
I
I
know.
do have another version of the Monday Night Football song.
Which one do you have?
It's like the old ABC Monday Night Football theme song.
The Hank Williams joint?
Oh my God, come on.
It sounds the same, but the instruments are a little bit different.
That might be what these people want.
Yeah, here, I'll play it.
This is version 2 Monday Night Football. I'm going to say something Darius isn't going to like. I think this is the Monday Night Football theme. What's the
they're
other
the
one?
same. It's just that this one is the older version. The newer version has a little more kind of like, I guess, aggressive guitar riffs to it.
Can I hear the new one now?
Yeah.
And what are people talking about karaoke? There's no words to that. You singing that at karaoke?
I don't know what that
It's the
means.
worst karaoke session ever.
But that's the Monday Night Football theme. Okay. This sounds like it's digitally remastered.
I don't really hear a difference.
According to the kids, both versions slap. If you ask the children.
Mm-hmm.
All right, get your rankings together.
I got them.
If you guys want to chime in, you can do that. Phone's wide open. 800-636-1067. Who are you giving the award to for the best NFL anthem? We do this every single year as we get ready to kick off the football season on Grant and Danny. 3:45 today, we've got our big G&D announcement about this football season, so make sure you're listening a little over an hour from now ahead of the double play. A little later in the hour, we'll get to some of our bold NFL predictions for 2024. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. The season kicks off tonight. We'll get our first look in a regular season game at the dynamic kickoff, as they're calling it. You know, there wasn't a whole lot dynamic about it in the preseason. I think it's going to be a giant win. Already do think it has been because kicks actually get returned and they didn't used to. But the one thing you kept hearing, there was this narrative that teams weren't showing how they're actually
There's going to be something. You watch.
I don't know if I believe that, but tonight I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I think there's an idea of something. I don't think it's happening. I think there's going to be a lot of kicks returned to the 24.
The other thing that nobody's talking about is the hip drop tackle is now a part of football. I didn't really see any preseason hip drop tackle calls, but I could see a situation where tonight in a big spot that gets called and it becomes the story that we're talking about tomorrow.
I tell you, I saw a lot of is the left tackle was more than whatever, half a body length lined up behind the center. And we're going to call illegal formation a lot. You're not going to be set back against speed pass rushers who are lining up wide. That is a thing. That is going to be a factor in the NFL this year. I saw that a million times. Remember that Patriots preseason game?
Of course. Are you ready with your rankings of the anthems to complete our annual tradition here on Grant and Danny?
I am.
All right, we'll go 5-1 then. I think that's the best way probably to do it. So Darius, really quickly, if you would, just give us the first bar or so of each one. Danny, you can narrate through them, which ones he's playing, but let's rock and roll.
Fox, tried and true, we know it. Sunday, 1 o'clock, hopefully, Washington. Probably losing. Special treat, little CBS. Hi, guys. What's up, James Brown? DeMath Star. Good to talk to you, buddy. Mostly AFC, but we're on there this year a little bit more often. That's quality.
Also, I slept on seeing like Bill Cowher and Mike Tomlin. It's a very Steelers-y thing for me, too. The CBS anthem.
Yeah. Special. It's Monday night, man. Only game in town. Only game on television. The whole country's tuning in. Hopefully they get better matchups than they have in the past. They got like third pick in the draft, it seems like, for those games. And a lot of times we're left with duds, but still, Monday Night Football, pretty special. Here it is, NBC. Look down upon ye common folk. We deign to give you a telecast of your foosball.
I got to tell you, I hate my ratings already. I did them in the break. I'm looking at them and just re-listen to everything. Like if we did it again,
you got to jumble it again
in an hour. If we redid this, my rankings would completely change. But here we go. Number 5, Danny Rouillet. What do you got?
We just played it. NBC. You lose so many points because there's a dumb song before that. It's 2024. We don't need an intro song to football.
We've been waiting all day for Sunday night, man.
Earlier today was the afternoon. Now there's a game, and here it go, boom. All the people are at the game. Everyone here should be filled with shame. Stop it. It's
Why
so
should
stupid.
People be filled with shame
Stop
coming to the game?
Stop singing songs. Stop coming up with stupid songs in a studio next to a green screen. That's the dumbest thing we do.
Carrie Underwood guy over here. I like that song. NBC is 5th for me as well. I think it's getting a raw deal.
No.
I don't want to go full Gylo here. Gylo tweeted us, one of our buddies, at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny, said, nothing beats the war drum and French horns of Sunday Night Football. Number 1 until the end of time. He's got it number 1 on his list.
Oh, it's only number 1 on NBC on Sunday.
Number 4 for me. This is where I start hating my list. Monday Night Football. I've got Monday Night Football 4th.
Do you really?
On my list. I feel bad about that.
Number 4, Fox. I thought Fox was going to be 1 or 2 coming into this. It didn't hit me. It didn't catch me like it has in the past. I started thinking about all the losses, man. All those years in the 2000s, all the failure, right? It's so much Donovan McNabb just celebrating at my expense. Just so much nondescript quarterback from New York or hot garbage from Dallas beating the brakes off of me. No, Fox 4.
I still play this song on our Alexa in the kitchen, and all my kids and I dance to it, right? We love the Fox theme. I said all my kids, like I have 11 kids.
Yeah, every single one of them, they come out of their respective hovels, and they're dancing.
So we all dance in the kitchen, and we play Fox on Sunday mornings and whatever. We'll do it throughout the off season. This was my ringtone on my phone in high school.
Such a good bet.
It's third for me. Because it's a great song. There's just two songs that are that much better. Our lists are pretty similar, I'd say.
Number 3, CBS. I thought, again, this was going to win. It got me, but not the same. I like CBS. In fact, I love CBS. It belongs in my heart, but it didn't win this year. Number 3.
Number 2 for me is NFL Network.
Yeah.
That Christmas feel.
Happy holidays.
So good, man. Do I go Christmas shopping or do I just watch some football? Which means number 1 for your boy again. And still the defending champion. Someone let Ian Eagle and Charles Davis know. Somebody call up their boy Jim Nance and Tony Romo. CBS is in the win column.
Number 2 for me, NFL Network. Holidays. Holiday theme, holiday shopping, holiday song. Let's all receive the gift. Number 1, and I did not think this was going to be number 1, but I heard it, and I heard more in it this year than I ever have before. It struck a chord in the soul.
You're doing a bit.
I'm not. Monday Night Football.
Oh, I thought you were about to say Amazon Prime.
No. We're not there. We're not there. Monday Night Football. I go, wait a minute. What a special thing Monday Night Football is. And it felt right, even though Washington's 0-7 trillion on Monday Night Football over the last couple of weeks, years rather. But it feels good. Monday Night Football.
All right. CBS, NFL, Fox, Monday Night Football, NBC for your boy.
Monday Night Football, NFL Network, CBS, Fox, NBC.
Let's go rapid fire on the phone so we can squeeze in as many as possible. We'll start with DJ in Rockville. What's up, DJ?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
I got to take it back in the day with you guys. The old school CBS, Pat Summerall, John Madden, Pots and Pans theme, where you got the camera panning over to RFK. That's my top number 1.
Darius, see if you can find an old CBS intro from what
it's been forever.
It's pre my time, so I'm thinking early 80s, mid 80s. Because Madden and Summerall were on Fox calling Washington games.
That Summerall, John Madden.
He's at the 10,
the 20, 25, out of bounds.
Yard line. I only think about him calling like 4:00 games on that old gross turf in Dallas. It's like Cowboys, Cardinals, NFC East. He's like, Aikman to Irvin at the 30. Let's go to Shane in DC. What's up, bro? Shane, you there? You will get nothing.
No, Shane.
Jeff in Fredericksburg.
Yeah, I'm going to go old school Monday Night Football theme. And the worst one is that Amazon stuff.
Is that because it's new?
It's new, Jeff.
Huh?
It's just because it's new, right? We're not used to it yet.
No, that sounds like something you hear from the doctor's office when you find out you had 0 polyps.
Jeff.
That's a good thing.
Jeff.
If you get an award for being on the hold, like the music closest to being on hold music, it is that.
It hits a little harder than that. It's not elevator music, you guys.
It definitely hits harder. It's better than that. But it's the closest to that of all the
man.
They're not playing Fox NFL Sunday when you're on hold for those test results.
Amazon's getting hit.
Danny in DC, you're on G&D.
Danny.
Hello, Greg, Danny. How you guys doing today?
Good, bro.
I think the best one personally, I know this wasn't on your list, but it's when Chris Berman's doing the fastest 3 minutes or the NFL primetime theme.
You know I love that.
We did. We both are in on that. Darius, you could throw that one back out there. I think primetime probably makes me as happy or happier than any of those other songs. Wasn't eligible, but just him and Tom Jackson going back and forth. Nothing better than that.
Just so good. It's so good. This was the recap. What happened in the other games? I have to watch this show to find out.
And all of the games within the games, whether it was the nicknames for players. The Louisville bit was always my 1 seed, where they would, they'd pick a player.
Lamar Jackson from.
And it was always Louisville would be the shouted answer. Jaron Christian from
Louisville.
You guys sleep on the former Washington tackle. I'm trying to think of another Louisville. Teddy Bridgewater from
Louisville.
Let's go to Rod in Landover. What's up, Rod?
Yo, what's good? First time calling, long time listener, bro.
Oh, we appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Hey, but I gotta say that old school.
Jim, that's just rude.
You gotta hop on it, Jim. He's trying to talk.
You either get it in or you don't, but you don't get to cut people off when they get going.
That's tough.
Hey, I take it. It's all gravy. But that old school Monday Night Football, yo, it did it for me.
Oh, okay. So when he played the first version, it was not at the top of your list, and then he hit the old one.
Correct.
Okay.
The first version was a little but when he played it with the full instrument, it was like playing it on vinyl versus, like he said, playing a digital copy.
There it is.
Totally agree with that.
I get it.
It was, I 1000% think he's right. When I hear this, I'm 15 at FedEx Field. When I hear the other one, I'm just ready to watch a 2024 football game. And there is a difference.
Uh-huh.
Let's go to Carlos in Savannah Park. What's up, Carlos?
Hey, guys. The Fox one is always going to be number one for me. But you know what? I have to defend the NBC. It's the NBC Sunday Night Football. You're doing a disservice to it because that version that you're playing, it's like modern day electric and all that. You got to play the original John Williams when it's just like, the March of the Empire of like Star Wars. That's the one that gets me hype up for Sunday Night Football. I know I'm putting Darius to work, but with that whole modern day, crap, I'm not digging it. You have to play the original John Williams Sunday night opening.
So that's a hole in my game. I didn't know that John Williams, like the Boston Symphony Orchestra, did that.
I was going to say that
for Sunday Night Football. Yeah,
we could dig on it. I am open to.
I should probably know that if that's a thing.
Adjusting my feel on Sunday Night Football
because the current Sunday Night Football, it's not doing it for me.
I don't know why though, because it's always been in my head. Like throughout the entire day on Sunday, I'm going. I'm walking around my house. I'm grabbing my chips and dip. It's all I can do.
Rodney Harrison doing a stand-up. Jason Garrett not knowing what to do with his hands.
Jack Collinsworth
just there
for some reason.
He's just there.
Still trying to figure that one out. Actually, I think we know.
I think we do.
We're pretty confident.
What's a rhyme with schleppetism?
Why he's there, but we're still just trying to get to the bottom of it. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you guys. That's our fun little way
just
to kick off the
having fun.
season.
Having fun.
I don't even know if anyone likes it.
It's just fun.
You and me like it.
It's fun for us.
It's what we do. I wait 364 days to do this. It's like opening presents on the 25th of December, man. We are here. Football season has arrived. All right, let's get into some of our bold NFL predictions next on G&D. G&D welcoming you back on day one of the NFL season. Chiefs-Ravens, a rematch of the AFC title game in 2023. To kick off the campaign tonight, we will see Kansas City begin its quest for a three-peat. Nobody's ever done that. They'll try to become only the fourth team ever to get to 3 straight Super Bowls, joining the Patriots in the 2000s, the Bills in the 90s, and the Dolphins in the 70s. This is the first time in week one we'll have a game featuring 2 players who have won 2 MVP awards starting at quarterback. Should be an amazing night of football. Danny, let's get to our bold predictions for the NFL season. We've both got 3 of them to rattle off here. If you guys want to give us a bold NFL prediction, you can hop in at 800-636-1067. Why don't you start?
There will only be 2 repeat division winners in the NFL this year of the 8 divisions, San Francisco and Kansas City. Every other division will have a new division champion.
Wow. A number 1 for me, the New York Jets, who a lot of people are picking to win the Super Bowl, make the Super Bowl, play in the AFC Championship game. The Jets will miss the playoffs this year. I think there's a chance Rodgers gets hurt again. I think there's a chance if he doesn't get hurt that he shows some older age, and they're in a tough division. Buffalo, really good. The Jets, excellent. I could see either of those 2 teams finishing atop the division and the other one still ahead of the Jets. So I will say the Jets, a sexy pick to get to the Super Bowl, miss the playoffs under Robert Saleh. And if that happens, major changes there obviously loom.
So that's fascinating because here's my second bold prediction. Congrats to your AFC champion, New York Jets.
Wow.
They have home field throughout the postseason, and they're going to the Super Bowl. Mr. Immunized himself is leading the team to the big dance.
I hope Aaron Rodgers wins another ring because I think he's I've probably now moved Mahomes ahead of him, to be honest, because I think Mahomes might actually be the greatest quarterback ever already.
We're kind of like watching it. Yeah.
But I had him number 2 all time on my list prior to last season. And he's got 1 ring, and he gets beat up for that. I don't know how fair that is. So I'd be perfectly fine with that happening. That would be cool. Number 2 for me. Clary, listen up. You're going to like this one. Jared Goff wins the MVP award. Jared Goff. 35 touchdowns, sub 10 interceptions, everything the same offensively for the Lions. They win 13 games. They're the number 1 seed in the NFC. And old Goffy wins the most valuable player award in the National Football League.
So that was going to be mine. Because again, I can't stop talking about how they only play 3 games outside. And indoor Jared Goff is good. Outdoors, away from home, he's a praying mantis and he stinks.
You don't even like Jared Goff.
I can't stand him, but he's playing all his games inside for a team that's built to play inside.
You were going to say Jared Goff wins the MVP.
That's my third bold prediction, was Jared Goff wins MVP. Wow. I've got others. I will be just fine and dandy. Your comeback player of the year is Kyler Murray, who has a Pro Bowl caliber season. He blows up, goes over 600 yards rushing, and throws for 28 touchdowns and over 4,000 yards.
My third bold prediction for this NFL season. Caleb Williams and Bo Nix both throw for over 4,000 yards as rookies. They become the 6th and 7th rookie quarterbacks to ever do that. Only 5 have done it previously. In the Bears' case, no quarterback has ever thrown for 4,000 yards. So Williams will be the first. And then in his rookie year under Sean Payton, Bo Nix with a team in Denver chasing a lot of games will do it as well. So I've got 2 rookie quarterbacks, Williams and Nix, both throwing for 4K.
That's a good one. I think the touchdown record that Justin Herbert set a couple years ago is in jeopardy. Caleb Williams is healthy. And that with that receiving core, I anticipate him slinging it quite a bit.
So those are some bold predictions for you. We can take your temperature with your own next at 800-636-1067. But let's get ready to put our money where our mouths are and make our predictions on division champions. We'll give you our MVP, our coach of the year, our rookie of the year calls. Break out the pen, Darius. Let's take note of these so that we have them at the end of the year. We'll start making our predictions ahead of tonight's NFL kickoff. We've got a Commanders angle of surprises and disappointments coming your way in the 3 o'clock hour as well. This is The Fan. The NFL season is here. It's the opening Thursday night. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan, taking you up to 6:10 and Nats baseball this evening right here on your flagship home for the Nats and the Caps. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondorian Murad, can guide you and your family in the right direction, help you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that we sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. How good was Mackenzie Gore last night?
Filth.
Perfect through 5. Took his perfecto into the 6th. Things got off the rails a little bit with back-to-back runners getting a board walk and an extra base hit, run scored. Ended up actually going off of a glove, but it was hit pretty hard.
Mm-hmm.
But 6 innings of one-hit ball for him. 3 straight really good starts in a row. Seems like he fixed the mechanical issue that was leading to what was a brutal second half.
Increased use of the changeup, too. I think that's important, right? Again, that is a weapon. I've seen it really good. I know at times he hasn't believed in it, hasn't trusted it, hasn't felt comfortable with it, but he's been using it. And it's an extra weapon against righties. Good to see.
More on the Nats later in the show. Our baseball coverage on the Fans presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get a ton of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. I want to get into our NFL predictions. We're busy today. We got a lot going on. 3:45. Remember, we're making our show announcement. Something you'll want to know about this program and the football season. So make sure you're listening at 3:45. But let's run through division winners first and foremost. We'll start right here close to home in the NFC East. Who wins the division?
The Eagles win this division this year. Dallas, slight step back, not a total collapse, but they won't be quite as good. Philadelphia rebounds from the complete collapse last year. They have the best roster, maybe second best roster. In the NFC, they will be plenty good enough to win the NFC East. They get to 12-5 division winner.
Yeah, so I think both the Eagles and the Cowboys have a chance to be worse than they were last year. The difference being that the Eagles were so bad down the stretch that they finished with about the record they would this year, even if they're worse than last season, if that makes sense. I think Philly does win the division. Nobody, and I mean nobody, did less to improve its roster than Dallas as a front office and organization, because they were cash-strapped and had to prepare for paying CeeDee Lamb, which they've done, and the inevitability of paying Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons on each side of the ball also. Because of that, I think the Cowboys, who have a bad running back situation, regress. The Eagles probably hang about where they were, and they win the division. I'll say they are an 11-win division champion. Dallas ends up winning 9 or 10 games and has a chance to make the playoffs as a wild card. Let's go to the NFC North next.
Detroit Lions. On paper, they're really good. They were a play or two away from representing the NFC to go to the Super Bowl. They don't play a game outdoors until November. They only play 3 all year long. They are going to have home field advantage in the postseason. They win the NFC North.
I have a really hard time finding any way that the Lions don't win that division. They returned everybody, and they added talent, both in the draft where they took Terrion Arnold to play corner in the first round. They took Ennis Rakestraw to play in the nickel in the second round. They are even adding to their offense still with some of the rookies that they brought in. They've got a 4th-round running back, a 4th-round left tackle who's now going to be their swing option. And they've got a college free agent who made the roster at wide receiver behind Amon-Ra St. Brown and Khalif Raymond and Jamison Williams. Speaking of Williams, I think it's a breakout year for him. He's healthy. He's motivated. He needs to start showing out or he's not going to get a second contract.
He'll get looks, man. In that offense, like as good as St. Brown is, and
totally.
You're talking about 90 catches or so for Laporta, you'll be one-on-one a lot.
Ben Johnson, who did not leave, stayed put, which is unheard of. 2 straight years as the most sought-after coordinator. So they've got a lot of continuity and play calling and scheme between he and Jared Goff. And it doesn't happen like that veteran quarterbacks putting up big numbers with hot shot OCs just keep working together. Normally the guy leaves you. And for whatever reason, Ben Johnson has not done that yet. They're also able to run the ball with Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, who's going to have a big year, and Craig Reynolds. I mean, they're just deep everywhere. I like the coaching staff a lot too, led by Dan Campbell, who I've come around on big time. And they've got as good a front office as there is right now at picking players with Brad Holmes, even though the loss of Lance Newmark, I do think, is significant now that he's here in D.C. But I got them at 13 wins. I think they're the number 1 seed probably.
That's what I got.
The NFC, and they win the NFC North. Let's go to the NFC South. Seems like a 2-division race with the Bucs and the Falcons. If the Saints are a fly in the ointment, maybe you could convince me that a third team has a shot, but the Panthers will pull up the rear.
I've got the Atlanta Falcons winning this division, and it's not sexy. I think it's a 9-8 team wins it, 2 8-9 teams in New Orleans and Tampa. It's not as if Tampa's bad. They're fine. They are aggressively fine. Nothing wrong with them on either side of the ball, but nothing that right either. I don't think anybody's really going to have a stranglehold on this division. We'll be in it with 2 or 3 weeks left to play and still not know. I don't think Atlanta's good enough to really do much other than win this very mediocre division, but I got them edging out those other teams.
If the Falcons' defense is good, they're going to run away with the division. I just don't see that. They were not a good pass rushing team last year, and while they traded for Matthew Judon during training camp, I don't think they did enough to be really good on that side of the ball. They also lost a coordinator that I thought did an excellent job last season on defense. I got the Bucs winning this division. I think you're right. Atlanta goes 9-8. I just think Tampa Bay's 10-7, and they're not overly good. I think Washington could beat them in Tampa this weekend. Wouldn't surprise me at all. But Baker Mayfield has a coach now that believes in him, and Todd Bowles. They paid him. They're carrying that over year. I think that losing his coordinator last year, Dave Canales, who's now the head coach in Carolina, stings some, but Liam Cohen, the OC, has worked with Baker Mayfield. Getting that money, having a team kind of put its weight behind you is going to benefit him. They also have plenty of weapons. Mike Evans is a little older. Chris Godwin, veteran, very, very good, but they drafted Jalen McMillan in the 3rd round. Trey Palmer gives them some decent depth. Pretty good tight end position led by Cade Otton as well. So I just think there's enough there to get to 10 wins. Pretty good defensively. There's a lot made of, like, sometimes you lose a guy like Devin White as an example from that defense. He got benched by the end of last year anyway, Danny. He wasn't even starting for them. So I don't know if that's as big a loss as people think. I'll say Tampa wins the South, which leads us to the West.
I could certainly see a lot of things happening in that NFC South. I don't think it's particularly great. NFC West, this is boring, but the 49ers, they are the class of that division. Look out for Seattle. I think they're going to make some noise. They were fine last year, and I think have quietly on paper gotten a little bit better. The Rams are the wild card to me. I have no idea what to predict from them. When Stafford plays and is healthy, you think Cooper Kupp has a healthy season. That's a formidable offense. I don't know how good they'll be on the defensive side, but we forget how good the Rams finished last year. Just something to note. But San Francisco, it's one of the most complete rosters in football, up and down. Trent Williams is back in the fold. They've got Ayuk. Weapons for days on offense. It's really about health to McCaffrey, health for Kittle, health for Deebo Samuel, who a lot of times, because they take on such contact, they're so physical, may have to miss a game or two here or there. If they've got their core group going, they are really, really, really hard to beat. I got them winning that division, even though it's going to be decent with 12 wins.
Death taxes Kyle Shanahan in the NFC title game if he's got his starting quarterback. That's basically what it's been for San Francisco. I don't even think the health of the playmakers is all that important in terms of winning the division. If you're just talking about missing 2-4 games, something like that. McCaffrey, Ayuk, Samuel. I mean, there's so much that they can make up for a couple of weeks to a month without someone. The one guy they got to have is Purdy, because I don't think Josh Dobbs, their backup, or Brandon Allen, their third stringer, the former Bengal, walks through that door and gets you to the postseason win in the division. But assuming health at quarterback, they're going to win that division going away. By the way, their defense is still really, really good.
Yep.
Up front, Bosa, Malik Collins, Javon Hargrave, Leonard Floyd. They got ballers at every level. Fred Warner in the second level at linebacker. Hufanga, the safety, who had an all-pro season last year, kind of leading the way in the back end with Charvarius Ward. I'm a San Francisco believer. I think they'll be right back in the Super Bowl mix. They'll win that division. Let's go to the AFC and go division by division with our winners here. We'll start in the AFC East, where I've got the Buffalo Bills. I know it's an easy thing right now to suggest that they're going to fall off because Stephon Diggs is in Houston. Gabe Davis is in Jacksonville. They're counting on a young receiver in Keon Coleman and an off-injured veteran in Curtis Samuel. I believe in Josh Allen. Maybe he runs more. Maybe they run more with James Cook and Ty Johnson. Maybe it's Khalil Shakir who steps up. I don't know how they're going to get there. Maybe Matt Collins catches 9 touchdowns, the former Falcon. Josh Allen is going to combine for 40-plus touchdowns. He's going to get them across the finish line as a playoff team. And even though they have tons of injuries every year on defense, they always seem to have enough Ed Oliver, AJ Epinesa, Greg Rousseau rushing the quarterback. In the back end, they've kind of rebuilt everything, but Teron Johnson, still one of the better players in the nickel in the league. They had a big opening at safety, and apparently DeMar Hamlin had an unbelievable camp in preseason. He's going to start for them for the first time, so that's really, really cool. Good story there. I've got the Bills in a loaded division as the most complete team with Sean McDermott, coordinators Joe Brady, and they've got a brand new DC that they got to turn things over to as well.
Fantasy flyer, late round, Khalil Shakur. You mentioned it. Nobody was better the second half of the season in separation scores, which is usually a great predictor to follow of yards and some totals. So that's a guy that's going to get some targets.
The only problem with that is you're the only guy I know that still has a draft. I mean, Danny drafts on the opening night of the season every year.
Oh, it's one of his favorite things.
I don't know how that's possible or why you're in that league. That's insane.
It's something I do with one of my best buddies, and this group insists on doing it. We had it set for Monday. 2 people complained, and they moved it back. They do it on opening night every year, and they think it's fun. I think it's so stupid.
So they don't acknowledge or understand that it's a terrible bit.
No, they love it. They love it.
How is that possible?
I don't know. But it's the one I told you about this.
Putting up your Christmas tree on Christmas night.
I guess. I told you before, I ship my buddy a pretty substantial amount of money. That's not even close to what the entry fee for this league is. He will not tell me what the actual price is. So we do it together. It's a great way to stay in touch, but these guys just live in a different sphere than you and I do. They're not affected by the same forces. AFC East, New York Jets. They've been the best team on paper, non-quarterback division, for a couple of seasons. They've found a way to be 7-10 in a competitive division with some of the worst quarterback play you could possibly fathom. They won't have that now. They've still got top to bottom as good a roster as anybody in the sport, and they've got a Hall of Famer with something to prove, a literal Chip Douglas on his shoulder. The Jets win that division. Buffalo's gotten a little teeny tiny bit worse each of the last couple of seasons. Josh Allen's going to accumulate all those things. He's also going to turn it over 20-plus times combined. They're going to lose just enough games. It's Jets with 12 wins, Buffalo with 11, and Miami with 10. None after the weather starts to turn cold. So I got the Jets winning that division by a game.
I'll take the under on 20 turnovers for Josh Allen. Let's go to AFC North. Who's your winner?
The Baltimore Ravens. This is another one where everybody's predicting the demise. So, like, what you think about Buffalo is what I think about Baltimore.
I wouldn't say that. You work with me, so you hear it a lot. But they're, I think, top 4 in Super Bowl odds right now.
But people are saying, oh, they lost somebody. They lost their defense coordinator. They lost. This is Baltimore. Last year, they were the best team in the NFL from wire to wire. We don't remember it that way because they didn't play very well and lost to Kansas City. They were outstanding last year. They beat everybody. They went to San Francisco on Christmas and beat the brakes off of them. They killed Miami by 40 points. They were the best team in the league. They're worse than they were before. Still good enough to win, in my opinion, the best division in sports.
They have the 3rd best odds to win the Super Bowl right now behind the Chiefs and the 49ers. I'm going to go with the Bengals to win the AFC North. It's Joe Burrow time. He is back. He is healthy. And Jamar Chase is going to play in week 1. Speaking of being back, T. Higgins, like Jamar Chase, is gunning for a contract. Danny, there are times where I'm trying to get paid and I'm a distraction. I think those guys go out and light it up to get paid. And it all works out. Like what the team wants and what the players want.
In that moment aligns. It's like a zipper.
It's all in unison, man. Why not? Let's all go out and make plays. I also don't think they got worse losing Joe Mixon. Zach Moss is a thumper, can be a decent running back.
I like Chase Brown.
I like Chase Brown out of the backfield catching passes as well. I think he could have a pretty good year. The offensive line's been rebuilt over the last couple of seasons. They did draft Amari Mims, who may not start right away, which tells you a little bit about their depth, their first-round pick. I don't think their tight end position's great. I wish they did something else there, but for whatever reason, Burrow has not used the tight end like a lot of quarterbacks do over the years. But they did bring in Mike Gesicki to go with Drew Sample. Defensively, they're very, very solid. Some depth added with Chris Jenkins Jr., the D tackle, Cedric Johnson, who's going to play at defensive end, cornerback Josh Newton, added to a group that's mostly holdovers. Geno Stone, who had 7 interceptions, I believe, for the Baltimore Ravens. This past season is now in Cincinnati with the Bengals. So I just kind of like what they've got for their offensive coordinator now, new Dan Pitcher, defensive coordinator, really good annually, never gets coaching job interviews, and Lou Anarumo. Zach Taylor, staple in the playoffs when he's got Joe Burrow. I like the Bengals. I think they win 11, 12 games, and that's enough with a tiebreaker or something to overtake the Baltimore Ravens. How about we go AFC South?
Give me the Indianapolis Colts. They were in a one-score game last year with Gardner Minshew and several injuries against the Houston Texans in a winner-take-all environment. Everyone's forgotten about them. This is a good club. They don't do repeat division winners in that AFC South. It's like kind of our version here in the NFC East. It was Jacksonville was the darling. They went from terrible to good. They underachieved the following year despite all the expectations. Houston will repeat that. They'll be fine, but not the juggernaut that everybody right now on the FS1 shows, on the Talking Head shows, on the Shout at You shows, the Hot Takeries. Is this the next challenger for the Chiefs? Are these the second best team in the NFL next to the Chiefs? Who could beat Mahomes? Is it Stroud? No, they're not there yet. That's okay. They're going to be there. They're going to be good for a long time. They got to go through a couple things. They'll be 9-8. The Indianapolis Colts will be 10-7. They will win that division.
9-8. Wow. I love Steve Palazzolo, who used to work at PFF, calls them the Shouty shows.
The Shouties.
I just think that's so funny.
They should give awards for the Shouties.
Right. He's like, on the Shouty shows. I just think that's so perfect. I wanted to do a quick impression of someone. Can you tell me who you think I'm being?
I already know what you're going to do, but go ahead and do it.
You don't know what I'm going to do?
You're going to be asleep. You're going to be like, I'm Danny on the Texans.
I have to ruin my thing.
Because I know what you're doing.
I just want to do an impression.
Go ahead and do it.
You just let me do an impression?
Yeah, sure, go. Yeah.
My daughters.
Oh.
Go to Sitwell.
That's Grant Obama.
You're right. Very right. What about this? A little bit.
Grant De Niro.
Oh, you're right. You're right. What about this?
Danny on the Texans. Danny on Stroud. Danny on D'Amico Ryans. Danny on Tank Dell.
You have
Nico
to get me
Collins.
to wake up. Sorry.
Oh, Grant, sorry, wake up, buddy.
Oh, I'm Danny. The Houston Texans. I'm sleeping on the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
I did.
You didn't see that one coming.
Was that a telegraph machine? Come on. Come on, we're having fun.
That receiver down.
Come on.
You didn't see that one coming, did you? I was doing the Obama. You didn't know I was doing my daughters.
I did not know you were doing that.
Danny on the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
You were sleeping a little. The division champion in the AFC South is quarterbacked by CJ Stroud. What else do you want? I got Stephon Diggs. I got Tank Dell. I got Nico Collins. I got Robert Woods if you're into old guys without a whole lot left.
I am. I really am.
If you're into running backs, I brought in Joe Mixon. I got Damian Pierce. If you're into tight ends, I got Dalton Schultz. I got Brevin Jordan. I drafted Cade Stover in the 4th round. What do you want? You want defensive players? I just went and got Danielle Hunter, who led the NFL in sacks last year. You like linebackers? I got some of those too. I got a new Mike linebacker to run my defense. You like secondary players? I drafted Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock to start for me. I got Jalen Petrie going into year 3 at this point now as my nickelback. The Texans are ready, my guy. That is a 10-7, maybe an 11-6 team. That is a division champion, the Houston Texans, which brings us to the AFC West, the always competitive, very difficult to predict AFC West.
The Los Angeles Chargers.
Look at you.
Will not win the division.
Okay.
And neither will the Raiders.
Okay.
And neither will the stupid Broncos. It's the Chiefs. I think the Raiders finish last. I think the Broncos are mildly frisky and win 7 games this year with this sort of Drew Brees 2.0, Bo Nix check it down offense and Sean Payton and company. The Chargers go 8-9. Kansas City just is on cruise control the entire time.
Chiefs, no need to tell you any more than that. I think you get the story there. Sports Grumpy said, is it fair to say whoever plays more games between Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson determines the AFC North division?
Oh, because of the injury factor?
Yeah, I mean, like if Burrow plays 11 and Jackson plays 17 Ravens, whereas vice versa, I think that's
it could
true.
come down to that. I mean, again, I have no idea what to expect from Burrow this year. I think he's going to be back to being Joe Burrow, and when he is, they're excellent. But we don't have a lot of precedent for coming back from this injury, this wrist thing that he's got. You would think it's all going to line up, right, with the weaponry that they've got, and as good as Jamar Chase is, and I know Higgins wants to get paid as well. The best way to do that is go out and produce. So maybe it works. I don't know. There's enough question for me to give Baltimore the nod.
Crash on Twitter says, Danny, when you patent that Jets Kool-Aid, you should call it Dark Room. Going to be fun to hear Grant rob you for the next 18 weeks.
I get that.
But what am I robbing you of?
I don't know. So there have been a couple of things my son has been saying lately. He accused me of selling the other day. And I was like, what? I don't have an e-commerce store. What are you talking about?
Do we need to go to Darius and Ryan?
We might need to.
What is
robbing or selling?
What's the first one?
Robbing, because I guess that guy you're robbing me.
Same thing?
I don't know.
Your kid says robbing?
No, you just said robbing to me. Like that guy said you're going to rob me.
Okay, but now I'm confused. But your kid said selling.
Yeah,
he said they're related.
I don't know.
I said the robbing thing, and then you immediately told me the story about your kid.
Well, I was trying to say that makes two things recently that I don't know the meaning of.
Okay.
We've got a meaning that's been established for hundreds of years of the language. And now there's been some sort of like, let's make the thing that's always meant something mean something totally different.
Fellas, young people, what does selling mean? If you're selling something.
That it just basically means as if that he's not going to be trying. You're selling.
Like fronting?
You're fronting, sure.
Is that
You're
fair?
not trying?
Or you're not trying.
Oh.
That's the opposite of a try hard.
Interesting.
Can you use it in a sentence?
Let's just say Anthony is tanking in his Madden NFL team, and so he's actually just going to be selling off the season.
Okay, that's literally selling off, though. That's a football term.
So no, I think a better example would be Kadarius Toney tonight. Dropped 5 passes. He's selling.
Bruh is selling.
Oh, so you're bad, basically.
Yeah.
So my son yelled, and it was sort of at me, but it was kind of like to the character on Roblox. Are you Amazon, bruh, because you're selling? And he just sort of yelled that. And I was like, are you yelling at me? Is this someone you're playing with?
Anthony just brought up another good kind of like alternative term for it. Point shaving. It's kind of the same as point shaving.
Oh, God.
Yeah, selling and point shaving is kind of the same thing.
Wow.
Jeez.
Okay.
Okay.
But while we have Anthony, who's up on these terms, what does robbing mean? Is that a term?
Robbing?
Yeah. This guy says I'm going to be robbing Danny all season
Because
long.
my prediction is the Jets win the division, and Grant's
Is he saying because it's a
Buffalo.
bad prediction, I'm going to take money from you?
Oh,
that's what it seems like. Yeah.
Could be that.
Yeah.
Okay. Or it's going to be you're going to be able to take advantage of me all season long.
I think robbing means like I take something of yours that isn't mine. That isn't.
That's how we think of it normally.
Like you're walking down the street and I grab your wallet. That would be robbing.
No, and you make it yours.
Yeah. Now it's my wallet.
You're not your wallet.
G&D on the Fan. Biggest surprise, biggest disappointment. Let's go Commanders on this, and we can go NFL abroad next. It is kickoff day on the Fan. night in America, and will be soon enough anyway. Kickoff is about 5 hours away. The NFL is back. For Grant and Danny, you're locked into the Fan. It's the best time of year. Sunday, the Commanders will be playing a real-life football game. Speaking of the NFL season returning, we've got a nice announcement we'll make as a show coming up in 15 minutes at 3:45 ahead of our double play. So make sure you're listening at that time. We're going blitzing at 4. Let's talk Jaden Daniels next hour as he gets ready to embark on his inaugural campaign in the National Football League. But right now, let's go biggest surprise, biggest disappointment. I want to start with the Commanders, and then we'll go broad in the NFL. So give me your biggest surprise for the Commanders this football season.
Everybody's got this a little bit wrong. The excitement over an improved secondary potentially coming via coaching. Joe Witt, Dan Quinn have a great pedigree in terms of being around great secondaries. Look at what's happened in Dallas last couple seasons. Interception leader has emerged from relative anonymity. Go back to Legion of Boom, etc. So people have pointed to somebody. They think, well, this guy might benefit a lot. That's not the right answer. Quan Martin will have an outstanding season. A little bit of nickel, a little bit of free safety, a little bit of everything in between. He'll cover. He's the guy that's going to thrive in this scheme because he's versatile. He's smart. We think of him improperly because he was so bad at the start of last year, really came on strong towards the end. He's going to start. He's going to play a lot. Quan Martin is going to be the pleasant surprise.
Send Ron Rivera his ring.
You really should, okay?
I picked him. I knew it, okay? I'm going to ring my Rivera-era draft pick home run bell.
They say when you got a garbage offense, okay, you should go cornerback in consecutive rounds. That's what you do, okay? That's what we were missing.
Does Sam Cosmi get a Rivera-era draft pick home run bell?
Hit that bell.
He was drafted as a tackle.
It really was.
They told you he was a right tackle.
More so than anything else.
Now he's a really good guard.
That's what he is, okay?
I'm going to give it to him. When you don't eat very often, you don't turn food back because it's not cooked just the way that you like. You know what I mean?
Guard.
Speaking of the Rivera era and the draft pick home run bell.
Here we go.
Keep it close, boys and girls. Now, this is not a home run. A home run sounds like this. This is more of a single, like this. Something like that.
Did it even ring?
It did.
It rang? It rang?
Got to listen really closely. My surprise.
Okay.
Jamin Davis comes on like gangbusters second half of the season. Finishes with 7 sacks.
7.
Jamin Davis.
7.
7 sacks.
Well, I thought we were doing surprise, not bold predictions.
The biggest surprise.
This is a surprise bold?
Yeah. The biggest surprise that you're going to have
7
is that Jamin Davis becomes a decent situationally used pass rusher.
7 sacks.
7 sacks.
7.
I don't want to say it anymore. 7 sacks.
I'm giving you so many chances to lower that total.
Okay, 6.
There it is.
There you go. Jamin Davis.
Wow.
Pass rusher.
Oh,
second
wow.
half of the season, he's making some plays. That'll be the biggest surprise this season for the Commanders. How about the biggest disappointment?
So I like the dude. I feel bad saying this sort of thing. I just don't see it happening for Zach Ertz. I would love for Zach Ertz to be the same target he was a couple years ago, the guy that went for 1 million catches against Washington when they played, who's dynamic. I don't see him staying healthy. I don't see him having a lot left in the tank. I don't see him being a positive on the field. I think he's a great dude to have in the locker room. He's a translator for Cliff Kingsbury's offense and system. He's a good dude to have on your roster. I don't begrudge it because it wasn't like one of their huge marquee free agent signings that cost him a whole bunch of money against the salary cap and a number of years. You're not tied to it. You got replacements waiting in the wings, but I just don't see him having a huge impact this year. Would love to be wrong about that, by the way.
For me, biggest disappointment, I'll say the Commanders get swept by the Cowboys, which is not surprising. Like, that's not bold or anything. But the biggest disappointment this season, I think, is that when Dallas comes to Washington, that's a hard R there, Washington, on November 24th, and when the Cowboys are hosting the Commanders January 5th, I believe that the Commanders are going to get beaten both of those games handily by Dallas. Don't love it. Not happy about it. But that'll be the biggest disappointment of the season for your boy.
Yeah.
Let's go NFL abroad now. Give me your biggest surprise. Could be a player, could be a team.
The biggest surprise is that the Tennessee Titans are going to be frisky. They're going to be decent. They're not going to be good. They're not going to win the division, but people have written them off. They think Will Levis stinks. They think the Tennessee season also ran after a couple bad seasons where they were beset by injuries. Frankly, they didn't have very good personnel. They have whisper quietly upgraded an awful lot. They'll be in it until they kind of fall apart at the end of the season. And the Colts win that division, according to my predictions. But I got Tennessee improving by at least a couple of games.
I got 3 NFC North teams making the playoffs as a surprise. Packers, Bears, after the Lions win the division. I think Detroit, as I said, is like a 13-win team. I'm going to say Green Bay goes 11-6, and then Chicago goes 10-7 and gets in as a wild card. And I think 3 teams from the northbound make the postseason. I also think the Vikings, by the way, are going to be friskier than people think. They still got a lot of talent.
I think they're frisky.
Kevin O'Connell's a good coach. They're going to run the ball a lot better. They made an upgrade. They brought over Aaron Jones from Green Bay. Last year, it was like Alex Madison and the ghosts of running back passed for them. So I actually think they'll be a quarterback away, which is funny after Cousins walks, but they'll have a lot there offensively. But they're not going to be able to keep up in the division. They're probably going to be like a 7-10 type team. But that's going to be a sneaky, really good division. Biggest disappointment?
I've already kind of covered it. I'll give you a bonus one, too, just to make up for it. I think the Texans will be viewed as a disappointment. On paper, they're really, really good, but teams usually have to go through some stuff before they really jump up into the elite levels of football. I think they have a tough schedule as well. So they'll be fine. They'll be just outside of the playoffs with a winning record. So they'll be viewed as a disappointment because everyone's got huge expectations. And my little bonus, for the first time in his career, Mike Tomlin's team will finish with a losing record. That's my second little bonus disappointment. Yeah.
Biggest disappointment, NFC, I'll say Rams disappoint. That could be a Stafford injury situation. I also just think the loss of Aaron Donald, locker room, up front in general, just a key cog for years and years is going to register and loom pretty large. They've got 2 Florida State defensive linemen that they drafted that they're counting on in Verse and Fisk, but I think they're going to take a step back after having a really good year last year. Now I would throw one more out there from the AFC. I said it earlier, Jets missed the playoffs. I just don't think the Jets put it all together like everybody is assuming they will. They'll be my disappointment. All right, let's tag in the producer's room here. Let's go surprise. Darius, what do you got?
So my biggest surprise will be that the Green Bay Packers quarterback, Jordan Love, is going to finish top 3 in MVP voting by the end of the season. I think he's due for a huge season out there in Green Bay.
Got the bag.
He did get the bag.
Put up all the numbers last year. He's on his way, man. He's a really, really good player. I'm just happy for Green Bay, honestly.
Finally worked out for him.
Because seriously, like the quarterbacks for them, they've been in the desert just looking for water. They had that Favre guy for like 20 years, won MVPs.
Hold on, Grant. I'm being told they went from one great quarterback to the next to the next.
That's what
I'm being
They're
told.
just passing it like it's a relay race. It's not fair. It's not. They need to miss and miss and miss for 100 years to be like the rest of us.
Rhino, who was sweet enough to give us chocolate chip cookies today.
That was nice.
A lesson learned, it sounds like, at the Clary household.
It was. But my biggest surprise is that Will Levis will establish himself as an NFL franchise quarterback in his second season. I think Will Levis will actually carry the Tennessee Titans to around a 9-10 win season.
By God.
I think the Titans are a sleeper team this year. I think they've got a very good squad, and I think Will Levis can kind of sling the rock. I'm kind of buying that Tennessee Titans right now.
So he's going not only surprised, but like I was doing, bold as well.
Uh-huh.
I mean, he's out on a limb there.
That would be a surprise.
Can you even see the edge of that limb he's on?
You can't touch the main trunk of the tree where you're at.
Mayonnaise and coffee, Will Levis.
Mayo and coffee.
Biggest disappointment for you, Ryan, this football season?
My biggest disappointment for 2024, I was going to say the LA Rams because people are really buying into them, but I'm actually going to go the opposite way. I think it's the Green Bay Packers. I'm not buying the Packers' weapons this year. They had a relatively easier schedule this last season compared to what people thought they would. I think Jordan Love is good. I really believe in him. I think he's going to be the guy, but I'm not sold on the weapons surrounding them. They still have not done enough just yet. So I think they're going to be the most disappointing team in 2024.
They got all those young receivers that have another year experience. Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, Jaden Reed, Dontavion Wicks, all kind of growing with Love. They don't have a true number one, to be clear. I'm with you there. Darius, biggest disappointment.
We got little sprinkles of how good and effective he could be last year, but of course he got injured and the season ended a little early. There's big expectations for Anthony Richardson this year. I got a bad feeling that's not going to happen. I think our biggest disappointment is Anthony Richardson is not going to be the guy this year.
So he got hurt last year after I think 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
So basically the year ends and it looks like the Colts need a quarterback.
I think so. I think we're in for the Colts are going to be back in the quarterback train again.
Oh,
if that's the case, then Chris Ballard will be a GM somewhere else probably.
He'll be answering phone call on draft day from someone else.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We got a nice show announcement to pass along. And it's not just that we had delicious chocolate chip cookies from our guy Ryan today. There's another, frankly, if I could say this, with all due respect to the cookies, which were great.
Cookies were the big deal.
Equally as important announcement. It's pretty big.
Yep.
We'll also hit you double play next on G&D. Our double play will come your way in just a moment on Grant and Danny. The Beltway Blitz is sub 15 minutes away. We are taking you up to 6:10. Excited about our 5 o'clock segment tonight when we're talking to the documentary maker of what is a really cool series that dropped on Amazon. They followed around LSU's NIL collective decisions, the players that they brought in, some of the athletes at the program, including Jaden Daniels, Livy Dunn. Want to ask him all about that when he joins us at 5 tonight, coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes on the Fan. But Danny, we do have an announcement to make.
We do indeed. I'm excited about this. I think this is one of those, there's a little bit of familiarity. There's also something that's a little bit sexy, a little bit new, a little bit cool.
Yeah, so I'll say there's 2 announcements. One is bigger than the other because one is kind of a known commodity.
Mm-hmm.
But we are very, very happy to inform you guys that on Mondays at 5 p.m., Jay Gruden will be back.
We're doing it
on
again.
The Grant and Danny radio program.
So fun. It's always entertaining, informative, great opinions. He watches every game. He is a really, really good guest.
Storyteller.
Yep.
Comedic genius. Words like this get thrown around occasionally. Ball knower. Guy who called some plays in his day. And stick aside, what I really like about Jay is he calls it like he sees it. There are so many people in this business who coached or played who are petrified of giving opinions. And Jay Gruden is not that guy. Jay Gruden is whatever the opposite of that is. He is going to tell you what he sees. He's going to tell you what he thinks. He is both entertaining and insightful. To me, the perfect radio guest. And there's nobody we'd rather break games down with, go around the league with the day after Sunday football than Jay right here on G&D.
That is such a good point, by the way, about being willing to say the thing, good, bad, or indifferent, right? I mean, that's what you want. His brother, to me, famously, when he was doing Monday Night Football, was, this is probably the best player this league has ever seen, man. It's like, no, it's not. It's okay. It's the backup running back. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay to say, like, this, like he's hurting this team, or this is good, this is bad. But to your point, like, he had this, getting in the league is really hard. It's really hard up here type level of analysis. And it's like, I can appreciate that, but also within that, we can have maybe some variance, but Jay throws the fastballs.
He does not pull punches.
Yeah.
He calls guys out. He's like, oh, he's a bad blocker. He doesn't catch enough passes, whatever it is. And most of the time, the guys he's talking about aren't here soon thereafter and knows what he's talking about.
Oh, man.
But this is something we're very, very excited about. This is going to be new to the Grant and Danny radio program in the 2024 football season.
That's that good drum roll.
A really long one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
This football season, for the first time ever on the Grant and Danny radio program, we've thought about doing this in the past, but it wasn't going to work out because he wasn't actually a member of the team yet.
Right, we couldn't do it.
Tuesdays at 5 p.m., running back Austin Ekler.
Here we go.
Will be a staple.
Yeah.
On G&D. We've had him on a couple times since he was acquired.
Just a star.
Blew us away the first time. We had him on just this past week. One of his people hit us up and said, hey, Austin's launching an app for dozens of football players to try to connect them with fans. Would you guys mind talking to him? And we said, absolutely. And he's one of the most unique, sharpest, just thoughtful players in any sport that I've ever been around. I really, really enjoy talking to him. And he's perfect for our show. We are a nuts and bolts, analytical, info-driven show more than we are wacky guys. And I just think Austin Eckler is a really intuitive and cerebral, like, ball thinker. So I'm fired up. He also loves fantasy football and talking about fantasy football. So we're going to have a lot of fun with him, I think.
Yeah, he is sharp, funny, entertaining. You said thoughtful already, but I want to double down on that. Like, in his spare time, when your feet are up, my feet is up, watching television, he's starting a company. You know what I mean? Like, when you're relaxing, he's like, I should probably get a small business loan and talk to some venture capitalists and found this thing that helps people. Like, this is a different cat. And I mean that in the best possible way. From the depths of obscurity to star in this league with something left to offer here on a new team. And he's wildly engaging and awesome. Like, that's as good a guest as you can pull.
I recently heard him telling someone that a coach told him that he's the most unique man in football, like the most unique person
I buy that
in the NFL. And not only does that make sense, but he said he thinks the reason for that is he never grew up thinking about or planning on playing in the NFL. Sure, it was always, as a football player, something that he thought would be cool, but this was a tiny guy, undersized at every single level he ever played at, who played non-Division I football at a school nobody's ever heard of and wasn't expected to get any look in the National Football League. So for him, he had other ventures, other ideas. He was learning to do other things, and it just so happens, more so that probably than a lot of us, like, his job is not who he is. It's just kind of what he does. He takes that to the nth degree, but man, do I really, really like Ekler. I'm rooting for him this year like everybody else is. And I do believe, I could say this confidently, he is going to lead the Grant and Danny radio program and our regulars in receptions in the NFL this season. I think if you tally up like my catches, Danny's catches, Darius's catches.
That's mildly bold.
Even Ryan's catches. I think Ekler will catch more passes than us this year. But we are the crazy people who think he's got a lot of tread on the tire. He's going to help this team a lot. And if he's a baller, if he goes out and J.D. McKissick's this thing, we're going to have a lot of fun on Tuesdays at 5 p.m.
Like, to me, that's the minimum expectation is, third down back helps him in the passing game. I think there is a lot left here, and I think everybody's sleeping on it. And I think because you've got Brian Robinson to tote the rock and take a lot of the thumps, a lot of the hits, and be downhill, I think he's fine with that, talking about Ekler, right? Well, I don't have to do 250 carries and then another 75, 80 receptions. You could tone that down a little bit, still get your 1,000 total yards, be a goal line option, be excellent in the pass game, early down work. Not all the time, but sometimes. I think he's going to help them a lot. I think this is their best offensive acquisition, non-Jaden Daniels division.
But we're happy about this, and we think it's going to be great for the show and really good for you guys as consumers of our content and listeners. So thank you to Chris, our program director.
Yeah.
And all
Thanks,
the folks behind the scenes that made it work out. Jay Gruden Mondays at 5, Austin Ekler Tuesdays at 5. And then Darius, did you have an update on the Wednesday? I know Wednesday they were talking about Tom Brady at 5. Thursday, we were saying maybe Peyton Manning at 5. And then Friday, I think it was Roger Goodell at 5.
Still working on contract details,
okay.
But we should have more on that by tomorrow. Maybe.
But that's the idea, would be that Brady would be at 5 on Wednesdays. Yeah. I was saying Peyton Manning. You were hoping for somebody else.
Well, like, we were looking for Rodgers live during the season.
But he said, I'm going to be too busy giving hugs to Pat McAfee.
That was kind of the thought there. Like, we wanted to see if we could get that going. Yeah. There have been a couple contract hiccups there for some of those guys.
Where are we at on the Goodell contract?
Well, he was like, you guys have to pay me out of your pocket. We were like, fine, how much? He gave the number. Like, we wrote down a number down a napkin. We exchanged that. And I don't want to get the nuts and bolts about it, but it was like, we were a little bit south of his number.
I thought it was weird, too, that we had to ask him about his recliner for some reason. He wanted and how he gives people hugs.
Like, one time per interview, the recliner has to come up. It's like, okay.
Jay Gruden, Mondays at 5. Austin Ekler, Tuesdays at 5 with your pals, G&D. Football season has arrived. Our Beltway Blitz is next. We're getting into Jaden Daniels at 4:25 right here on the Fan. Tonight's the night the NFL returns, and we are taking you up to 610, getting you in the football mood on Grant and Danny. The exclusive sponsor of this show is our pals, the law firm over at Condori & Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you so you can get a discount, kmlawyers.com. They are local guys. Lake Braddock High School, George Mason University, huge DC sports fans we are going to be traveling with over the course of the months ahead. They're good hang. They are fun. We went to a Caps game with them. We watched Nick Dowd get into a fist fight right in front of our eyes. It was a really good time.
I forgot about the Dowder hand throwing.
I'll never forget about that fight. It was right
that
after
was nuts.
Nick Jensen got laid out and just about killed. And so Dowder was
hunting.
buddies. Just said
he was on the ice and you could hear the
somebody will pay.
Yeah.
That was a good time. But go check them out. kmlawyers.com. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. The NFL, the Commanders on deck and in the hole on a football day here on G&D. Let's start, though, with the latest on the diamond with the Nationals. The longtime voice of the Nationals, in fact, since day one in the nation's capital, our guy, Charlie Slows. Charlie, Mackenzie Gore looked like an ace last night. 1 hit over 6 innings. He had the good stuff going.
Yeah, that's 3 starts in a row. So after making the adjustment with the arm slot, his command has been really good. His stuff has been good. It's a shame he didn't get a better result, but 6 innings, 1 run, 1 hit, 9 strikeouts and a walk. You'd almost take that every time out.
What's the difference when it's going good for him versus when it's not, Charlie?
Well, I mean, he was very efficient pitch count, earlier in the year when he struggles, walks were up. I think he lost confidence. He just couldn't figure it out. Now he's also throwing a changeup more. That's made a big difference because when you add that to his big fastball and his breaking ball, and really the hitters aren't figuring it out, he's been very effective. And, I think, you look at what Patrick Corbin's done pitching right before him, same thing, using a changeup more and a slower curveball. And that's the difference. When you are not as predictable and you can command those pitches, you can have success. And both of them are doing that right now.
C.J. Abrams has really scuffled, hitting a little over 160 since early July when he became an all-star. I don't think he's in as bad of a funk necessarily as he was at one point early in the year where he was just swinging at everything, but he's closer to that than doing the right things at the plate. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, he just hasn't been able to figure it out and get on any kind of consistent role. We thought, a week or so ago, we put a few hits together. We thought we might see him come out of it. He's struggling against left-handed pitchers, and he's been indecisive, a lot of check swings, weak contact. And so he's not in there tonight. They're facing a kind of a soft tossing left-hander in Bailey Falter. And so Nasim Nunez is going to get another start against a left-handed pitcher and bat 9th in the order. And, Nasim's had a couple of good games, 2-hit game. Last game he started, drove in his first run. And, you don't lose anything defensively with him out there. Maybe you even gain with the great range and terrific arm that he has. He's fun to watch.
I've been pretty impressed. The numbers aren't unbelievable. It's a really short, small sample here for Chaparro, but just like his presence at the plate, Charlie, looks hitterish to me. I like the passes that he takes and, sort of spitting on some close things. They may have found something here with this guy in the lineup. I don't know if he's a first division, middle of the order bat or something like that, but he seems to look the part here. What are your thoughts?
Well, most likely a designated hitter, if you are fielding your best defensive team. And the Nationals need power from the DH spot. They have 12 home runs combined for anyone who's been the DH this year. And, it's by nature of the name of a designated hitter, you'd hope you get more power than that. And he swings big. He doesn't get cheated on swings. He had 19 home runs at AAA, Reno, and then 4 after he came over to Rochester, a couple now in the big league. So, he's a potential power bat that they're looking at to see what you have if you think you can be on your big league team for next year, after acquiring him in the trade for Dylan Floro from Arizona.
Couple of doubles for James Wood, going back to the win in the Marlins series. He's been so clutch with runners in scoring position. RBI pace at one point going into the week was well over 100 for him. Doing that on a bad team that doesn't score a lot is pretty stunning for a young guy. What have you made of his approach when he's got a chance to deliver runs?
Well, he's just looking for a pitch he can drive. That was a big double in last night's game in a 3-run 8th inning that gave them the lead. Unfortunately, they couldn't hold it. Eventually lost the game in 10 innings. But you like what you saw. He doesn't try to do too much. Sometimes you're watching him, you think maybe he's a little too patient and you wish he'd take more hacks. But, he's trying to only swing at pitches that are strikes and not chase. And for a very young player at 21 years old, that's really incredible to watch.
I like Jose Tena. I think I really like him, Charlie. He's the kind of guy that feels, can do a little something of everything. Not maybe thrive in any one way. He's not great defensively. Doesn't have a ton of power, but it's a little bit of a Swiss Army knife type action. I think he's got a place here.
He's got a short swing and looks to hit the ball up the middle. So I like what I've seen of him at the plate. Right now, he's 0 for his last 13. But, right now he's been in there every day against righties and lefties. So he's held his own. Third base is a relatively new position for him. So we've seen some struggles there on fielding some balls and definitely, with some throws that he's bounced. When Joey Gallo's there, he helps save some throws. Anybody else playing over there, you really got to make a good throw. So, that's where they've suffered a little bit. We got spoiled when Lipscomb was there at third. He plays gold glove caliber defense, and unfortunately, he didn't hit enough to stay in the big league. So we'll see. I mean, everybody still thinks Brady House is the third baseman of the future. What they do with Jose Tena, who had mostly been a second baseman in his career in the minor leagues so far. So it remains to be seen where he will end up playing if he has a regular spot, because, Garcia seems to have trenched himself at second base. So where his position is, who knows, but you're finding yourself with more depth in your organization.
Tana can swing it for sure. House, by the way, 19 home runs, leads all of the Nats. Top prospects down in the minor leagues this year. Charlie, before we let you go, who's your NFL team? Do you watch any football in the fall?
I watch a bunch of different teams. I grew up in New York. This is way before you guys. This is when your local team's home games were all blacked out. It didn't even matter if they sold out. That was before the NFL changed that rule. So you only saw your home team a few games a year. Back when it was 14 games, you saw 7 games if you didn't go to a game. So you ended up seeing a lot of NFC West games in New York for the late games, because those were the games you were getting. So I was watching the LA Rams when they had Roman Gabriel as their quarterback in the early to mid 70s. So I actually became an LA Rams fan because of that.
Oh, look at you. Would not have had that in the office pool. By the way, that makes no sense. I don't even know what the strategy behind
times
that
were
was.
different, man.
That is strange. Charlie, thank you. We appreciate you.
You got it.
Be good. Let's talk football and bring on our guy, Mike Jones. Covers the National Football League for The Athletic. We'll keep the blitz moving. Mike, who do you got tonight? Chiefs hosting the Ravens as we kick this NFL season off.
I've got the Chiefs, man. I think it's going to be another really close game, but I feel like the Chiefs are going to come out of here. They're going to try to start their three-peat quest with an authoritative win. And, obviously 2 really good teams. They've made changes in the offseason to further strengthen them, but I think the Chiefs pull this one out again.
Are people overlooking the Ravens because that division is so good? And, there's all this talk about Burrow being back and it feels boring, but that's kind of what they are. They're boring. They're always really good. Are people looking past them a little bit?
I don't think you're looking past them. Every time I ask people, okay, who is the threat to the Chiefs? Every team personnel guy or coach that I ask mentions the Ravens as one of those teams. But it might just take a little bit of time for them. They've got, a new defensive coordinator. They've got a few new pieces on the back end of their defense. Obviously, they've got Derrick Henry, which should help ease some pressure on Lamar Jackson. They've got some changes on their offensive line. So, I think that those changes will pay off for them, and they'll be more balanced and more well-rounded. Maybe ease a little pressure on Lamar. I think he could have a little bit of a better season passing as he's got another year in this offense, and their wide receivers, particularly Zay Flowers, has another year of experience under his belt. So I don't think they're being overlooked by anybody in the league.
How about some Friday night lights in Brazil? How about the Packers and the Eagles? What do you think tomorrow?
I keep going back and forth on that game. I think, though, that maybe we're going to see the Packers pull that one out. Obviously, the travel is a big factor for both of those teams, long flights and everything. But there's a little bit more continuity with the Packers. They're hoping to build off of that hot streak they finished the season on, while the Eagles have a new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator, changes in their secondary. So, again, you can never really totally pass judgment on what a team is till about 4 games into the season, but it just might take a little bit for them to work out some kinks there. And so I'm going to go Packers.
You alluded to this earlier, Mike, but who in your mind is the biggest threat to the Chiefs in the three-peat in the AFC?
In the AFC, I think it's between the Ravens and the Bengals. I think both of those teams, obviously, look, if the Ravens had have stuck with their bread and butter, they might have won that AFC Championship game. They only attempted 8 rushing plays. They turned the ball over. So they're built, and they're built better this year to be able to go toe-to-toe. The Bengals are built to go toe-to-toe. They've got some improvements on defense as well, and, you know, they got to get Jamar Chase taken care of. But I think those are the 2 teams that the Chiefs have to be worried about the most.
I just saw that Russell Wilson was dealing with a bit of a calf issue again today. Is there any risk that he wouldn't play against the Falcons on Sunday?
Well, we got to see how much, I don't know right now. We don't know exactly if it's just precaution because it was a little sore and they want him ready. I kind of wouldn't be surprised if this is something that's a little bit of a setback. Look, he's an aging quarterback. They would like to have him as their starter, but you never know. Some of those nagging injuries keep popping up for older guys, and they're hard to recover from. And so we'll see. We might see Justin Fields out there.
Where are you on the Rams this season?
I think they'll be improved. I don't know as far as the durability of Matthew Stafford. He's had some injuries in recent years, and we don't know, what his health will be like. But if they can stay healthy, I think they're back in the picture. I'm not saying they're Super Bowl favorites or anything like that, but I think that they are kind of retooled a little bit on the fly, and they should be better than what they were last year. They kind of got that ugly season out of the way, and then last year they took steps forward. I think they'll take some more steps forward this year.
Are you a Jets believer, or are they pretenders?
They're pretenders. They're a circus. There's always something that's going wrong. You just feel like they're like a ticking time bomb. I'm not convinced that Aaron Rodgers will stay healthy this whole year. They tried to address some weaknesses on the offensive line, but they did it with aging guys. So we'll see if they can stay healthy. They don't have their top pass rusher that they acquired via trade because he wants more money. So it just feels like this thing, it looks good, it sounds good, but it's just not really going to come through for them.
Jonesy, good catching up, buddy. Enjoy the start of the season.
All right, thanks, guys.
See you, bud.
Now let's keep the blitz going. Football Convo gets localized now with our guy, Earl Forsey, who I saw make the announcement earlier today that he is back for game days on 106.7 The Fan. So as you were making your way, if you're going early, the tailgate over to the Fed in Landover, Maryland, you will hear Earl Forsey early on Sundays, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., Burgundy and Gold game day on 106.7 The Fan. Earl, I've told you this before. Your dulcet pipes, bro. That's football to me. That's a fall, autumn Sunday. Getting me ready for the then Redskins and Clinton Portis and LeVar Arrington. I'm fired up. Let's do this thing.
Boy, that goes back, huh? Thank you. I appreciate it. Look, and I get a lot of a good response from it. For someone who grew up here listening to Johnny Holiday do the old pregame on WMAL, and I go back to the early 70 teams. So a guy named Steve Gomartin was doing the play-by-play back then. So it's kind of humbling because I've been doing this for a while. Look, I was part of on the ground floor when the games moved from MAL to TEM, our early days on Sports Talk 570 back then. And then when we transitioned to WJFK, I was part of it. So it's nice. I mean, it's been a while. I appreciate all the support and, that folks kind of embrace what I do, which is, talk football and love DC sports and specifically the Commanders. So yeah, it's fun to be back and we'll be at it again Sunday before you know it. Look, this season, I know there's no question. I'll get right to it. 8 different starting quarterbacks under the riverboat. So we're at 35 starting quarterbacks now since 91, 92. Unbelievable. Do you know there's 8 starting quarterbacks in a row to start the season? That's a new NFL record. Good job, Ron. 7 in a row. Indianapolis, that streak for them ends this season. So it's going to be 8 different starting quarterbacks for each season, going back to Kirk Cousins back in, 2017. And it's a list of, some pretty average names. Case Keenum, Ryan Fitzpatrick, who barely played. So just, it's great to have. It seems the answer to quarterback in DC will know for sure. And I think, not trying to put too much pressure on Jaden Daniels, but let's go back to the other rookie, 2012, RG3, that coming out party in New Orleans for him. You kind of knew right away that guy was special. And, he was until the knee injury. It was a fleeting moment there, but had the big game. I'm not saying that Jaden Daniels necessarily needs that, but it would be nice if he hits the field, throws for a couple of touchdowns, they win a game, and you're like, okay, let's go. And maybe that's going to happen this weekend.
What's success look like to you this year?
That's a great question. Does anybody really know? Success would be, how about, and we couldn't get past that this week. How about week 1 without an off the field story? Let's okay, we can try next year for that. Can we please get rid of everything that had to do with the old regime? Please? I've been saying that for months, and you still have problems with it. Just clean house. Exterminate the place. I don't know what you have to do. Just get rid of it. Anyway, that would be nice. That's not going to happen. What's success, Danny? It would be, feel good about the team. None of these, I don't think we're going to have any from the new people in place, but none of these non-football stories. What's a good story to start the year? Sam Cosmi. And last year, countdown to kickoff, it became a Ron bashing final half of the season. And I told my wife at one point, because I do the show at home, I said, I kind of almost feel bad because I got to take this show. And I looking back, it was like 2 hours. I just basically bashed Ron. She's like, you feel bad for? I was like, oh, yeah, you're right. I forgot. No, I don't. Because it was, from a football standpoint, it was well-deserved, right? He destroyed a lot. What little was left of the team, he left it in worse shape. I mean, much worse shape 4 years later than he found it. And they stunk when he found it, when he took over. So, and this regime obviously hated everybody that was existing. They got rid of them, everybody pretty much from the old regime as quick as they could. But they love Sam. How much do they love Sam Cosmi? He's a leftover. He should be one of those guys. It's Ron's mainly, probably his only success story, right? Last year, he said that yesterday in the press conference. I go into Ron's office. We're going to move you to guard, okay? It worked. It unlocked something with that dude who's become kind of what you would hope that Brandon Sheriff was and really was until, he left for Jacksonville. He's Brandon Sheriff that wants to be here. And, you heard some of the presser. I don't know how much you heard yesterday. We'll play some Sunday morning. But he's like, this, I don't feel like I've accomplished anything. This to me, and Cosmi's, the paraphrase, it makes me want to work harder. In 1 year, transitioning to guard, he has become a top 5 guard in the NFL, arguably. Guys, so that's a huge success story. I'll give credit where credit's due, and there's not much of it. Ron, they made that work. And that's one of the draft picks. I can't name a second one, but that's one of them that they hit on. And he's going to be a foundational piece on this team. And, it's a good story to start the year. And, boy, you need it. With a young quarterback, you've got a rookie at left tackle. So you better hope there's some stability there. And probably Cosmi is part of it. And that's a good story to start the year and a good thing for him and the team that they recognized that even though he was a leftover, that he's a big part of it. And again, maybe that's one of the, they talk about we want commanders. They were talking about this, Adam Peters and Dan Quinn. Maybe Cosmi is one of those first steps, holdover guys. He is what they want in a commander. And, they've got him locked up, which is good.
9 a.m. Sunday for Earl Forsey. Hey, there's a gleam, quickly, man. There's a gleam.
Where else you wouldn't rather be than right here, right now? I know Danny's a gamer. I was a little late connecting today because I have recently, and I mean in the last few days, Danny, discovered mobile games on the iPad using a controller. So I'm a big COD guy. Yeah, I was just dropping in Verdansk like the last hour or two.
On the iPad.
Look at Earl.
On the iPad.
So do you Bluetooth the controller? What do you use? You rocking an Xbox? What are you doing?
Honestly, forget about the computer and the Xbox and the PS5. Now, this is unbelievable.
No, I mean, what controller are you using?
Version.
Yeah, what are you using?
I use a PS5.
PS5
My
controller.
son's like, you could hook a PS5 control, Bluetooth controller to that. I was like, well, how about your PS5 controller? He goes, oh, okay. And he hooked it up. You can change all the settings, kind of like what I like, different buttons select. It's Bo Jackson and Tecmo Bowl is what it is.
Wow.
I mean, I'm dominating games and I shouldn't be. and it's kind of a cheat code, but I don't care. I'm winning.
Yeah, you got
I'm winning
inverse
off the
flight
field.
control. You can't have the, your y-axis be up goes up, down goes down. That's ridiculous. That's amateur hour.
It's an unbelievable
Wow.
game changer, which I just found out about this week. I may be a little late to the party, but it's amazingly good. And those games always are kind of there's not a lot of stability sometimes. There's a lot of getting kicked out. None of it. It's just beautiful.
You don't get kicked.
It looks great. It plays well, and I'm murking dudes all over the place. It's wonderful.
I love it.
So,
Earl, dust off that Fat Boy Slim right here, right now.
Yeah.
Let's get this thing going. Dust off that Baltimore is a dirty, ugly city, whatever other sound clips you were playing. And let's do this thing. There's Earl Forsey on our Beltway Blitz. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. The guy behind the documentary that followed Jaden Daniels around at LSU last year joins us at 5. Speaking of Daniels, let's talk about his rookie season next. Jaden Daniels as the star of the doc. Great access to him, following him around all year. I think we'll get good intel on the Commanders' new quarterback. Let's dive into Jaden Daniels' rookie season. What does Daniels have to do this year for you to feel like he's the guy at the end of 17 games? Could be statistics, numbers. I don't think it should be, but maybe that's how you're going to do it. Could be what he looks like. Could be just staying healthy. What's your answer to that? At the end of this season, 17 games from now, what's it going to take for you to feel like Washington has their answer in Jaden Daniels and not to still be skeptical, not to still need to see more, not to go into next season as a make or break? Let's figure this out in 2025. We'll open up the phones on this. 800-636-1067, MGM National Harbor listener lines. 800-636-1067.
So the simple word for me is health, but there's a lot that goes into that. And here's what that entails. That's sliding in the secondary. When you've made the big gain, you're making the play, and you've got a chance for a first down or whatever, you get down, you get out of harm's way. It means you don't hold on to the ball to do that hero play like Sam Howell was doing early on last season where he got crunched and knocked even in week number 1. When the play's dead, you throw it away. It means you stay out of trouble as much as possible. The hits are going to come. It's the NFL. You're going to be hit as the quarterback of a football team, whether you're good, bad, or indifferent. The great ones get hit. The bad ones get hit more. You avoid the unnecessary ones. If he shows the ability to do that, I think that's going to go an awfully long way to sort of relieve that huge amount of anxiety I have about him and his frame and the proclivity to take too many hits unnecessarily. To me, if he's able to get through this year without taking those extra ones that don't necessarily knock you out every time, right? You could take some of those bad hits and bounce right back up and be fine until you're not. That's a huge thing for me. It's about that process of him staying healthy.
So that's on my list, but it's not at the top of my list. I'll move that one to number 3, and we'll get to that in a second. Number 1, for Jaden Daniels to prove to me this season over the next 18 weeks and 17 games that he's the guy, I need him to prove that he can move in the pocket. I need him to process and get the ball out. I need him to not make life harder on Washington's offensive line. And this goes to the pressure, sack percentage, things that we talked about quite a bit in ad nauseum before the draft. I need him to show that he's not going to turn pressures into sacks and that that's not going to be a bugaboo. The reason that was such a talking point that it became annoying to people, especially those that were big Daniels backers prior to the draft, was because anybody who looked at the numbers saw this was an alarming rate. And there are examples, very rarely, but there are examples of guys who have left those problems behind them in college and improved. But it's rare. More often than not, if you have that issue in college, you end up having that issue in the NFL. So that's the first thing I'm going to be monitoring very closely. The second thing is another thing that I had as a question mark coming out of LSU. Is he throwing well in the middle of the field and executing the NFL passing concepts on in-breakers that I think are pertinent? We didn't see that in college. We saw like 95% of the stuff you need to be able to do at quarterback done at LSU and at a really high level, a special, elite, upper echelon, all-time, Heisman, Hall of Fame in college type level. But there were a few things we didn't, like those in-breaking things, middle of the field, majoring in those, fitting the ball into small windows. I'll be monitoring that this year when he gets the opportunities to do that. And then the third thing is the decision-making in the open field as it pertains to taking hits, opting out of decleating moments, not putting himself in any more risk than he'll already be in with his frame, being as slender as anybody at his height in history, basically at the position, to go on to have a strong career. Because you already know, Danny, you're going to get folded up at times in the pocket.
It's the league, man.
You're going to get landed on by some giant. Has anyone seen that dude at the University of Florida, by the way? It was like 463 pounds.
You mean the two guys that are masquerading as one somehow?
That's the biggest dude I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like that guy landing on you will ruin your afternoon. Imagine just Jaden Daniels on his side and that guy falling on him. That's petrifying. Now, he's not in the league yet. He's at Florida, luckily. But there are big dudes, Gilbert Brown-like dudes, that are just waiting to fall on you and break your collarbone. So the pocket's scary enough. I need the decisions that he makes outside of the pocket to be made correctly. So those are going to be my things I'm tracking. And if he can find me some wins in those categories, I'll know he's the dude. Because the rest of it, he's already proven he can do. And now it's about coaching, bringing it out. This was Booger McFarland, covers college and pro football for ESPN. On the show yesterday, we did an outstanding interview with Boog This is what he had to say about Daniels as a rookie.
Anytime you start a rookie quarterback, there are going to be ups and downs. I think of all the rookie quarterbacks, I think he is in maybe not the best position, but I think he'll play the best. I think his demeanor, his poise, his maturity, he's got some decent weapons up there, as you guys know, led by Terry McLaurin. But overall, I think he's going to bring a different dynamic to that team. And from everything that I can hear, the leadership, how guys are already following him, I truly think the Commanders are going to be pretty good. I think there's a reason for optimism in DC.
So the only thing I disagree with in Booger's statement right there is the weaponry and the all the excellence in the passing game. McLaurin, yes, there's a lot of uncertainty elsewhere. I think they're trying to take things off his plate, right? By smash mouth a little bit, run a little bit, going short and try to get some yards after the catch a little bit. But I don't know how prolific it's going to be. But the rest of it, I agree with the positive sentimentality.
Let's go to Tony in Fairfax on Grant and Danny. Tony, the question is, what does Jaden Daniels have to accomplish in this rookie season for you to feel like he is the guy at the end of the year?
Man, you stole my thunder. I put number one, the intelligence, keep myself in the game moves. The slides, not taking unnecessary hits. And number two is game and clock management. I know that, that's a negative term to a lot of quarterbacks, game management, but it's very important. If he's got delay of games, he's not getting up to the line. And then the third, I was pretty simple. He's got to hit the receivers that are open, he's supposed to make. Make the throws you're supposed to make. Those three baby steps to me are like the only thing I'm really going to be focusing on with Jaden Daniels.
I love the last one there, Tony. That's a really good answer. Make your layups. The really good quarterbacks in this league, there's going to be those special moments, the spectacular wow play. But the really good ones at a very high clip, they hit their layups. They knock down bunnies.
It's
you do
such
not
a good
miss because you can't the 2, the 3, the 5, the 7-yard throws. You can't miss on the easy stuff. The other stuff's so hard. It's so difficult. When you get the gift of, hey, here's an open guy who can maybe get you a handful more after the catch, you got to take advantage of that. And especially as a young quarterback.
Yeah, my little 6-year-old's learning to play basketball. You know what he wants to do is run as far away as possible. Half-court shot, 3-point shot. I'm like, make a couple layups first. You'll be averaging 15 a game in your league in a minute or two. It's a good point.
JB Alexandria, you're on Grant and Danny. How are you?
Doing pretty good, guys. Started the NFL regular season today. Having a pretty good drive home. How's
That's
your guys'
right.
day going?
Let's do this thing.
Man.
Football, baby.
So for Jaden Daniels, I have a more simplified version of what I'm looking for. Mine is just I want to see a 3-to-1 turnover ratio where I don't care how he gets the ball in the end zone, run it, throw it, whatever. But I want to see at least 3 scores to 1 turnover. That to me shows that he knows how to take care of the ball. Thanks, guys.
If that's your game manager, that's the rookie caretaker, not put a lot on his plate.
That's what made Griffin's first season so special to me.
Absolutely.
Obviously, the rookie rushing record there, but the only 5 turnovers or only 5 interceptions, few fumbles, but that's going to happen when you're carrying the ball as much as that and doing all the ball handling with all the play fakes, read option, and those kind of looks. So that sort of level is pretty incredible.
Griff was 4-to-1 touchdown to pick ratio.
Yeah.
We've seen Dak, CJ Stroud, among others, have that type of statistical first season protecting the football. We'll get to your calls. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. What does Jaden Daniels have to do in this 17-game, 18-week season to prove he's the guy? Top of the hour, we'll talk to the documentarian who put together the film on Daniels and LSU with all the access he had for the NIL Collective documentary that he did last year. And we'll continue to make our season predictions as we get closer to kickoff. It is a football day. The NFL gets going tonight. You're listening to The Fan.
number two overall pick, well deserved because of what he was able to accomplish. So I'm sure they got a game plan in place, but coaches get paid a lot of money too to figure out what they have to do to make sure this quarterback's successful.
It is a football day on the Fan, and we do have an NFL game tonight. So I'll apologize in advance for some skits and bits here, but something very pressing has happened.
Bombshell might be too strong.
Bombshell's not too strong.
But it's something.
So there's been behind the scenes some sticky wicket situation happening where apparently, Cleary, you joined me here for a moment to clear this up because you're on the producer chat. But Jeff, who produces the B. Mitch and Finley show, has been very angry because he's alleging that somebody stole food of his out of the refrigerator.
Yeah, so this was right after the B. Mitch and Finley show. Jeff was very angry, just kind of running around after the show, was wondering where his seafood salad was. And
now, by his seafood salad, I'm assuming this is part of the gigantic spread, the biggest spread I've ever seen in the history of spreads, that the Junkies got this morning to kick off the NFL season. So Jeff took a pile of food and put it away for himself in the fridge to take home.
Exactly, yeah. It was a side seafood salad that Jeff then put in the fridge and was expecting to take home to his mom, actually.
Okay,
and
that's
nice. So, yeah. And then around 2:02, CK, our boss, sends an email out being like, hey, like, if there's food in the fridge, and he sent this out to the entire office, if there's food in the fridge, you should not be taking that. And if you took the seafood salad, then you should then return it to the refrigerator. And then right after that, Jeff texts our producer's group chat and goes, I also have Tom, our engineer, looking at the cameras for me. So whoever it was will get some words tomorrow or Friday.
And Jeff's actually upset.
Now,
Jeff is legit mad.
Just super quick, respectfully, I believe the engineer working here at the radio station, the cluster of radio stations, might have more important things to do than look over security footage for leftover seafood salad from the Junkies food drop from this morning.
And
I would just like to offer that.
But if I know Jeff, not according to him, Jeff's going to want him to work on whatever this big controversy is. So we're all wondering what happened with the pasta salad or whatever the hell it is.
The seafood salad. And I will say there are some new texts into the group chat. I mean, it is tough. It is really tough.
Jeff's really upset about it.
Jeff is really upset. It is.
So here's what's amazing. These guys are trying to crack the case in the studio, and in walks Chris Russell, who's now joining us. Check him out on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube camera. I'm going to spin it to you, Reenie, as you're now
there he is.
under the eyes of Sauron. And we find out Russell ate his seafood salad out of the refrigerator.
No, untrue. I grabbed the tub of seafood salad, which did not have his name on it,
in the fridge.
That was from a catered food drop from Jumbo Lump Crab Cake Company in Manassas. Good product. Great product. They brought us food. Remember when you stole all my crab cakes 2 weeks ago?
No.
Yes.
That's not
you stole all my crab cakes. Anyway.
Wait a minute.
A restaurant brought in crab cakes for his show and our show is what he's referencing.
No, it was for my show.
I'm sure. And then they brought crab cakes over and gave them to us, and we ate some crab cakes.
Grant took all of them and acted like there were none left, and then eventually brought them back like 20 minutes later.
Can we get to the point?
Yeah.
There was food in the refrigerator
there was a tub
where people keep their food, and you ate it.
Right. Hang on a second. I did not eat it. There was a tub of the seafood salad with the labeling for the restaurant, Jumbo Lump Crab Cake.
Okay.
No name on it, no tag, no paper, no nothing. Hey, this is Jeff's, this is Jeff's mama's, whatever. Junkies do not eat, nothing. So I grabbed it. I forgot that I brought in lunch. I grabbed it. I was going to have it for lunch. It was a catered food drop to the station, not to Jeff Walker.
There is a table. There are multiple tables here where the common area is.
It was delivered at like 8:30 in the morning. You're not going to leave seafood salad out until 2 in the afternoon.
Danny, I can't wrap my head around the logic that once it makes it into the fridge, he's going to pull it back out.
There is no law, no rule that says if it's in the fridge as opposed to on a counter, it's not fair game.
Yes, because
it was not privately wrapped. It was not put in a Ziploc bag or aluminum foil or in a lunch bag or anything else. It was not privately wrapped or identified in any way, shape, or form. If somebody doesn't want something ate or eaten, you label it. You say, this is Grant Paulson's wonton soup container.
But Danny, there's never any common food. There's never any shared food. There's never, as long as I've worked
What
here,
do you call a food drop? That is common shared food.
Out.
In the refrigerator.
It doesn't matter.
Happened.
It doesn't matter.
Respectfully, matters a lot.
Food is put in the refrigerator all the time from food drops.
Food that they're going to eat.
No, from food drops.
Never.
Yes. It's wrong.
It's in the kitchen area. It's out. It's in that little common area, that little tiny table.
No.
It's out. If it's out, fair game.
If it's out, fair game.
Away, you have to take a second order effect to go into somewhere, remove it, and then serve yourself. Shouldn't
it be labeled if it is put in the refrigerator, which it has to be because it's got mayonnaise and shrimp and whatever. You don't want that stuff sitting out for 6 hours.
You totally don't.
Shouldn't it be put in the refrigerator? Jeff Walker, I work here.
He's got to go find a Sharpie or some sort of labeling system to satisfy you.
Inconvenience him.
Well, he's working.
He
doesn't work. He's never in the studio.
He probably assumed, like I would have, like Danny would have, and everyone else that works here, as soon as it goes into the refrigerator, it's off limits.
There is no law, no rule, no set of bylaws that says in the refrigerator versus out of the refrigerator.
I mean, it's common parlance. I mean, like if we go to a restaurant for lunch and I put my leftovers in there, are you just going to go rip them out because they look tasty?
No. Because that's not a station food drop.
But if you open the fridge on a normal day and you just see food in there.
Right, it's not a station food drop.
But how
that's
do you know
the distinguishing factor.
By the way, CK sent out an email to everyone about not stealing people's food.
Yeah.
And he's now on the hotline listening right now.
That's great. That's
Boss,
awesome. Hi, boss. How
great.
are you?
Chris, I knew you were a weirdo. I knew you were an alien. I didn't know you were also a monster. This is unbelievable that you would do this.
No, this is ridiculous, CK.
CK, he's claiming that it's the same as
it's
the
a food
commentator.
drop. It's the same damn thing.
It's a food drop on the table outside the studio.
You can't keep this out for 6 hours.
The leftovers of a food drop go to the kitchen to one of the tables there. This was neither one of those things.
You can't keep it out for 6 hours, CK.
It wasn't, Chris, it doesn't matter whether you can keep it out for 6 hours or not. It wasn't yours. You took other
It should have been labeled,
food.
do not eat. This is Jeff's. This is whatever.
Crab cake king now. You think if you got a little endorsement deal or whatever, that you're the crab cake king, and you're not the crab cake king.
JumboLumpCakes.com, CK.
I think that's what's so amazing is if you've worked in radio for 1 hour, but before you learn what you can and can't say, how to tease to break, Chris, the first thing you learn is how food drops work. And when the food comes, there's a table.
There's a protocol.
It's up for grabs. When, to your point, occasionally it's been out on the table for a while. It gets moved into the other table in the kitchen where anyone in the whole building can grab it. I've never in my life, have you? You've worked in radio for almost 30 years. Have you ever heard of a common area food in the refrigerator?
It's never, ever, ever been done. No one has ever done what Chris did and then walked around like he did the right thing. It's unbelievable.
I put it back. I did. Of course, I did the right
where is
thing.
it now?
As soon as I was made aware,
put it back.
I put it back in the refrigerator.
Where was it?
It was in the refrigerator, and then it was with me for 5 minutes, and then I saw the note, and everybody laughing like a bunch of stupid hyenas. In the history of radio, there's a rule. I bet you if you open up the Odyssey DC playbook, there ain't nothing about refrigerator versus counter in there.
By the way,
until there is,
Odyssey
I don't
DC
want any blame.
What are you talking about?
Huh?
What Odyssey DC playbook are you talking about?
Whatever. Rule book, guidelines, whatever.
Hey, to borrow from a few good men, people eat lunch every day, and there's no rule about it in the Marines. Like, we figure it out. It's being a human being.
I love that we're the crazy people, by the way.
I figured it out. I was apparently wrong. Apparently, and I put it back.
How literally
before I took even a spoon.
How long did you have?
I put a little pepper in it. That's it.
You added pepper?
Yeah. I thought it was for everybody. I'm sorry.
Hold on. So you thought it was for everyone and still added pepper?
Yes.
To the whole thing.
I put a package of pepper on the top of the seafood salad. And then all of a sudden I saw the email.
Oh my God.
I thought I was right. I thought
Does
it was
everyone love pepper?
It was
I
a
hope so.
common food drop. There was nobody's name on the damn product.
Obama
Nobody's
style.
name.
Let me be
All
clear.
of a sudden, the refrigerators become like King Tut, and like we're gold mining for food.
Wait a minute.
Let me be clear. You got it out of the fridge. You weren't going to eat the whole thing, but you said, "Oh, this is for everyone."
No, I was going to eat the whole thing.
You damn well better have your name on your lunch in there tomorrow, Chris, or I'm eating it.
That's why. That's why I
When
keep
you
it
bring
in.
your giant salad in, you better have your name on it tomorrow.
That big beverage is mine.
You clowns are missing the point. And I see all the phone line. Russell is right. Team Russell. Team Russell. I see all of you people. I appreciate all of you people. You guys are the wrong ones because it was a common food drop. There is a difference between me bringing a salad in that is clearly brought in from home, that is clearly not for everyone, versus Jumbo Lump Crab Cake Company bringing in a buffet spread for the junkies who ate everything, and then Jeff crying and whining about food that he didn't pay for that was taken and going to the damn boss. Why doesn't he do what he's supposed to do? Do a podcast or something instead of going crying and whining to the boss. You have other stuff to do, CK.
Chris, your salads could feed a Ruby Tuesday, so you better have your name on it tomorrow when you bring that in, okay?
Okay.
CK, we got to go or our program manager is going to be upset.
He does get annoyed.
Yeah, he likes us to be on time.
Who's your program manager?
I botched it. It's brand manager, I think.
Sorry.
Senior brand manager of development and innovation.
Yeah, all things Odyssey. Rini, you're on the hot seat, and I'm normally Team Russell. I can't help you today.
There's a lot of Russell is right. Team Russell's on there. I'm just telling you.
A lot of
I think you should take those calls.
When food's in the refrigerator and you didn't put it there, you can't eat it.
And you can't season it for everyone else.
I'm going to look.
That's the best part.
I didn't season it. I seasoned it for me.
The guy that made the documentary on LSU NIL who followed Jaden Daniels around last year, a lot of access to the quarterback we're all looking to save the Commanders, joins us next on The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you up to football for the first time in 2024. A regular season game played tonight. The Ravens, the Chiefs, Arrowhead Stadium, Kansas City. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condorian Murad. They're going to guide you and your family in the right direction, helping you to draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We will preview tonight's game between the Ravens and the Chiefs and break down both of those divisions, rank all four teams in order in both the AFC North and West coming up in just a bit. But right now, we're very excited to learn a little bit more behind the scenes on quarterback Jaden Daniels from Dre Cooper, who helped put together the documentary that's going to be coming out in 5 days on Amazon Prime on LSU and the NIL collective and the big booming business they've created that everybody in college football and college sports is now trying to benefit from. But LSU seemed to have been one of the first programs on the scene. So, Dre, thank you so much for the time. We really appreciate it. You're on in D.C. with Grant and Danny. How are you?
All right. Hey, Grant and Danny. Thanks for having me, guys. It's a real pleasure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
This sounds like such a great project.
What a great idea.
I
Yeah.
watched the trailer and it's awesome. I cannot wait for this. Tell us a little bit about why LSU and kind of how you decided to do this.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you look at the college sport landscape, the reality is since the NIL policy change, some would argue the scene has turned upside down, right? And many schools were kind of caught trying to figure out what to do. But LSU jumped headfirst into the deep end right away. And so they mobilized internally. They put together a team inside their athletic department to deal specifically with NIL. And right away, they saw an opportunity with Olivia Dunn, given her social media following. And so together they partnered and they put Livy on a big old digital billboard in Times Square on July 1st, 2021 and said, hey, we're NIL LSU and we're ready to jump in and figure this out. So, the stars aligned for us. And we ended up following some of the biggest names in college athletics, all down there in Baton Rouge at LSU.
What was the experience like with Jaden Daniels? Obviously, we're pretty invested here on our end in Washington, D.C., as he's the quarterback of the moment and hopefully the future. What was it like just sort of being around him and what'd you learn?
Yeah, I mean, look, you guys have an incredible player on your hands and an incredible young man. Jaden was one of 5 athletes that we followed closely in the series. And you'll see firsthand what his experience was like at LSU. For some of your audience, they may know, but others may not, that, he was a transfer kid. He entered the portal, but he didn't come to LSU with a lot of collective money. In fact, they weren't doling out any money for him to come. He had to prove himself. He had come out of Arizona State. Things were a little bit shaky his sophomore year. He had some challenges off the field, losing both his grandparents, and so he was ready for a fresh start. And so you pick up in our series, we pick up in 22 with his retelling of the Alabama game at Death Valley down at LSU, and he beats Alabama in overtime, and that's really what put Jaden Daniels, on the map down here in the SEC. And so we followed him across the whole school year last year, and that incredible Heisman run. So you guys can see it firsthand.
It's going to be amazing. I know our listeners here in D.C. can't wait. Dre Cooper's documentary is The Money Game. It's on LSU, NIL, and where we're headed collegiately in sports with amateur superstars at this point. More about Daniels, just kind of the guy he is, the teammate he is. I mean, you got unfettered access. I think you've probably been closer to him behind the scenes, Hard Knock style, than anybody at this point, based on the doc you were doing last year. And then also I'm curious about his parents. I know I've just heard from reading some things about the doc that his mom was like more involved maybe than his dad in some of his business ventures. Like, what can you tell us about him and his family?
Yeah, I mean, Jaden's got an incredible support system. His mom, Regina, plays a critical role. Both mom and dad have been there since the beginning, right? When he started, in Pop Warner football as a young boy. So both his parents have been closely involved as he's grown up with the game. But when it came to NIL, mom ran the back end of that, right? She handled the business deals. And I think what makes Jaden's NIL experience unique in the context of our show is that for him, NIL, while he took advantage of it at times, it wasn't the primary focus, right? His primary focus was winning and supporting his football team. And he had his eyes on the bigger prize, right? Which was the NFL bag. And so he's lucky, right? Whereas if you're a gymnast like Olivia Dunn, you don't have a professional league to look forward to. You're done when college is over. And so, I think for Jaden, it puts things into perspective that you don't have to throw all your eggs into this NIL basket. It's great to take advantage of this opportunity, but if you've got real skill and you've got an opportunity to go to the league, then you've obviously got to, focus on the big picture, right?
Dre, jumping off of that, through this process, what kind of surprised you? Sort of thinking about Jaden Daniels involved here, but what did you not know going in? What, kind of took you aback a little bit? Doesn't have to be bad, but just something that you went, I didn't know this is how it was going to go, or some kind of detail that as you're doing this, going through this process, that took you by surprise.
Yeah, I think, a lot of folks have opinions about NIL, right? If you're an avid sports fan, I think most people are pretty leery of the idea of paying amateur athletes. And I think for a long time, we had this really romantic notion, right, that the idea of amateurism was this really special, sacred thing. And while I do think there's something to be said for it, you realize that, hey, these student athletes are part and part to the success of these schools, and they're helping generate revenue. So I think we all agree that they need to be part of, the revenue share, if you will. But I think the thing that I didn't realize going into this that became clear really fast is just how much time and energy goes into the NIL side of things for each of these student athletes. It's a lot of work. It's a huge responsibility. Takes tons of time to go, do the photo shoots or go do the commercials or go do the event. And then you've got to create the content and post it. And so when you're looking at an Angel Reese or Jaden Daniels, they've got support. They've got a team. They've got people that help them with that. But if you're Aaliyah Armstrong, who's a track athlete at LSU, you're like most college athletes, where you're kind of doing it on your own and you're asking around and you're looking for support, and it's hard to navigate. And I think you'll see that this idea of revenue share, which is where we're headed, I think it makes more sense when you understand the toll that NIL takes on these college athletes day to day.
Drake Cooper was behind the documentary that's coming out now in 5 days on September 10th. You can watch it on Prime Video. The Money Game is what it's called. Jaden Daniels, one of the athletes prominently followed around, and with all the access he got, great insight into the Commanders' new quarterback. How much money is there to be made for just some random athlete in a random college sport? It's one thing if you're Jaden Daniels or Livy Dunn, who's a great gymnast, and everybody, followed her initially because they liked Livy Dunn. She was beautiful and she's talking about whatever, right? Like, what if you're just me, a swimmer, or Danny, a track guy? Like, is there real money to be had?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I think that's what makes our series so fascinating, is that we follow 6 athletes, each of whom, are on a different part of the NIL spectrum, right? So at the very top, you've got Livy Dunn, who is the biggest earner in NIL in college athletics, right? And then you've got Angel Reese and Jaden Daniels and Flajay Johnson right behind her, and they're making literally millions of dollars. And then you've got the quote unquote average athlete. You talk about the swimmer, or in the case of Aaliyah Armstrong, she's a track athlete. And in those situations, we're talking much more modest money, $20,000 here, maybe 40,000 there, maybe 50,000 all in. If you're real lucky, you can break $100,000, which, look, for a college, athlete,
that's a lot.
That's still real money. And so we actually followed a men's basketball player, Trace Young, really interesting young man who is a hype guy, right? He's the hype man for the team. He's all about bringing energy, but he only played maybe 2 minutes during the whole entire season, right? That guy made almost 200 plus grand last year.
Wow.
I mean, that's real money. And he does it because he's a hustler. He knows how to play the game. He's really good at social media. And I think that's the piece that's really interesting here, is that what you find is that the NIL game is really at the cross section of college athletics, social media, and the influencer economy. They all come together, and they all come together in our show.
Dre, I just want to get your thought on something, because of your unique perspective and what you're going to be able to show so many folks here with this documentary. One of the things that always made me, kind of my stomach turn a little bit as a kid, and then growing up kind of pre-NIL, was the idea of a grown-up yelling at a college kid or being upset with him because they didn't catch the pass or make the shot or whatever, right? Where I'm going, these, this kid maybe broke up with his girlfriend, maybe he had a midterm or something, right? It was like the still, even though it may have been an illusion, it may have been fraudulent, still like an adult yelling at an amateur never really felt right to me. Well, now, they're probably making more money than the fan is. Right now, these are professionals in a way, but it's still amateur, and I'm not really sure. So I just sort of wonder how you quantify that, and just maybe your thoughts generally. Not saying one's good or bad. It's just something that I've been kind of struggling with.
Yeah, and I think that's the gray area, right? That's what makes this issue so complicated. And I think that's why you're seeing the NCAA and the schools and different states wrestling with this in different ways. I think that's why you haven't seen one clear set of rules. And I think a lot of that is because people are conflicted, right? It is this nuanced situation where everybody, I think for the most part, is in agreement that the student athletes deserve a piece of the pie. The question is, how big is that piece and how does that function? Because to your point, I mean, some of these folks are, these are young men and women. I mean, they're, just getting out of high school. Some of them are leaving home for the very first time, 18 years old, 19 years old. They're just getting their feet wet in the, quote unquote, real world. And look, when you're insulated in a D1 program, it's not the real world either, right? Everything's taken care of for you. So it is tricky. I mean, there's adult responsibility here in managing the money and managing the responsibilities. So I think it's just going to take time to kind of figure out how each school and each program sort of deals with that issue, which is how to support the student athlete, right? With these incredible NIL opportunities, but also figure out how to balance it all, right? With school, with their sport. So there's a lot of pieces to this. And it is tricky because they're young and they're growing up.
Mm-hmm.
The Money Game series debut Tuesday, September 10th. That's this coming Tuesday on Prime Video. Dre Cooper, thank you so much for the time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Dre.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Our pleasure. We're looking forward to watching and getting that access to Jaden Daniels, which is going to be fantastic. That's really for me. And the rest of it will be awesome, too. I think it's a great subject matter. I'm fascinated and really intrigued by where we're headed with NIL. And this is the first look into it with this detail from the player perspective. But I'll be honest with you. I mean, they had cameras on and around Jaden Daniels for a year. I mean, just the amount we're going to learn about, find out about him, his work habits, what he's like as a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is the equivalent, as I said, of a Hard Knocks type situation with the quarterback that's going to make or break this organization in the years ahead.
Yeah, that subject I'd be fascinated to watch a documentary about. You know what I mean? Just even that, where it's before one day this thing was not, and then the next day it is, and it's a mad scramble, like the beginning of a dodgeball match from the movie Dodgeball, where we're going to the middle, we're trying to figure out the pile of money, what's legal, what's not, no one knows. And the schools that were set up to do well have done very well, and those that weren't. Now you add in the fact that that's my quarterback. I can't wait for it. I'll see you there.
We got more predictions to make before the NFL season kicks off tonight. Our MVP, Rookie of the Year, Coach of the Year predictions, plus a look at the two divisions that have action this evening in the AFC North and West, with the Ravens and Chiefs playing in about 3 hours. Let's get to that next on The Fan. There's plenty of meat on the prediction bone for tomorrow. We'll talk a lot more about the Commanders' season ahead, and we'll go through each division with our rankings. But I did want to get some thoughts on the two divisions that get underway tonight out of the way. So we could do that in just a moment. Let's start, though, with some individual awards. We'll start with the Most Valuable Player Award, Danny. In 2024, call your shot.
Jalen Hurts wins the NFL MVP. The Kellen Moore offensive coordinator renaissance, all the weaponry, all of the schemes, the system, the design, it will work this year. Close to 40 total touchdowns for a prolific offense that's going to win the NFC East to be the number 2 seed, maybe 3 seed in the NFC.
I went with my bold prediction earlier of Jared Goff as the MVP. He's about 20, 25 to 1, depending on where you're looking.
It's not crazy.
FanDuel, 25 to 1, good value. He's not my pick unless we're doing bold predictions, but I definitely see a path to that for Goff. I'll go with Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills. They win the division. Less wide receiver help around him, and the narrative is he did more. Maybe he did as a rusher. Maybe he still had the 40-plus combined touchdowns, and he did it with Curtis Samuel and a rookie wide receiver in Keon Coleman. But I'll say Allen, who is 8 to 1 to win the MVP, gets the nod over Mahomes. At some point, I think people just get tired of rooting or voting, thinking about the same guy. And
happens all the time.
They kind of go outside the box and say, who can I give it to? So Burrow and Allen make the most sense.
Hey, there were years that Michael Jordan didn't win the MVP. Karl Malone did. I'm so sure. Charles Barkley did. I'm so sure. Jordan
just want to give it to someone else.
Yeah, people get bored.
I think that's probably how it goes. Rookie of the year. I don't know how many people care about the defensive rookie of the year around these parts, so let's just go O'Roy.
Boring. Chalk. I think we're about to see one of the most prolific rookie seasons in NFL history. The situation is perfect. It's Caleb Williams.
I'm on the same page. It's just hard to fathom him not putting up really good numbers in that offense. And I also think having a top 10 defense means the team's going to be pretty good. And maybe they're not going to be behind as often as they have been the last couple of years. So the passing yardage comes down. But I predicted earlier 4,000 yards for Caleb Williams. I think both he and Bo Nix do that. And I do think Caleb Williams gets Chicago over 500 into the playoff mix and is the offensive rookie of the year. I think Jaden will push him, though. I believe that. I think Daniels has a chance to be in the combo because, as you know, I think he's going to run all over the place, make a lot of plays with his feet and with his arm. I think he'll be the ultimate kind of dual threat, and you add up all the numbers, they're going to be pretty impressive.
Yeah, some of the other guys to consider potentially, Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to get a prominent role in Arizona. That guy could certainly put up some big numbers if there's let's say Caleb Williams misses 3 games or Jaden Daniels misses a couple and Neighbors goes for 1,500 yards and 10 touchdowns. You could see something like that happening, right? But yeah, those 1-2 picks at quarterback, those are the prohibitive favorites, rightfully so.
Here's my issue with any receiver, pretty much any non-quarterback. Puka Nacua this past season had the greatest rookie year we've ever seen at the position. Didn't win the award. 105 catches, 1,480 yards, 6 touchdowns. Think about that.
Yeah, you're right.
Over 100 catches and almost 1,500 yards. And C.J. Stroud was really good. I'm not saying he wasn't. But it's not like C.J. Stroud threw 34 touchdowns or something. C.J. Stroud had 23 touchdowns and 5 picks. It was kind of Griffinish. It wasn't, a year we don't see. Dak did something like it. Griffin did something like it. And he still won the award over him.
Yeah.
So I just don't know if wide receivers in a narrative award voted on by human beings have a real chance. It's going to be Williams or Nix or Daniels or, one of those QBs. Generally is how it goes.
Just real quick, you mentioned defensive rookie of the year. Remember, this draft didn't have a defensive player taken until, what was it, like 13 or 14 or
Later,
15, something like that? Yeah. So I like top of my head, I can't remember most of the guys that were taken. My sneaky favorite is Chop Robinson in Miami. They're going to pass a lot. He's going to pass rush a lot. I'll end up with some sacks.
Yeah, I like Dallas Turner as the defensive rookie of the year.
For the Vikings?
Yeah, Minnesota, they took him as their edge rusher. He had a great preseason opener and rush the quarterback a little bit. Also look out for Jared Verse, who's the defensive end with the Rams that they took in the first round, if you're looking for defensive rookie of the year options. How about your coach of the year in the NFL in 2024? If you're curious about odds, depends on where you're shopping, but Matt Eberflus, 8.5 to 1, Jim Harbaugh, same, Mike McDonald, 10 to 1, Matt LaFleur, 12 to 1, Raheem Morris, 13 to 1. Anything appeal to you there?
Shane Steichen is my answer because, again, I'm predicting a really nice season for the Colts.
15 to 1.
I think Anthony Richardson has a really nice year. I am a Colts believer, so I think he ends up winning it.
I would go with maybe Mike McDonald if Seattle, because they could go one way or the other. I just don't know what to think about them. I think they're one of the hardest teams to project and predict. But I could see Seattle maybe going like 9-8, 10-7, being a wild card team. And then McDonald in his first year as a coach of the year at 10-1. The other one I would throw out there is Kevin O'Connell at 20-1. Minnesota probably won't be good enough.
But if they're a playoff team, with everything that happened,
if they go 9-8, like to me, that's a hell of a coaching job. And then I would just throw out Matt LaFleur. What if they overtake Detroit in the North and win that division? Nobody thinks they're going to going into the season. LaFleur would be in that conversation, I would think, right?
You would think so. Yeah, I mean, just it's when we all think something's going to happen and then it doesn't, and something positive took its place. That's when your coach of the year comes up. I don't know if that made any sense, but the whole world thinks Detroit's going to win that game win that division by 3 games. If Green Bay does, because they beat Detroit a couple times and they're the best team, then you could see a LaFleur rising to the top.
All right, how about we go AFC North? Ravens play tonight, so we got to go through our projected standings. Finishing order. I know you have Baltimore winning the division. What do you have after that?
Cincinnati, a game behind them. I think they're right there. They're frisky. They're a team nobody would want to play in the playoffs, rightfully so. When they were healthy, they went to a conference title game, and they've been to the Super Bowl. So I got Baltimore 1, Cincy 2. I think Cleveland finishes 3rd just because that defense is so good. They've got great personnel, but I think they're a quarterback away. I think Pittsburgh finishes 4th, losing the tiebreaker maybe at 8-9.
So I'll get cute, I guess, to make things a little different. I already had the Bengals winning the division. You know that. I'll say the Browns 2nd and the Ravens 3rd.
Whoa.
So I'll go Cincinnati at maybe 12-5, Cleveland at 11-6, maybe 10-7. And then I'll go with the Ravens at 9-8. Outside looking in is either the last wild card team or maybe even missing out on the playoffs, a little over 500. I'm not completely convinced Lamar Jackson will make it through a fully healthy season again. When he's done that, he's been an MVP a couple times in the last 4 seasons, but obviously he has issues at times finishing the year out. That was the case in 2 of the last 3 years. So that's a factor for me generally with him. Also, I've talked about this probably too much, but I mean, they lost a lot on the defensive coaching staff, on the defensive side of the ball. I've still got some questions there. I've heard good things about Zach Gore, their new defensive coordinator, and I'll be rooting for him because he's a really young coach getting a shot, and I'm into that. But I think they're going to miss Mike McDonald, who we just mentioned is now in Seattle as the head coach of the Seahawks. So I'll go Bengals 1, Browns 2. My bugaboo there is obviously Deshaun Watson, who's just not that good.
Yep.
But they're so good everywhere else. I think they're going to be great defensively, and I do like their weapons around him to elevate him to basically, slightly above average quarterback play maybe. And that should be enough to get them to double digits. And then I'll have the Steelers rounding it out as well. You said this earlier today that your surprise, I guess, or disappointment would be Pittsburgh because you have them maybe under 500 for the first time. I could see that. I don't like the quarterback situation with Wilson. I don't know that Fields is any better, although I think he'll start more games. And it's just how many years can you finish 9-8 or 10-7 with a bad offense? At some point, the clock's going to strike midnight.
Yeah, they got away with it with like guts and bubblegum and heart and whatever grit last year, somehow winning those 9 games. They won a game where I think the offense had like 12 yards, numbers approximate. The schedule is not easy, in my opinion. It gets harder because, again, you don't have the easy button for your offense. I think it's going to be a struggle, even though I like Arthur Smith, especially as an offensive mind. Go back to what he did in Tennessee. Pretty innovative, pretty smart, pretty sharp. Turned Ryan Tannehill into somebody that was serviceable and decent. But I just don't see it. I don't see it with this Pittsburgh team. They're built on defense, good coaching, and toughness, and that only goes so far.
They also aren't good at wide receiver outside of George Pickens. Nobody seems to care about that.
Yeah.
Like George Pickens, everyone claims is a wide receiver 1. I think he's kind of one-dimensional. He always catches the ball along the sideline on basically 9-route type stuff. He's taken a couple slants and in-breakers at the line of scrimmage to the house, but just not a whole lot of diversity to his portfolio to me. But beyond him, it's Calvin Austin, Van Jefferson, who's on like his 4th team. They drafted Roman Wilson in the 3rd round, who's buried on the depth chart right now. The former speedster with the Bucks when Brady was there, Scotty Miller, is with the Steelers now. But I don't know. That's not a very good receiver.
And we're not used to that, by the way. Pittsburgh, every team's got something they always seem to get right. Pittsburgh was receiver U, basically, right?
Yeah.
Like just one guy would give way to the next guy who was just a superstar at that spot, and they just haven't had that really.
They traded Deontay Johnson, who dropped a lot of passes but caught a ton of passes as well for them the last few years, to the AFC.
Carolina?
To Carolina, right, to the Panthers. And by getting him out of the division to the NFC and the other conference, they don't have to worry about it. But at the same time, I think they're going to worry about their receiver room. How about we pivot to the AFC West with the Chiefs hosting the Ravens tonight? Pecking order in that division starts for both of us with Kansas City. What's it look like after that?
So I think the Chargers are going to be massively improved. Now, I think that you lower your ceiling when you play this way, but you raise your floor. They're going to be smash mouth, Nebraska in the 90s, wishbone, tongue in cheek here, but basically they're going to thump. Josh Palmer's their best wideout, who is basically a tight end. They're going to play heavy, try to make it easy on Justin Herbert, make a play or two that way. But, this is what Jim Harbaugh does. He rolls in, plays his style, plays his way. You're going to win more with that guy in charge. So you're going to have to deal with some personality stuff. Like, it's going to be difficult. He's going to alienate a bunch of people and make it hard to work with him, but your football teams are going to get better. So it's certainly the price you pay. I think the Chargers ascend in that division, mostly because I don't think anyone else is any good.
I'm going to say second behind the Chiefs would be the Chargers as well. I'm higher on the Broncos, I think, than a lot of people. I like Sean Payton more, who's
how
become
high?
A punching
Like,
bag.
give me a level here.
Like if they finish second over the Chargers, it wouldn't surprise me.
Crazy. Okay.
Like that high. Like I picked Bo Nix to go for 4,000 yards earlier in the day.
Yeah.
Now I don't love Bo Nix long term or anything like that. I think he's a good fit with Peyton. I think they're going to have a pretty good thing this year with a quick game and how they operate and insulate him offensively. But I'm going to say, Chiefs 11-6 because they're not going to really have to hit the gas pedal very often. They'll lose a couple games, just kind of taking weeks off proverbially that they don't need to win. Probably could be better than that, but won't. Then I'll say the Chargers are 9-8, the Broncos are 8-9, and the Raiders are 7-10. Kind of spread out that way.
Did we sleep on the fact that Broncos last year were 8-9? Like, everyone thinks they're going to stink on ice and be terrible. They were awful in the beginning of the season. We saw that firsthand with Washington. But I think they finished 7-4 down the stretch without all that much, and now handpicked quarterback. Again, I think it's probably unfair to expect the world from Bo Nix initially, but the fit is really good with he and Sean Payton. You could just picture kind of like that New Orleans style 2.0 outside, super quick passes, running backs involved, keeping things close to the line of scrimmage, maybe the occasional shot play, but that's not what they major in. They're not bad,
No.
Denver. I think they finished third in that division.
This is kind of where I'm going. I mean, they got a decent cast, too. Cortland Sutton, Josh Reynolds, Marvin Mims. They drafted 2 receivers in rounds 4 and 7 as well. Javonte Williams, Jaleel McLaughlin's kind of an underrated running back. Audric Estime, they drafted in the 5th round as well. Pretty deep at that position. I still like Adam Troutman, who Sean Payton had experience with in New Orleans. Greg Dulcich comes over at tight end, a former 3rd-round pick. So, yeah, there's a lot to like to me about that offense. I'm curious about the defense. I'm not really sold yet. I know Peyton and Lombardi will do a pretty good job when they've got the ball. Vance Joseph having the time of his life on the defensive side of the ball. Still got some questions there.
Mm-hmm.
Special teams coordinator there, by the way, former Commanders great Ben Kotwika.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's in Denver now.
Oh, wow.
So
I think Greg Minuski's there too, by the way.
Are you kidding me?
Inside linebackers, I think. I think I read that. I think.
That's a random thing to think that you know.
I think it.
I'll take your word for it.
Mhm.
I would, if you told me Greg Minuski lived next to me, I would say that might be the case. If you told me he coached for the Broncos, I would also say maybe.
I can confirm he is the inside linebackers coach as of last year.
Here we go.
For the Denver Broncos.
Greg Minuski.
Score one for Danny.
Oh, Greg Minuski.
Still kicking. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's go Commanders stock report next on G&D. Week 1 of the NFL kicks off officially tonight with the Baltimore Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders are just 3 days away from getting their season underway. It's time for our first Commanders Spotlight of this NFL campaign on this Thursday. Danny, get it started.
Little spotlight, if I may, GP, on none other than rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels. What's it going to look like? What's the offense going to look like? How is he going to look under the very, very bright lights of NFL Week 1? The preseason's one thing. Playing for in front of 100,000 people in Death Valley, in Baton Rouge is another thing. This is the NFL where the pros meet you and they're trying to defeat you. This is a challenge unlike anything he's ever faced. You got Todd Bowles who wants to blitz as soon as he gets out of bed in the morning, and really while he's in bed, he's trying to blitz. That's going to be a formidable challenge. How do you handle it? Do you come out unscathed?
Spotlight. The defensive end position in pass rush. Dorrance Armstrong comes over from Dallas. Forgotten man, I'd say, going into the season. May have his first 10-sack season loading. He has routinely been, the last couple of years, in that 7-8 sack range, playing a lot less than he will with starter snaps here in D.C. Cleveland Farrell's more of a run stuffer than a pass defender trying to get to the quarterback, but that's where Dante Fowler, maybe Jamin Davis are going to come in. How much do they use Javonte Jean-Baptiste, the 7th-round pick out of Notre Dame? I'm really curious about the defensive end position. Put the spotlight on that group.
Spotlight wide receiver, too. Who's going to be? Diami? Luke McCaffrey? Noah Brown at some point? I don't know. In a two-receiver set, who lines up on the opposite side from Terry McLaurin? I don't know how many two-receiver sets we're going to see, by the way, but you might see some on occasion, especially if you go jumbo here, there, and everywhere. I think a lot of three-receiver sets, it'll be a little bit clearer with Zacchaeus in the slot, but I don't know who the number 2 option is. And the receiving core, I think the number 2 options are tight ends, running backs, and maybe even Zacchaeus by extension close to the line of scrimmage. But who's the number 2 receiver? Who's going to take that gig?
Spotlight, Johnny Newton.
Johnny
did not practice today, dealing with what is listed as a foot and rest. Of course, he had both feet operated on this offseason. Then he was back on day 1 of training camp, and we all celebrated that he didn't miss any time, except that soon thereafter he missed lots of time. Didn't play in the preseason. Now is very unlikely to play in week 1 of the regular season based on the fact that he did not practice at all today. Not really sure what's going on with him. Hopefully we get some clarity as we get closer to or after this first game of the year. But spotlight on Newton, because while this year might not be overly significant, it's a big, big deal that they got that pick right. Allen or Payne or both could leave after this season. Probably Allen, who's got no guaranteed money. And then you're plugging Newton in at a position where you are hoping to be really good because, as we just talked about, the defensive end spot isn't a strength. So your pass rush comes from pushing the pocket, collapsing the interior. Johnny Newton, spotlight on you getting healthy and helping out.
Spotlight Emmanuel Forbes. Now's the time, dude. Whenever you get a chance. This is a much better setup than last year. Last year, you were asked to be the savior of both a bad offense somehow and a terrible defense. It obviously didn't work out. Now you've got every coach in place that you would probably want. If you had a dream list, they're there helping you succeed. You'd probably be benched in a more competitive program. You'd probably be an afterthought, but you're going to get a chance here, probably because you were drafted in the first round last year. You're under contract regardless. They owe you the money regardless. So where's your career going to go? Are you a great story that bounced back from adversity, or are you the bust that a lot of people think you happen to be? Whether that's fair or not, them's the breaks, but he's going to get a chance. Spotlight Emmanuel Forbes.
Spotlight Bobby Wagner, the captain of the defense, the alpha in the locker room, the 34-year-old who's going to be leading the boys all season long. 183 tackles last year, led the NFL. He's led the National Football League in stops 3 different times and in solo tackles at different points in his career. Also had a multi-touchdown season. This is an athlete who makes plays. He can be kind of create game-changing moments. Now, recently, it's just been a human wrecking ball who gets people on the ground, but he has been, at worst, a second-team All-Pro every single season since 2014. He is going to help fix the linebacking position with Frankie Louvu once and for all. Spotlight on the guy running the locker room, the 9-time Pro Bowler and future Hall of Famer. Welcome to D.C., Bobby Wagner.
Spotlight Tyler Biadasz. Please just solidify this position. This has been a carousel. This has been a hot mess, on fire, left out in the sun, and sprayed with skunk juice. The center position here has been the worst. We can't seem to get it, no matter who the darling is, the previous regime, or this is the time. Now we've got it. Now we're going to figure it out. This is an established pro, not a world beater, but please just be stable. Please be sound. Get everyone on the same page and keep Jaden Daniels upright.
It is crazy how bad they've been at center the last couple of years.
Since Chase Roulier got seriously hurt, it has been a yard sale.
There you go. Spotlight on your Commanders here in week 1 as we get ready for the Tampa Bay Bucks on Sunday. We'll have a full preview of the game on tomorrow's show. The other thing about the center position, Danny, while I think about it, it's not just that they've guessed wrong or they haven't been able to solve it. It's also that they go through guys one at a time, to your point, like with injuries. It's just been a revolving door. It's been an Achilles heel. That has been, they've got a couple of Eleanors, but that's been an Eleanor. They cannot swipe that car. They cannot land that plane. Biotish is the first time they've really paid anybody post Roulier and expected that they've figured it out by throwing money at them.
They've used 8 centers over the last couple of seasons.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's get you one last preview of Thursday Night Football. It's the Sunday Night Crew on Thursday night. Hopefully that's not confusing. But Sunday Night Football on a Thursday coming your way tonight to kick off the NFL season. And we'll get you ready for the Nats and the Pirates before we say goodbye on G&D. Grant and Danny, welcome back. We are sponsored every day by the law firm Condori and Murat. Guide you and your family in the right direction. That's what they want to do. They're going to help you draft a will, set up a trust, and create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Pals of ours, local guys from Fairfax, went to Lake Braddock, went to George Mason University. Huge DC sports fans. We'll take you up to 6:10 and pregame ahead of Nats baseball. 6:40 first pitch tonight for Charlie and Dave and the Nationals right here on the Fan. Before we do that, though, there's an NFL football game just a couple of hours away. I think one of the big storylines with the Ravens and the Chiefs has to be the debut of Derrick Henry in Baltimore. Now, as much as you and I have been talking about the Ravens and how we see their season going, we haven't really dove into what a perfect fit Henry might be with the Ravens.
That's a good point.
They are a power running team. They are physical at the point of attack, based on read option, Lamar Jackson in the pistol and in the gun. You got to defend them 11 on 11. To have Henry in this offense, I think is going to be tailor-made for his bruising style and skill set. The question I have about Derrick Henry is not fit, which is awesome. It's just, did he come too late, right? Is this like watching, one of the perfect fights you've always wanted in boxing 3 years after it was supposed to happen? Henry's 30 years old. He'll be 31 in January.
And guys with that style tend not to last as long, right?
He's taken so many hits with that big target, huge frame, 6'2", 250 pounds. He's still been very productive. Last year it was over 4 yards a carry, 4.2 a pop. He ran the ball 280 times. Believe it or not, led the league with 280 attempts last season, 350 attempts the year before that. Led the league. He's led the league in 4 of the last 5 years. How much tread is left on those tires?
Yeah. I mean, and it's also an interesting fit part because how much has he run out of the shotgun, right? I mean, or that pistol or kind of that, it's used to a lot of I formation, fullback or a pulling tight end or guard or something like that. We've got blockers out in front, let him get his feet going, let him get downhill. This is that flat-footed, hand it off to you or don't. And I'm fascinated to see how the fit works, right? I think it's really interesting. But I will also say having the threat of Lamar Jackson next to you might make some of those, get the locomotive going, might make it work. So it feels like he's always been a Raven, doesn't it? Like it's just such a perfect fit for him.
They're just not going to be a fun team to play. I mean, they never have been.
But especially now.
It's one of those pack your lunch and wear extra pads, because they're just so bruising and physical up front. There's been talk for years about involving the receivers more, and I've always just thought that was silly because it's just not going to be the strength of the team. And with Lamar Jackson as the quarterback, it's what you're going to minor in, not major in. Even when you throw the ball, Mark Andrews, Isaiah Likely, and maybe Justice Hill out of the backfield, whoever it is, that week in the receiving game at running back, maybe you set up screens for Henry. He's always been able to do that well in Tennessee. Zay Flowers is a really good weapon, so they've got a guy that you can count on the outside. Otherwise, who cares? I mean, Bateman, Aguilar, Tylan Wallace, it doesn't really matter to me.
So I like those fits, but
depth at that position.
Not going to be huge producers. I think Flowers may, just be north of 900 yards, and that's just fine. I mean, their bread is buttered off of play action with Andrews, and Likely I think continues to emerge as sort of like a tight end 1.5, a guy that they've liked over the past. He's had a few big games, but yeah, I mean they are a pain in the butt to play, and there's nobody else really like them. And I guess the Chargers are going to try to do something similar, but you don't have a quarterback that can rush for 1,000 yards in Herbert. But they are unique and they are a pain in the butt.
I love watching Kyle Hamilton in that secondary.
He's such a player, man.
Just a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
He's positionless. He can do everything on a defense. He's the guy that so many of us wanted Washington to draft, and they elected not to do that. And he went well after to the Ravens, but it doesn't really matter here nor there now. He's become an excellent player. Other side of the ball for the Chiefs, we will not see them at the peak of their powers just yet, as they're still trying to get everybody healthy. But here's what we will see tonight. Xavier Worthy on offense as a lid taker offer, right? This is the easy button.
He's going to run some cardio tonight.
This is your 9-route go ball speed demon, just a vertical assassin. Rashee Rice did not get suspended, so he'll be there. Hollywood Brown has been dealing with injuries throughout the build-up and the preseason. So not expected to see Hollywood Brown just yet, but Xavier Worthy and Rashee Rice, plenty based on last year. They didn't even need that much with Kelce, Noah Gray, who got an extension today, and Isaiah Pacheco. Remember, last year they became kind of a balanced, I don't want to say run first, but certainly run-heavy team plenty of weeks.
Yeah, this is not the Kansas City Chiefs you're used to seeing. They were a defensive team through most of the campaign. The offense kind of got going as the season progressed, and they were Chiefsian, if that's even a word, down the stretch. But they were 15th in points last year, and it was lower than that for most of it, 21.8 per game, by far and away the least effective that Chiefs offense has been with Pat Mahomes under center. I mean, even go to the second half of the AFC Championship game. I think they managed a field goal in 5 or 6 drives and 110 yards in the second half against a really good Ravens defense. This is going to be better, I think. I think this offense may not be what it was when you had Tyreek Hill and Kelce in his prime and, options far and near and middle, but I think they're going to be better than they were last year, but by a pretty big leap and bound.
Hollywood Brown has been officially ruled out, looking at the inactives tonight, by the way, for the Chiefs. First ever week 1 game with two-time MVPs at quarterback. Buckle up. Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. Should be a show tonight to get the NFL season started. Before we say goodbye on this show, let's get you ready for Nats baseball. It is time for your lineups and your pitching matchup presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Taking on Bailey Falter behind Jake Irvin. Leading off, playing right field, Dylan Cruz. Batting second in left field, the James Wood. Batting third at first base, Juan Yepez. Your DH hitting cleanup, Andres Chaparro. Batting fifth at third base, Jose Tena. Batting sixth, playing second base, Ildemaro Vargas. Batting seventh in center field, your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young. Batting eighth, doing the catching, K-Bear Ruiz. And batting ninth at shortstop, day off for CJ Abrams. Nasim Nunez gets the nod.
Last time out for 27-year-old righty Jake Irvin, who's been the Nats' best starting pitcher this year, was one of his worst starts of the year. 8 hits, 7 earned runs in just 4 2/3 innings. In fact, he's given up 8 hits or more in 2 of his last 3 starts. So Irvin looking to bounce back against a very pedestrian Pittsburgh Pirates lineup. Today's game day weather is presented by Pepco. Storm season's here, and we know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/stormprep. Our show meteorologist is Darius Dammer.
It's an absolutely beautiful night at PNC Park. Not a cloud in the sky tonight. 81 degrees at first pitch. It'll dip into the low 70s as the game goes on. Perfect weather for baseball in Pittsburgh.
Not a cloud in the sky.
I love that stadium, man.
Thanks, Dad. Good job.
Love you, Dad.
Danny, prediction for Ravens Chiefs.
Ravens 27, Chiefs 24. This is the time to get the Chiefs. They'll be much alive in December and January, but this is when you hit them.
I'm going to say Chiefs 30, Ravens 23. Over City tonight for your boy.
A little overage. I think it's 47.5. I was a little low for me. Oversmelled, right, didn't it?
Comes out, and on a night where they're unveiling yet another banner, gets a week 1 win. Yeah, a little bit low, but I think you look back to last year, as you said, the Chiefs offense just kind of, they are a...
And these are 2 good defenses,
Is it Halloween yet kind of team?
Yeah.
I don't know. I will say Andy Reid in Kansas City played his starters throughout the entire preseason.
That's true.
So I could see them come out a little quicker, maybe more efficient than other teams in the early going. Enjoy the night. Football Friday tomorrow. For Darius, Ryan, and Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. We did it, people. Football's back.
Thank you for coming.